In the office, all the employees were still in their places. A young guy answers his mobile phone and says that he has received a request from the company and will send the result within 3 days. He put down the phone and leaned back in his chair. The main character's name is Mason. He is an advertising department employee at the famous company Abex, and his life is very monotonous. Unexpectedly, Mason was approached by his manager, Eaton, who said that the market situation was not stable and staff reductions were planned. After which he handed over a huge list of clients who needed to be called. Eaton always liked to give a lot of work that needed to be done outside of working hours. Eaton said that potential clients should already be in the office by tomorrow. After 2 years of work, Mason's salary had not increased, and his workload was constantly increasing. As soon as Eaton left, Mason hurriedly began working on the computer when he suddenly heard a sharp sound in his ear, which told him that the virtual sleep device was active. He was scared. For a moment, many thoughts appeared in his head. The voice continued to say that he was a visitor to a program that allowed him to experience 100% of virtual reality dreams. In addition to his voice, a page with an icon in the middle appeared in front of his eyes. It looked like a virtual computer desktop. To check, he closed his eyes and after a few seconds opened them again. The page was still there, the high-resolution color icon in the center so striking. After a while, Mason was still in shock when it was time to leave work. Only when James patted him on the shoulder did he suddenly regain consciousness. James asked if he was okay, to which Mason replied that he just had a headache. There was no one in the office anymore. James said that the director is hosting a dinner tonight and they need to go there. The director liked to host dinners, but Mason had sent the money home last week and only had $500 left. When James looked at Mason, he saw his sad face and asked if he didn't want to go. James understood that Mason had no money and offered to borrow money. Mason was unhappy that he could not manage his free time as he wanted and he had to go to an event. Suddenly, they saw a long-legged, curvy young girl walking along the office corridor. James said she was amazing and was already a headmistress. It was Emma. As soon as she started working here, thanks to her connections, she was quickly promoted, and the beauty has everything covered. Mason told James that he probably had no time not to be with someone like her. Restaurant Light Garden. Everyone was relaxing and drinking alcohol. Mason and his friend James were also sitting at the table. Mason considered himself lucky that he was able to make a friend like James. Old James graduated from the same university as him. Suddenly, something happened to Mason's eyes. A voice in his head said that the implantation into the iris had been successful. Successful connection to the optic nerve. Successful connection to the brain and connection to the central nervous system. Mason didn't understand what was happening. He quietly asked only he sees this strange interface. A voice in his head answered that, of course, only Mason sees this. After all, the company strives for better individual interaction with the user. This program is perfectly able to read all thoughts, so they can communicate without worrying that anyone will hear them. Mason asked why because he did not buy this virtual product. The program replied that Mason was ideal for the dream tester. Mason did not understand what this meant. The program added that he would be testing a new project of the company and would be able to try on the role of the person he always wanted to become. In other words, this is a game with augmented reality elements. Mason was a little scared and asked the program to get out of his head, but the program insisted on its own, saying that the system would allow him to become anyone and gain complete control into his own hands. Wouldn't he like to try to be in the role of another person and become completely different? Eaton entered the establishment with a girl they had seen in the office. Eaton said that now the girl will be their director. Eaton introduced the head of the advertising department to her as his most capable employee, to which she replied that she would be glad to work with him. Mason understood perfectly well that this guy only got ahead because he constantly flattered and served Eaton. The head of the advertising department, even when they met, did not stop praising Director Eaton and said that he was an excellent leader and also gradually began to flatter the girl. Eaton also introduced her to several other employees, but suddenly the girl herself approached Mason, extended her hand to him and asked his name. Mason was a little confused and even a little shy. He stood up abruptly, introduced himself with a smile and added that he was very pleased to meet you. Eaton approached the girl and told her that Mason was an ordinary clerk. Mason was upset because he never flattered his boss and his work was constantly downplayed. Eaton continued to say that he has an average ability to work. He did not know how to communicate with clients. Mason was humiliated not only in front of the new boss, but also in front of all his colleagues. Director Emma said that she understood everything. wished everyone a bon appetit, and left with Eaton. James looked at Mason and felt sincerely sorry for him. After some time, they already hailed a taxi on the street. Mason said he worked hard and hoped his boss would give him some praise. But it was all in vain. James tried to reassure his friend and said that working hard is not the most important thing. The main thing is to be able to suck up to management. Mason remembered the time when they were in college. At that time, James was one of the leaders in the fight against injustice and lawlessness among teachers. He thought James had changed a lot since then. Suddenly, Eaton came out of the establishment with Director Emma. Eaton told her that there was no point in dating low-grade employees. Mason heard everything. Eaton said it wouldn't do any good if any of the employees started thinking they were their equals. Eaton warned Principal Emma that if she didn't know her place and her responsibilities, she might end up unemployed. Mason thought that not only was hard work not rewarded in any way, but the bosses didn't even care about their personal lives, and he was tired of it. The program in his head asked Mason if he understood the injustice that surrounds him. Mason said that tomorrow he would think about quitting, but for now he wanted to get even, and told the program to copy the images of Principal Emma and Principal Eaton. But the program responded that the command was incorrect. It could only copy one person, and chose Director Emma as a priority. But Mason was surprised. He didn't expect this to happen. Within a second, the program responded that the scanning was completed and the character was created. 30 minutes later, Mason was in his apartment. He entered the apartment and was angry why the program didn't say earlier that only one person could be scanned. The program replied that a surge of dopamine was detected in his blood and changed its voice to a woman's. The program playfully said that Mason was very cool, but Mason was embarrassed and said that he just thought it would be nice if he had a cute NPC made. The program reported that the dream system starts at midnight and he needs to find a place to sleep. Mason was worried about what was going on in his head. He lay down on the bed, but was very worried and could not sleep at all. But the program calmed him down and told him that the developers had foreseen this. The program will intervene in the nervous system to achieve physical sleep. Few seconds. Mason was already asleep. When Mason fell asleep, he seemed to fall on the floor. Standing in front of him was a delightful blue-eyed brunette who said that she had been waiting for their meeting for a long time. She said that she is the artificial intelligence that communicated with him and is also the administrator of the dream system, and Mason can call her 63rd. Mason asked if the program had started, but the program replied that they must replenish supplies before starting the battle. Now they are at the exchange office. When they entered room number 1, there were many shelves in front of them with weapons, equipment, and uniforms. Military machete 2 points, a huge truck 40 points, thermal underwear 20 points, individual diet 1 point. Mason's attention was drawn to the endless battery. It was awesome. But as soon as Mason wanted to touch him, the girl hit him on the hand with a stick, saying that this was not for sale and she was just showing him everything. The girl said that points can only be earned by passing levels, and in the future they can be used, however. With each level the difficulty will increase, and points should be used wisely. Now Mason understood the game mechanics. Rubbing his hit hand, Mason asked if it was possible to hire an NPC. The girl pointed to herself. 10,000 points have been spent, and now she is at Mason's complete disposal. The girl said that if he had no more questions, then the game officially began. She wished him a pleasant game and pointed to the entrance. Above the door was written Doomsday Survival. The girl stepped aside and Mason began to disappear. Mason woke up in horror. Looking around, he realized that he was at home in his bed. Everything was fine and nothing had changed. Mason thought that he was just an idiot, because such technologies simply did not exist, and how could he believe it? He wanted to turn on the light, but there was no electricity. This had happened before, so Mason didn't pay much attention to it. He got dressed and went to work. As soon as he went outside, he was amazed, because on the street there were cars standing randomly on the road. There were no people and things were scattered around. Mason didn't understand where everyone had gone. Suddenly, very close by, he heard the sound of an airplane engine. A huge plane was falling. And almost immediately after Mason saw him, he crashed into a nearby building. Mason managed to hide behind a car. He couldn't believe it. Could the program really work? And he ended up in a place where he needed to survive. The program began to speak in his head. The virtual dream world of Doomsday Survival was launched. Difficulty level 0. Duration of 180 days. Mason shouted, like 180 days. He heard the sound of water flowing. Looking under the car, he saw gasoline leaking from it. Without thinking for a long time, he rushed to run away, and almost at the same time the car exploded. Having run far enough away, he stopped at the wall. Initially, this scene might seem strange. But if you think about it, this is a sudden disappearance of people, so there is nothing unusual about a plane crash. Mason thought that 180 days was a lot. But as long as he had enough supplies of food, water, and medicine, he shouldn't have any problems. Mason didn't know what exactly he should do now. He turned on the tape recorder. I put it on my shoulder and went to the men's clothing store. He tried on different clothes for himself, not paying any attention to prices. He took a lot of gold jewelry for himself, a bottle of good alcohol. And now he is already walking along a deserted street like the king of this life. Suddenly, he remembered Emma, asking the program about her presence. But the program did not answer anything, although he continued to shout loudly on the street. Suddenly, he heard some noise nearby. Someone was quickly approaching him. It was a dog. Obviously, when people disappear, no one will care about their pets. But he was not reassured by the thought that Emma was nowhere to be found, whether he had been deceived. Suddenly, on the road, he saw a tiger coming at him. He was growling and was ready to rush at Mason. He tried to stop the tiger with words, but it began to quickly approach and rushed at Mason. This tiger's name was Goofy, and he was the only tiger in the zoo. He got along well with people, and so he began to lick Mason. Zoo workers raised him from childhood, so he was affectionate, and many tourists came here to take pictures with him. He was very easy to recognize. He had no hair on his butt, and when the zoo workers, like all the people, disappeared, he ran away from there. Mason didn't understand how the program even knew about this tiger. The seventh day has arrived. Mason underestimated the challenge. His water supply was lost, so he had to drink mineral water from the supermarket. Since there was no electricity, all the meat products and vegetables began to rot, and maggots spread everywhere. Of course, there were still canned goods and some other non-perishable foods, but vitamin deficiency could become a big problem, and Mason didn't know how much longer he could hold out. But that day, he was lucky. He found a very useful thing for himself. Diesel generator. When Mason was young, he often had to use it. This generator had been running for at least 7 days and had become very hot. Mason did not know how much longer it could work. He decided to return to the generator in the evening. Perhaps this way the meat would last longer. There was a generator and a refrigerator, so Mason decided that this place would become a refuge for him, and over the subsequent months he collected supplies. And at night he weeded the ground to grow food. Day 31. Mason didn't know what to do today. He gradually began to go crazy and imagined his friend James, with whom he communicated. Mason thought it would be a good idea to find a seed store to grow new vegetables and fruits. But what if you let go of the steering wheel and crash into the wall at full speed? Then maybe he will wake up. But his friend James kept telling him not to give up, because today the garlic would grow and he would be able to try fresh vegetables. The problem was not only with fresh vegetables. The city was filled with shit and flies, as if Mason lived in a swamp. When he fell asleep, he felt insects crawling over him. At night, nothing was heard around except the sound of the wind, and Mason felt that he would soon lose his temper. James said that Mason can quit the game, but how can he cope with being fired in real life if he doesn't even have the fortitude to cope with survival? "It's just a game," James said, and asked Mason to pull himself together. Mason thought that even in the game, his brother James gave him strength. Suddenly, Mason was blinded by the light of an oncoming car. He braked sharply, and he turned the steering wheel to the side. The accident was avoided. Emma was in the car that was going to meet him. He lost control and crashed into a nearby car standing on the road. Mason couldn't believe his eyes. Emma woke up in bed. She had a bandage stuck on her face, but she did not remember what happened to her. There were men's clothes on the edge of the bed, and Emma didn't know where they were. She opened the door of the room. There was a working diesel generator on the floor, and there was fresh food on the table, which surprised her very much, since everything in the city had practically rotted. She went into the next room, where Mason was shaving and cleaning himself up. He said that he had prepared lunch for her, which was on the table. They sat down at the table, and Emma began to greedily eat the prepared food. She remembered that they had met before at a corporate party, but asked to remember his name. Mason introduced himself and was glad that she had memories from real life. She asked Mason how he was able to do all this: water, food, electricity. To which Mason replied that he even had his own garden outside, and asked how she managed to survive. Emma replied that she immediately went to her hometown in order to find her grandmother. but could not find a single living person, and Mason was the first one she met. Mason understood why he couldn't find her in the city for so long. He asked if she knew what happened, but she had no idea what happened. Mason realized that she didn't know anything, and the next step was to invite her to join him and work as a team. He said that he had all the conditions for life, and if they got sick, they could take care of each other. The girl had absolutely no choice. She had nowhere to go, and she agreed to his proposal. But she immediately said that they needed to clarify something. What exactly did Mason ask? Emma said that he was not her type, and there would be no intimacy between them. Mason didn't understand why she immediately thought about it. He desperately needed a partner, and more importantly, a conversation partner, because it was stupid to imagine a dressed-up mannequin as his friend James and communicate with him. He remembered the words of his boss, who said that you cannot put yourself on the same level as ordinary people. Mason did not understand why she immediately treated him so contemptuously, but agreed to her proposal. Emma added that, of course, she was not going to just eat and drink, and offered to help around the house. Mason agreed with this, but said that they would start tomorrow, and now she needed to rest. When Mason went to bed, he tried to calm himself down and not get angry, because this is just a game and has nothing to do with reality, and it's normal for a girl to need personal space. Day 32. Morning came. Mason was still lying in his bed. Something was happening in the house, and the noise bothered him. When he left his room, he saw that there were several boxes on the corridor, as if he was moving somewhere. On the second floor, he saw Emma, who was sorting things out. He asked her what she was doing. She said that she had chosen a room for herself to live in and removed all the things she did not need from there. And she also installed a walkie-talkie at the entrance to the room so that Mason could contact her without going inside. Mason didn't like it at all. He entered the room and asked Emma where his mannequin was, which was always in this room. She told him that he looked scary at night, and she threw him out into the street. Mason was shocked, because she could have asked him first. But Emma asked in surprise whether he was really that important. Mason said that it was his friend, like in the movies, because he was not so lonely if you think about something as a person. Emma said that she could bring him back, but Mason was angry and followed him outside. He had already lived alone for a month, and he had not liked the behavior of the new tenant since the very morning. When Mason almost went outside, he turned his attention to the box of weapons. One day he collected several types of firearms at the police station and put them in this box. But there was a missing fully loaded Type 92 pistol. He immediately realized that Emma had taken it, and he became even more angry. He went into Emma's room. She asked him if she was going to go and cook for them to eat. But Mason said that it would be better for them to wash, clean, and cook separately. She asked why he thought so. Mason said they needed to limit their meetings so she wouldn't be afraid of him and he wouldn't embarrass her. "What's the matter?" Emma asked. She is a girl, and he is a man, and she needed to take some precautions because she had no guarantees that he would not do anything. Mason said that he, of course, understood that she was rich, beautiful, and above him in status, so she was free to insult him and do whatever came into her head. But he was not going to limit himself so that she could feel in control. Security. The tension between them only increased. Emma was not used to being told such things. Mason tried to calm her down. He said that she could rest assured that he was certainly not a gentleman, but he was not going to treat her badly either. He asks her to be less narcissistic and more pragmatic. Day 120. So the 120th day of the program has begun. This place has changed dramatically from what it was 3 months ago. The weather is not so stuffy, and the stench of rot has completely disappeared. Emma planted a lot of plants outside, and now the place looks like a real paradise. In her hands, the garden is thriving, and many vegetables are growing. When they quarreled for the first time, they hardly spoke. Mason wondered if it was possible to last 3 months without communicating with anyone. He couldn't be without communication for so long. Once in the car, Mason began complaining about Emma to the mannequin sitting in the side seat, whom he imagined as his brother James. He said that she did not need communication at all, which Mason needed so much. Today, he had to deal with the problem of obtaining meat, which they had already run out of. Mason suggested he could look for meat in supermarkets, where it might be in cans that were covered in dead flies. He also thought that they could catch rats, but if they suddenly got sick, they were unlikely to be able to recover. Exactly. He thought that it was possible to catch fish. Although it grew on larvae, it looked quite edible from the outside. Mason decided everything. First, he decided to visit an old friend and then go fishing. After some time, he arrived at the zoo. The dunce was delighted with Mason's appearance. and their meetings brought peace to both of them. Mason hugged the Goonie and was surprised that the Goonie was still alive. 2 months ago, Mason saw him at the gates of the zoo. At that moment, he was enjoying other animals. Luckily, he still has no desire to attack other people and has survived to this day by feeding on rats and pets. Mason gave him the last piece of meat from the freezer, petted the tiger, and asked him to save this piece. Suddenly, the tiger became wary, and with a roar, he rushed to the side. He attacked deer passing by. Mason knew that the deer at the zoo didn't have antlers. They were wild deer. Nature has already begun to invade human civilization. Suddenly, the weather began to change dramatically. Lightning flashed in the sky and thunder roared. Mason didn't understand how the weather could change so quickly, because just a few minutes ago, the sun was shining. It began to rain heavily, and there were gusts of wind. It was a typhoon. Mason rushed to his car. He climbed into the car through the passenger seat where his imaginary friend James was sitting. The typhoon was about 10, but it was simply incredible. Mason, given so much time lived, began to forget. After all, it was virtual reality and just a game, and the typhoon was another test. Mason suddenly remembered that Emma rides her bike up the mountain every day, and now she's probably at the very top. He urgently started the car and rushed home. Arriving at the house, he saw that the door was open. This could only mean one thing. Emma had not returned home yet. The garden that Emma had so carefully tended was almost completely destroyed. Mason drove along, crushing the tomatoes planted and grown by Emma. He remembered how she drove rats away from her precious tomatoes. But now that was no longer important. The main thing was to save her. He was driving along the road where Emma usually drove uphill. The typhoon did not stop and only increased its strength. From the darkness in the distance, he saw the dim glow of a flashlight. He realized it could be Emma. Mason immediately turned the steering wheel of the car towards the poorly visible glow of the flashlight. Having approached closer, a completely wet, frozen girl stood near the pillar. It was Emma. She was wearing a thin dress that did not warm her at all. With the last of her strength, she held onto the pole with both hands so that her fragile female body would not be carried away by the wind. There was a deep cut on Emma's right leg, from which blood was oozing. Mason ran up to her, and Emma simply fell into his arms. She was completely exhausted and asked him if she would die. Mason picked her up with confidence and answered no. They quickly came to the first house they came across. Mason lit the grill standing in the middle of the room near the sofas. He couldn't believe that there was a villa on this mountain. He asked Emma if she had come here before. She was shivering from the cold, silent, and holding her wounded leg with her hand. Mason noticed this and offered to treat her wound. But she answered bitterly that there was no need to do this. Now is not the time for emotions. Perhaps you have caught an infection, Mason said. But the girl said a little louder that she could handle it herself. Mason did not insist and told his plan. The house in which they lived was very low, and perhaps it was flooded, and this villa is located high on the mountain. Therefore, he proposed to move immediately, gather all the supplies they had, and settle in this villa. Emma agreed and asked what her task was. Mason said that she was a woman with an injured leg, so she stayed here and waited for him. At the same time, he reminded her to open the window periodically, because if this is not done, she could be poisoned by carbon monoxide from the fire. The rain and strong wind did not subside, and there was no trace left of the sunny, warm weather. Coming out of Villa Mason, I put on a jacket because it was already cold outside. Snow was added to all other adverse weather conditions. Mason understood that he needed to hurry. He got into his car and headed straight to the house. There was already knee-deep water near the house. Mason hardly opened the door of the house and went inside. The refrigerator was broken. All the vegetables from the garden were washed away before they were ripe. Those supplies from the refrigerator that were designed for 3 days will now be eaten in 1. They have very little food. Mason didn't know what to do. Fishing with such a strong wind was no longer realistic. Even the rat holes were flooded. They had absolutely nothing left. Such is life, it consists of ups and downs. Out of despair, Mason got into the car and asked his imaginary friend James what he should do and where to find food. After thinking a little, Mason went to the zoo. When he drove up to the zoo, Balbus was sitting near its entrance. Mason got out of the car and approached him and said that he needed his help. When he got closer to Goonie, he was badly wounded. He told Goonie that they could hunt together. Goonie would track the prey, and Mason could kill it with a gun, and if Goonie got hurt, he could treat him. He hugged Goonie and wanted to put him in the car. But Goonie didn't budge. He looked into the distance and waited for something. "Hurry up," Mason shouted at him, because if his wound gets infected, he could die. Mason continued to shout at him, saying, "You're not Hachiko's dog, the beater won't come." He tried to force him out of his place. But despite the fact that Mason had been feeding him for several months, the tiger growled at him and did not leave his place. "Damn, Yoke," said Mason. He turned away from him and said that he could not return to him until the storm was over. The dunce lowered his head in frustration. Mason turned to look at him one last time. His wounds were bleeding. The rain and strong wind did not stop enveloping his body. But Balbez faithfully waited, like a true, devoted dog. Mason was already approaching Villa. He told his friend James that this game is too real, Emma. Like the Goonie, sometimes cannot control her emotions. Mason wondered how his brother James managed to always be so calm. Due to the lack of communication, Mason inspired his disguised mannequin and communicated with him as an equal as with an ordinary person. Arriving at the house, Mason was horrified. Emma was lying on the asphalt and there was a bucket next to her. He asked what happened. Emma replied that she wanted to collect rainwater because she didn't want to be a burden. Mason said with a smile that he was grateful to her, but now she couldn't get up. He walked up to her and abruptly threw the fragile girl over his shoulder. She screamed to let her go because they agreed that she was in charge inside, and he was in charge outside. But Mason did not listen to her, and tightly grasping her hips with his hands, he carried her into the house. Emma continued to scream and try to escape. With a slight movement of his hand, Mason hit her thighs with his palm. She screamed once, but at the same time she stopped resisting. "Stop being capricious," Mason said. "Now he is in charge here, both in the house and on the street." He abruptly threw her onto the bed, and he told her to wait until he brought the first aid kit, and if she dared to act without permission, he would kill her. She continued to insist that she did not need help. Mason replied that he himself was not happy to help her. They had little food left. That's what he was thinking about first of all. "It would be better for you to get well soon and stop causing me trouble," Mason said. Otherwise, they risked starving to death. He brought cotton swabs and medicine with which he began to treat the wound on Emma's leg. She asked him where he would look for food. Mason said that he saw a herd of deer in the city, but they ran away from him, and tomorrow he will definitely go hunting. Emma wondered why there was a herd of deer in the city. People disappeared, and the animals simply expanded their habitat. Emma said that wild animals are good at remembering dangerous odors, and in the future, they will be very vigilant if they smell it. Mason wasn't sure about it, but he had a gun. Speaking of weapons, Mason pulled out a gun and said that he found it under Emma's pillow. Emma said all the ammo was there and she didn't need it anymore. But Mason handed her the gun. She was surprised and asked if he wanted to take it. Mason said these are tough times, and having the gun in her possession will dispel any prejudice. Mason told Emma to go to bed early. He needed to get ready for the hunt. Day 121. Everything outside was covered with snow. Mason looked out the window and simply could not believe that it was snowing outside. He was ready to hunt. He had warm clothes on, a backpack packed, and his guns loaded. He was heading to the mountains, which is where Mason thought there should be a herd of deer. Mason did not know how to hunt at all. They never set traps, and he had to rely only on weapons. But he was worried about the words of the girl, who said that wild animals remember the smell of the enemy. Since childhood, Mason had not killed anyone. He doubted whether he had the courage to kill a deer. Just in case, he took several fish cages with him. He hoped that at least some fish would fall into this cage because he did not have any bait. While Mason was driving the car, he did not even suspect that he was being watched. A pack of wolves also walked through the mountains in search of prey. Mason parked his car and headed out to hunt. The forest was quiet, and the crunch of snow could be clearly heard with every step he took. Suddenly, Mason heard the sound of running deer in the distance. Without thinking, he rushed to run towards them. The weapon was ready. He took aim, but the deer disappeared from sight. He heard the deer nearby again. Until now, he had not even seen its shadow and did not understand where the deer was. It seemed to him that the deer anticipated his every move and were simply playing with him. Mason was out of breath. He again thought about the words of Emma, who said that deer are sensitive to the smell of danger. Mason thought it was a waste of time and energy, so he decided to try catching fish in the cage. Even though it was cold outside, the water in the river did not freeze. Mason had serious doubts about whether he could catch a fish with such a strong current. He threw his fish net into the river. He understood that he had no other opportunity to catch fish, and this was the only fish pond. The rope of the cage tightened sharply, and she dragged Mason into the water. He lost his only fish tank, but for Mason, the most important thing was to get out of the water. He was lucky. The river was not deep, and Mason managed to get out. He urgently needs to get home and warm up. Mason saw a deer right near the river. He couldn't believe his eyes, because he had been looking for him for so long, and now was not the most opportune moment. Mason started looking for his machine gun, but it drowned in the river along with the fish tank. Then Mason took out a shotgun. From such a short distance, he should have been able to hit. He only had one chance. Mason collected his thoughts. Despite the numbness of his whole body from the water, he was ready to shoot. The deer was calm and did not feel any danger from Mason. He fired. Due to the strong recoil, the shotgun slipped from his shoulder and hit Mason on the nose with the butt. Mason missed, and the deer began to run away. Blood from the nose began to drip onto the fresh snow. Mason's nose was bleeding and very painful. At that moment, he thought that the game was very realistic. He walked to his car. During that day, he lost a lot of useful things. And at the same time, he felt an overwhelming feeling of hunger. Suddenly, behind him, Mason heard the quiet creaking of snow. Looking closely, he saw two wolves. Who saw him when he was driving a car to hunt? Mason had already reloaded his shotgun and was ready to fight them back. But the wolves turned around and did not follow him. Mason was frightened by the appearance of wolves, but when they began to move away from him, he realized that danger had passed him by. 30 minutes later, he was already home. He quickly entered the room where the grill was burning, where Emma sat naked, wrapped in a blanket, trying to warm up. As soon as he entered, without saying a word, he began to undress. Emma got scared and asked what he was up to. Mason immediately tried to justify himself and told her not to think anything indecent. He just fell into the river and wanted to warm up. Emma turned away and said that he didn't need to rush in and take off his clothes right away. She was scared by his behavior. When Mason undressed, his wallet fell on the bed and opened. He did not pay any attention to it. Emma saw in his wallet a photograph of Mason hugging a girl she didn't know. "That girl of yours is in the photo in your wallet?" Emma asked. "Ex-girlfriend?" Mason answered. "Then why did you break up?" Mason said that he wanted a family, and for her, the relationship was just fun. He asked Emma if she had a boyfriend. "His name is John," Emma said. "He's a PhD from MIT and the CEO of a technology company." Mason said with a smile that he probably had poor eyesight and would have a hard time with her, subtly hinting at his advanced age. Emma turned to him in a rage and said that he had no right to mock her because she was his boss. Mason sat in front of her completely naked and did not expect that she would so suddenly turn around and look at him. Seeing Mason completely naked, she covered her eyes with both hands and said that she didn't do it on purpose. Because she raised her arms, the blanket fell from her shoulders. Mason looked at her naked, elastic breasts and could not take his eyes off. Emma didn't immediately realize that she was sitting in front of him completely naked. When she removed her hands from her eyes, she saw that Mason was constantly looking at her chest. She abruptly took Mason's t-shirt and threw it at him with an exclamation, "Turn away." Mason dodged the t-shirt thrown at him, but before his eyes, he still had Emma's big breasts. It was amazing. Day 122. Mason crawled through the snowy forest. He never gave up trying to track down the deer. He was already close enough to them, and he understood that if he crawled even closer, they could hide in the forest and everything would be in vain. Mason had never fired a real weapon before and was unsure of his accuracy. At the same time, he fired from a shotgun, which is completely unsuitable for long-range shooting. A shot rang out. Mason looked into the distance and realized that if he failed to come closer, they would simply die of hunger. Day 124. They began to communicate more and more. Mason constantly bandaged her leg, and Emma did not complain that he came empty-handed. Emma was very smart, but also very independent. Mason didn't tell her about the wolf pack. Because of her character, she has to force herself to take responsibility. Only now Emma is becoming weaker and weaker, and her wounds show no signs of healing. It had been a long time since they had eaten normally. Mason tried to calm Emma down. He said that everything would definitely work out tomorrow. He even set a trap. It was an ordinary wolf pit, a deep hole covered with snow, at the bottom of which there are sharp stakes. He placed lettuce leaves on the dusted snow to attract deer. Emma said that he should have discussed this with her, because it takes a lot of effort and energy to make such a trap. She was right. Mason simply did not have enough strength to build a second trap. Tomorrow, everything will be decided life or death. A new day arrived, and Mason was driving his car through the forest. He drove up to the trap he had created, got out of the car, and saw that the trap had worked. He came closer, but there was nothing at the bottom. There were traces of blood in the very corner. Mason was happy. This means that the animal has nevertheless fallen into a trap, and now we need to follow its trail. He was full of hope that the deer he came across was badly wounded and fell nearby. After all, if they had only one deer, they would have managed to survive. Having walked a little further, he already saw the carcass in the distance. But when he came closer, he simply could not believe his eyes, because the wolves were already eating the deer carcass. Angry, Mason took out his shotgun and began shooting randomly. He shouted, "Get out! This is my prey." Mason missed more than once, and both wolves, taking with them the remains of the deer carcass, ran away. The cartridges in the bolidus ran out and Mason fell to his knees. He was depressed. All his hopes were crushed. He tried his best to hide his emotions because it was just a game. But emotions took over and he screamed in despair. Day 126. Mason was sitting by Emma's bed. It was 7 in the morning. On the nightstand next to the bed, there was a tomato and a leaf of lettuce. This was their last meal. Emma said that she had not helped in a long time and therefore she did not deserve a portion. Mason said that he would not take this food because Emma was on the verge of death. Emma was embarrassed because no one had cared about her like that before. In fact, she lived her entire childhood under strict control. She spent most of her childhood locked in her room. Her father told her what she should do and what not. She often wondered what was happening outside the window and why she couldn't go out and play like her brothers. But her father forbade her to even think about it. Her father said that sooner or later she would leave the family, just like her mother, who spread her legs everywhere. Her father obliged her to become a normal person and benefit the family. Her father did not stop humiliating her and mocking her. Loneliness was a good teacher for Emma. All her confidence always lay in the fact that she had no one to rely on in life. She was always alone. After what had been said, Emma asked if he thought about her as he really did in her life. He, of course, did not expect to hear such revelations from Emma, but at the same time he said that it had not been easy for all of them. Mason tried his best every day, but he was not appreciated, and now he doesn't even know if he should try at all. Emma asked if there was something special about him that other people didn't have. Only one thought came to his mind. If he is confident in something, then he will never give up. Emma said he needed to try to stand out. After all, if you don't try to outshine everyone else, no one will notice you, and you will not be recognized by others. Loneliness helped Emma shine. After all, she should have understood what to do when she was fighting for her life. Mason asked if he helped her survive. Would he have her approval? He would like to be praised by the manager so that the board of directors would say, "You are such a great Mason. Without you, everything would be over." Emma said that if he helps her survive, she won't be alone. "Then it's time for me," Mason told me. He took a leaf of lettuce from the nightstand and said before leaving, "If he is not back by the 3rd morning, there is a suburb to the east of this cottage where there is a small river. She could find his body there." He left the room and slammed the door. Emma was at a loss. Mason went down to his car where he took the dummy. He carried it into the house, and at the same time said that Emma was right. He never had to fight for anything. He placed the mannequin on the railing that was on the balcony. In this game, he always complained to this dummy, imagining him as his brother James. He always tried to get away from the noisy environment and avoid difficult questions where he would have to make a choice. But Mason understood that he could fix everything: the relationship in the family, studying at school, bringing a girlfriend. But in the end, Mason constantly finds himself squeezed into a corner and constantly complains about the unfair world. He was determined that he would never complain again. Determined to change his character, he pushed the mannequin with his hand, and he began to quickly fall down the cliff. Emma fell asleep, dreaming of the grill heating their house. Then she takes a knife. He approaches Mason, who is lying on the floor. He raises his hand with the knife up, and he begins to cut it. She woke up abruptly and screamed. She was scared. She realized that it was just a dream. For the first time in 3 months, she had a dream. She remembered Mason's words that his body would lie by the river. She couldn't bear the thought that if Mason died, she would have to eat him in order to survive. Day 127. Mason was near the river and a plan came to him. The first time he came to the river, he got closest to the deer. Never again had he been able to get so close. This means the water masks its smell. He knew it was too risky, but he had no choice. Meanwhile, Emma couldn't sleep. Her father's voice sounded in her head, saying that she looked pitiful. She even started seeing her father, who kept saying that she should have listened to him. Now she is a non-entity. only because she did not do as he wanted. Emma waved her hand in his direction and shouted, "Get out." She realized that these hallucinations began to arise due to hunger. Emma put her hand on the last tomato on the nightstand. She remembered that Mason wanted to hear his boss's praise. She promised to hold out for 2 days. But whether he makes it or not, she must continue to live on her own. Several hours passed. Emma just lay there. She couldn't sleep because she was hungry. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound near the bed. Opening her eyes slightly, Emma saw a rat sniffing a tomato lying on the nightstand. Another hallucination. Her father talked about how she should have married John. After all, he is very rich and was soon to die. In order for her to marry him, she must be well-groomed and impeccable. Her father continued to insult her and tell her that she couldn't be strong. She only pretends that she is strong, but in reality she is not. He said that she would die in this bed, after which the rats would eat her. "This is what brings you when you want independence and freedom," her father said. Meanwhile, near the river, the deer found a lettuce leaf lying on the snow, and he started chewing it. Emma pulled a gun from under her pillow and pointed it at her father. She said that she might die a terrible death, but before that she would be at peace. Because she didn't follow his lead, she doesn't need anyone to save her life. The deer noticed Mason aiming a shotgun at him. A shotgun blast sounded, and a pistol shot. A dead deer lay in the snow. Mason began to dig out from under the snow. He approached the deer, put his hand on its head. It was no longer breathing. Mason could not contain his emotions and shouted with joy throughout the forest. Emma started eating the last tomato, and at the same time fry the killed rat on the grill. Before finishing the tomato, she heard someone entering the house. It was Mason. Hearing the smell of food in the house, he chuckled and quietly said that if he had known that she had already eaten, he would not have rushed, after which he fell dead to the floor. Emma ran up to him and asked what happened. She tried to turn him over. His clothes began to crack and ice fell off him. After some time, Emma had already butchered the deer and hung the meat to dry. She heated water on the grill and poured it into the bathroom where Mason was lying. She tried to talk to him, but he didn't answer. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand, and he said her name quietly. She leaned closer to him. He asked her if he had her approval. She immediately began praising him, saying that he was great, and if it weren't for him, she would have died altogether. Mason smiled. He was pleased with Emma's words. He said that the last words that the girl said to him when they parted were, "You don't have anything. What's the point of continuing to communicate?" It was so hard for Mason to gain anyone's approval in this world. Emma completely agreed with him. After a while, Emma prepared soup. She called Mason to eat. He lay a few meters away from her on the bed, but did not answer. Emma walked up to him and brought her hand to his nose. He was still breathing. Emma said she would pay back her debt. He would be fine. She fed him soup. Then she cupped his mouth with her hand and kissed him. Several hours passed. Mason was still cold, but Emma had already covered him with 3 blankets. Mason was shivering from the cold. Emma couldn't bear to watch him freeze. She saw no other way out. Emma took off her dress, threw it on the floor, and then immediately took off her panties and bra, which she also threw aside. She lay down under the blankets next to Mason, hugged him, and began to warm him with her body, saying that everything would be fine with him. The 130th day has arrived. Mason woke up and felt something behind him. It was Emma. He was surprised and embarrassed. Her firm, large breasts pressed tightly against his back, making his skin crawl. He hoped he wouldn't get an erection. Emma woke up too and asked if Mason was awake. She started to remove her hand, but Mason grabbed her and put her back on his body, having said that he was not yet fully awake. Immediately, he realized that he was talking some nonsense, and she might think that he had an ulterior motive. He let go of her hand, and Emma didn't move it away. She asked why Mason broke up with his girlfriend. Mason said that his girlfriend was flighty and did not want a serious relationship, unlike him. He just wanted to start a family. Emma quietly told him in his ear that she wanted this too. Mason did not expect to hear this from her, because earlier she said that she wanted to prove to the whole world that she was on her own. Emma said that this would be her proof. Is being a strong woman the same as being single? Being strong is just a path along which you escape from slavery. She needed to stick to this path, not think about anything else, just run. Wasn't she running from one slavery to another all the time? In the end, Emma didn't know if she could be considered strong when she had never been able to make a choice for herself. Mason couldn't understand her. He never had his own way. Finally, she asked Mason if he wanted to start a family with her. Mason did not expect this and did not immediately know what to answer. She apologized to him and said that she was probably rushing things. Mason took her hand and said that he also had many problems in life, but the most important goal was to create his own family. Family is what keeps him moving forward. They became tenderly and passionately close. Their bodies merged into a single whole, like two halves of one whole. Mason, being on top, he felt his inexperience hindering him, not knowing how to properly realize love with a girl. However, Emma felt it was time to take the initiative into her own hands. She abruptly turned Mason over, gaining the upper hand. Now she was sitting on him. Excitement overwhelmed Mason, and he carefully asked Emma if she was confident in her abilities. In response to his doubts, she decisively slapped him on the cheek. The slap implied that their relationship was not yet one of marriage, but one of mutual respect and support. With her words, they merged into complete harmony. Emma felt his presence within her, and her body was filled with shivers of bliss, like waves splashing on the shore. Emma began to perform intense movements that gave them both indescribable pleasure. Mason, unfamiliar with such experiences, quickly reached his limit under the influence of this hurricane of touches. The scene enveloped both of them in a magic that permeated every fiber of their being, so powerful and exciting that it ended too quickly. While she was lying on him, she remembered what happened to her in her youth. She was sitting tied up in her father's room. The father said that children grow up very quickly, and before he could even blink, Emma was already a grown girl. He said that the time has come for Emma to get a taste of adulthood. Today was her last lesson. The father loudly allowed those standing on the other side of the door to enter. A young guy and girl walked into the room and politely greeted Emma's father as if he were their boss. He ordered them to make love on the couch. The young people obediently began to undress and began the process. Emma was very scared at that moment. She closed her eyes and turned away because she didn't want to look at it. But her father turned her head strongly and forced her to look at what was happening. He said that old John might have problems with movements, so she had to sit and watch the process. The father said that now they should look like relatives. Now her name will be Emma. Emma, with bitterness in her eyes, recalled the events that happened to her several years ago. With his hand, Mason felt a wet spot on the blanket and could not believe his eyes. Emma was also a virgin. Day 160th. Mason has been living with Emma for a month now. He really liked this month. Unfortunately, the frostbite has left its mark, and he often cannot feel his right leg, but is nevertheless able to work. Venison has been gone for a long time. The river became icy due to low temperatures, and ice fishing became their main source of food. Emma also did not want to sit idly by, and Mason worked with her to build a greenhouse. Emma stopped Mason. She said she had a gift for him. He had no idea that Emma would give him exactly this. A few hours later, he was already hunting and shot a deer. Emma's gift was a fur cape made from the skin of the first deer he killed. He could not even imagine that the prey for which he almost died was now easily accessible to him. He put the deer he killed in his car and headed home. On the way, he passed a pillar. Memories came flooding back to him when, during a raging hurricane, he found Emma at this very pillar. Driving past my old apartment, he drew attention to the plane that hit the building on his first day in the game. Mason arrived at the family zoo, the home of his friend Goonie. He began to call the tiger because he had brought him part of the killed deer and wanted to please him. Suddenly, he heard a growl somewhere nearby. It was not only the growl of a tiger. Rushing into the cage where Dunce lived, he saw 4 wolves gnawing from different sides of a tiger lying on the ground. Mason abruptly took the shotgun off his shoulder, and he started shooting at the wolves. His shooting skills improved noticeably, and he even managed to wound 2 wolves. However, they all ran away. He was glad that he managed to drive away the wolves. Mason approached Goonie, but he was severely bitten. Warm blood oozed from his wounds onto the snow. The dunce couldn't even get up. His eyes were slightly open, and life was fading away a little in him. Mason, with tears in his eyes, remembered their first meeting, how he stroked his muzzle and fed him fresh meat. "Sorry I'm late," Mason said. The tiger growled quietly, languishing in pain. Mason stood up and took his shotgun off his shoulder. He pointed it at the tiger and said, "It won't hurt anymore, good boy. I will miss you, and I will definitely avenge you." Tears flowed down his cheeks. Mason closed his eyes and fired. A few hours later, Mason was already lying in the bathroom of his house. Emma lay behind him, wrapping her legs around him, and before Mason's eyes there was a scene with a wounded Goonie. Emma could not understand what was bothering him, to which Mason replied that it was not safe on the street, and he would not want Emma to go out without him. He didn't want anything to happen to Emma. Emma agreed and said she had a lot to do with the vegetables in the shed. She leaned her head towards him and they kissed again. This time, Mason turned to her and was on top. He began to kiss her neck and slowly went lower to her elastic, wet breasts. But he didn't think about love. Hunting was in his head. He had already entered her, and the intense movements caused the water from the bathroom to splash onto the floor. Now he has a family, and he will not allow harm to come to her. Emma moaned with pleasure and scratched his back more and more. Mason will fight for his family to the last drop of blood. Now the wolves are his prey. Mason understood that he would use the cape Emma gave him to hunt wolves. When wolves hunted deer in the forest, Mason was already waiting for them in the bushes. One of the wolves rushed at him, but the shotgun blast was merciless. The rest of the wolves fled. Mason took out his hunting knife and finished off one of his enemies once and for all. He was lying in his bed again, his eyes filled with hatred. Mason was thinking about how he could finish off the remaining wolves. Emma disturbed him. She said that today he was somewhat detached, and if he told her what was happening to him, she could help him. Mason rudely replied that she could not help him deal with the wolves. Emma was a little offended and fell silent. Mason realized that he shouldn't have answered her rudely, after which he hugged her with a smile and said that he could handle the wolves himself. There are only 3 of them left. The hunt began again. The wolves heard Mason approaching, and they began to run away in different directions. One of the wolves stopped by the bushes. He started sniffing. In the bushes, he saw the face of his relative. Then he began to slowly run up to him. But the barrel of a shotgun stuck out from the bushes, and a loud shot sounded, causing the wolf to fall on the spot. The remaining 2 wolves began to watch Mason. Now he had 2 capes. One of them was from the skin of a killed deer, and the second from the first killed wolf. The 2 wolves were aggressive. Now their main target was Mason. Day 170th. Mason practiced shooting bottles in his yard. He could not find the remaining 2 wolves. They seemed to have disappeared. He remembered their fierce looks, and if he didn't kill them, he might end up just like the Goonie. For peace of mind, Mason needed to finally end them. Emma approached him from behind. She cooked steamed fish and grilled meat. She wanted Mason to appreciate her cooking skills. Mason refused. He said that he would pack a tent and leave for a couple of days. Emma was upset when she heard about this. Mason has been leaving early in the morning for several days now and returning late. They can't even eat together. Sorry, Mason said. He had unfinished business that he had to do to keep them safe. Emma turned away and was about to leave, but her emotions took over. She turned around and shouted, "At least tell me what's wrong." Mason couldn't tell her because she would worry. He turned around and began to leave on his own. Emma stood and cried. Day 173. Emma woke up in her bed. She looked out the window, but the window was boarded up with sticks. Mason blocked all the windows of the house with sticks. Emma went outside and asked him why he was doing this. Reluctant to answer that question, Mason said he was just reinforcing their windows and would be done soon. Emma was angry with him. She firmly said that she did not want him to protect her. Mason turned around and said with a smile that Emma should stop joking. Emma was not joking. She showed with all her appearance that she was quite serious. She said that they are returning to the relationship that they had in the first months, as if nothing had happened between them. She said in all seriousness that Mason was simply using her and did not want to start a family since he was behaving this way now. Mason said that he does all this only for the sake of their family. Emma could not stand it and began to demand explanations from Mason. She wanted at least some respect for her. Mason also began to raise his voice and said that there was no way she could help him. She could only help by staying home and resting until he was done. Emma stood silently. She lowered her head in frustration, like a little kitten. Mason didn't have enough nails, so he thought he needed to stop by a hardware store. These 2 wolves outplayed him. There was more and more snow. Soon everything around became white, and the tracks, which were already hard to see, were finally covered with snow. The temperature approached -30 degrees and continued to fall. There was no point in hunting anymore. The biggest problem was how to heat the house. As for the 2 wolves, he needed to strengthen the windows and doors of the house. Emma was starting to get nervous, and Mason didn't want to argue with her about it. Mason arrived at the hardware store. This store was quite well kept and had all the necessary tools. Nails, wire, electrical tape. Mason came across a book. This was a manual for servicing diesel generators. He took off his gloves and began leafing through the book. Suddenly, the TV started working in the store. The game administrator appeared on the screen. Mason had already completely forgotten that this was just a game. She came as a reminder that there was only a week left until the end of the game. Mason had to be ready to quit the game. Emma stood outside the house and wrote a note. She gathered her things and loaded them into the car. In the note, she wrote that they needed time to calm down a little. She's leaving to look for a new place, and Mason shouldn't look for her. Mason, out of anger, smashed the TV on which the reminder was broadcast. He collected all the necessary things in a bag, and now understood how he could fix the generator. Near the store, he heard a menacing growl that pierced the air, like the voice of nature, filling the space with mystical tension. The two mighty wolves that entered the store were the embodiment of the thirst for revenge and intransigence. Mason couldn't believe his eyes. They found him. He killed 2 members of their family, and the wolves wanted revenge. They overwhelmed Mason with surprise, like a storm approaching in the dark night. As soon as he managed to get closer to his shotgun, the wolves were already nearby, standing in front of him, blocking the path to freedom. The shotgun, a powerful weapon, became an inseparable part of this tense situation, as if a symbol of the possibility of destruction or salvation. The situation got a little tense. Mason, filled with determination and devoid of fear, prepared to teach them a lesson. He rushed to the exit, passionately striving to reach your car, like an island of hope in the darkness of danger. However, the deep snow hiding the hole lay in wait for him, and Mason twisted his ankle and fell clumsily to the ground. One of the wolves immediately rushed onto his back, seeing his opportunity. The wolf grabbed the deerskin in his mouth and dragged it without letting go. The second wolf grabbed his leg, not wanting to let go of his prey. Mason unfastened the deerskin. The wolf who was dragging her was thrown to the side. Mason hit the second wolf with his bag, causing him to fall. Taking his knife, Mason squeezed it in his hand, preparing for a decisive confrontation. The battle turned into a duel to the death, where every blow was a real challenge. The second wolf ran up and bit him deeply on the back. Mason spun around, throwing his foot in the direction of his attacker, trying to maintain his strength and will to win. However, at that moment, he discovered that the blade of the knife had broken off, depriving him of his main weapon. The wolf, emboldened by this advantage, rushed at Mason with even greater aggression, like living fire in his eyes. Mason realized that this fight had become a battle of life and death. The wolf bit him on the cheek, but Mason kicked it away, showing his unrelenting strength and determination. The anger and rage welling up within him became his weapon as he stabbed again and again with the handle of the knife. With an accurate blow, Mason knocked out the wolf's left eye, leaving him without a powerful weapon. The wolf fell to the ground, and Mason began to finish it off using the handle of a knife. Blood splashed around, filling the air with violence and rage. But Mason did not stop, not letting up in his rage until the wolf completely stopped resisting. When the wolf stopped resisting, Mason stopped. Threw the handle of his knife near the lying bloody wolf. Leaving the handle of the knife near the bloody wolf, Mason took his bag and continued on his way to the car. His clothes were all torn, and his blood and the blood of the wolf were mixed on it, as if the elements had merged in a battle dance. Memories appeared in his head. He demanded answers from the administrator to his questions. He didn't know what would happen to Emma if he left the game. He couldn't let her stay here alone because she was his wife. But contact with the administrator had already been lost, and it was because of this that he broke the TV that was in the store. Slowly but steadily, Mason moved towards his car, overcoming physical pain and emotional torment. The wolf, with one eye, stood up, refusing to give up. He was burning with hatred and a thirst for revenge, not ready to accept defeat so easily. Mason turned, meeting the wolf's mad determination with his eyes. He understood that he would stop at nothing to take revenge. However, Mason couldn't let that happen. He must protect Emma and provide her with a trouble-free future. Emma drove up to the pole near which Mason found her during the storm. She could not hold back her tears. Her car was parked near a pole, and she was sobbing without stopping. Day 177. Mason tried to get into the car. The wolves gnawed at his legs and did not allow him to do this. Mason couldn't die, not now. A gun fell out of the car's glove compartment. Mason was surprised. He didn't understand when Emma managed to put it there. He took the pistol and fired several times towards the wolves. They were frightened by the shots and ran away. Finally, Mason was able to get into the car and close the door. He was bleeding all over, but still tried to pull himself together. He needed to go back and fix the generator so Emma would have a chance to survive if he left the game. He was trying to bring the car, but all attempts failed. The car wouldn't start. It was too cold outside. The wolves stood not far from the car and waited for Mason to get out of it again. Due to the cold and loss of blood, Mason began to lose consciousness and had already come to terms with death. Mason woke up, all bandaged. He was lying on his bed. Emma sat next to him and calmly watched. Mason asked what happened. She said he was unconscious in the car when she found him, so she brought him home in her car. Mason thought he was already dead. Mason asked Emma if she saw anything else near the car, thinking she might have seen wolves. Emma said his bag was nearby and she took it with her. He suddenly began to get up. Mason wanted to quickly repair the generator in order to turn on the heating. Emma stopped him. With such injuries, his recovery would take several days. But Mason said he couldn't afford to rest. Emma understood that she would not be able to stop Mason because of his persistent nature. Mason came to the garage. He immediately began to repair the generator. With the help of tools borrowed from the store and a repair book, he succeeded. He walked out of the garage, looked at the house from which the light was shining. He was sure that it was worth all the difficulties he had gone through. Mason screamed throughout the street. He was happier than ever with this light. Emma was in the house and calmly cut the meat, because light was not the main thing for her. Mason headed towards the entrance to the house. Near the gate, there was a red car that he had not seen before. He realized that it was in this car that Emma brought him. When he carefully examined the car, he saw that the front bumper was broken and there was a lot of blood on it, and the driver's airbag had deployed in the cabin. Mason coughed and sank to the car wheel. Something is stuck in the front wheel. It was a wolf's fang. Mason began to realize that Emma had killed the wolves. He started to get up but fell back to his knees. Mason coughed even more. There was blood coming from his mouth. He realized that without a real doctor, he would not live long. He headed into the house. He saw that 2 wolf skins were hanging on the boarded windows. Mason walked up behind Emma while she was slicing the meat and put his arm around her waist. He was sad, and Emma asked him how he got depressed. Isn't he super brave? Mason put his head on her shoulder and, asking for forgiveness, said that the boss should forgive the mistakes of her subordinates. Each of them was aware of their contribution to the common cause. They were like a real family. Emma asked if he would like wolf stew. Mason asked her to finish quickly because they had time to make love. Day 178. The sun rose and the city was completely covered with snow. Emma opened the curtains and was surprised. She told Mason to wake up because the snowstorm had stopped, but he just coughed. Mason said he had no strength in his body and couldn't stand up. Emma assumed he had a cold and went to get some medicine. Mason told her not to bother looking. He felt it wasn't a common cold. Emma refused to believe it and continued to look for medicine, reassuring him that she would get him back on his feet. Transporting supplies during a storm, hunting in the cold, repairing a generator, you've survived all the hard times, Emma said. It was a pity that such a capable worker as he was not valued by management, Emma continued. Thank you, dear, said Mason. But Emma has not yet promised to marry him, hinting that they still have everything ahead of them. She handed him a glass of water. Mason took hold of it but could not hold it. Emma wanted to catch the glass but didn't have time. The glass fell to the floor and broke. Several hours passed. Mason opened his eyes. Emma lay on top of him in black velvet underwear. She started to pull the blanket off him and said that she understood his little game, pretending to be sick to get her to take care of herself. She continued to say in a gentle voice that she was not angry with him. She was already sitting on top of him, but he told her to stop. They needed to talk seriously. She was angry that Mason would refuse her at such a moment. Tears began to appear in her eyes, and she clutched Mason's shirt more and more. Unable to contain her emotions, she burst into tears. She screamed, asked him to get up, but Mason could not do it. He coughed again and quietly began to say that he did not have long left. He knew that he would die soon. There should be enough gasoline in the storage facility for 3 months. If it runs out, let her go to the north of the city. There is still a lot of gasoline there. The vegetable seeds were in a black plastic bucket in the warehouse. The diesel generator must work. The service manual contains instructions for its repair. Don't forget to find a new vehicle with a large carrying capacity and be sure to practice shooting, Mason said. Emma didn't stop crying without listening to the end. She hugged him tightly and didn't let go. Day 180th. Emma rolled Mason out into the street in a stroller. He was a little surprised that the snow had stopped. Emma said that it stopped snowing yesterday. It was already quite warm, and Emma was sure that the temperature would soon rise above 0. As soon as the snow melts, she plans to travel towards the north. She wants to find other survivors. Mason turned to her and asked, "Emma, did you love me?" She looked into his eyes carefully. Then she lowered her head and said no. Mason was not upset. This is normal. There was no reason to worry. People like you are only interested in their own feelings. Why should I love you? With bitterness in her heart and tears in her eyes, she continued to say what is so good about you. I am unhappy, and you don't tell me nice things to support me. Whatever happened, everything was on your shoulders. She held his hand, but his hands had already begun to grow cold and did not convey the love and affection that had been there the entire time they lived together. Why are you leaving me? What did I do? You're just a bastard. Emma understood that Mason would not come back, would not help in any way, and would not talk to her. Mason was lying in a new virtual world, with the project administrator standing in front of him. The girl greeted him and congratulated him on completing the level, surviving the Day of Judgment. He didn't understand what had happened to him. He had the feeling that he had lived his whole life. The administrator said that memory loss is a normal phenomenon. This was done in order to prevent the user from confusing reality with the dream world. Over the next month, he will slowly remember what happened to him in that dream. After his mind returns to normal again, it will be easier for him to perceive what happened to him in the dream. It seemed to him that he remembered something. The administrator looked at him without emotion. He only remembered that he had told himself 1,000,000 times that he should not forget. He was sad in his soul, and tears were rolling down his face. Mason asked the administrator if this world would exist after he left. But the administrator replied that it was just a game, and now it's a game of Mason's windows. For him to think, it was just a dream, but he has to live in reality. The receptionist pointed at the screen with her cane and said that the scoring would now begin. Mason heard the characteristic sound of the program and looked at the screen. The screen said Doomsday Survival results. Difficulty level 0, grade B, and 50 bonus points. Grade B. Mason did not understand why he received such a low score. The administrator replied that the assessment was based on the chances of survival of those left in this world, alluding to Emma. Solving problems with wild animals, access to electricity. These elements can increase the companion's chances of survival and the score increases. But if you had reliable equipment and enough supplies, or they would set up a broadcast station to find survivors, or they could tame wild animals. But Mason said that he was an ordinary guy and could not be so professional. But the administrator said that the game was created in order to experience things that you cannot do in the real world. Doomsday Survival is only a test version of the game with 0 difficulty level. The official release of the game is in a month. It will reflect the main content of the game. The administrator pointed to the screen again. It said, Beast Invasion, a game created to improve the poor humanity with the help of players. For subsequent games, a countdown will be shown so that players know when they will get into the game from reality. Mason said that he needed to go back and think about whether to play or not, although he didn't remember anything. But he was sad and very bad in his soul, so he didn't want to play further. But the administrator said that everything is learned by comparison. For example, when Mason made love, he looked quite happy. The receptionist pointed her cane at the screen. Mason turned around and saw him in bed with Emma. Mason began to cover the screen with himself and shout that she shouldn't have seen this because she was violating the privacy of the players. But the administrator said that she was just a controlling robot and did not experience any emotions. Mason asked if Emma had the same memories, to which the administrator replied that she did not have such memories because it was just a virtual game. Mason didn't like the game and asked how he could get out and not play anymore. But the administrator ignored his question and said that in the real world he could contact her by rubbing his left eye. She added that he still had a reward that he could use in the real world, and he could claim it now. Mason agreed to receive the award. It was not in vain that he tried, and asked that the award be sent to him by mail to the address of the company where he works. The receptionist waved her cane, and everything around Mason began to disappear. Before disappearing, the administrator said that the system itself would calculate the reward he deserved. Now Mason stood in a completely black room. Suddenly, bloodshot wolf eyes appeared from behind. Mason remembered that he fought with wolves. Snippets of moments from the fight with the wolves began to come into his head. Suddenly, a huge wolf appeared, 10 times larger than Mason. On the other side, Mason saw a huge prehistoric man with a spear, who was running towards the wolf. It was a revealing scene of how people in ancient times dealt with wild animals. The prehistoric man swung his hand and threw his spear at the wolf. It hit the target and pierced right through the wolf. Mason's reward is a hunting roll. Mason was lying on his bed and the alarm clock started playing next to him. It was exactly 7 in the morning. Mason rubbed his left eye to call up the program, but nothing happened. Mason couldn't figure out whether he was in the game or still sleeping, or whether he was in real life. The program administrator does not understand what is happening. She asked the program why it did not start working with Mason when he rubbed his left eye. The program responded that an error had occurred in the system and the memory control function had failed. The administrator gave the command to track the error code. The error code was number 001. A picture of an error appeared. It was Emma's dream. She dreamed of taking a table knife. He approaches Mason's body and swings a knife at him in order to cut off part of his body. The administrator shouts that she doesn't need to remember this. She gives a command to fix the problem, but the system responds that the required patches were not found in the database. The administrator is disappointed because she is an Android administrator, and if she had been given access to program everything herself, such errors would not have occurred. Emma wakes up in horror. The doctors standing near the bed ask her if she has come to her senses. Tears appeared in her eyes, although she did not remember anything, but in her soul there was sadness and sadness. She turned to the doctors and asked what they were doing in her room. The doctors looked at each other in surprise. One of the doctors said Emma was sleepwalking last night. Emma desperately tried to remember. The doctor said Emma went to the kitchen. She took a kitchen knife and kept saying the word, "I'm sorry." She remembered Mason's face, and tears did not stop rolling down her cheeks. The doctors were worried about what could happen to her, and it would be nice for her to rest by taking a few days off. Emma continued to cry and realized that it was not a dream. She didn't understand what was happening, but her memories were completely real and were much more than just a dream. Mason went out into the street. Many people walked around him, and the city lived its own life. After such a long dream, which he still remembered only in fragments, it was difficult for him to get used to the ordinary world. He walked up to the coffee shop and the barista asked him, like always. The barista said that relatives from his hometown wanted to find them a good son-in-law, whether Mason would like to meet a beautiful girl. Mason went to the fire and began to warm his hands. The barista was surprised that he was cold. Mason smiled stupidly and said that he was a little cold. This dream was quite real, and Mason felt it right now. The barista repeated his question about meeting a girl, but Mason said with a smile that he already had a girlfriend. He remembered his dream and thought about Emma. Although he didn't like the game, he was grateful that he had such happy moments with Emma. He had already approached the office where he worked. It's 7:50. Mason was almost late for work. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. It was brother James. Mason was very glad to see him, because now James was not a dressed mannequin, but looked completely alive. Mason said that he was very glad to see him. James did not understand Mason's behavior, because only one night had passed for him. He did not understand that Mason had lived without him for 6 months. James warned Mason to be careful. There were rumors in the advertising department that the worst employee would be fired. As far as James knew, the company would create a new marketing department, and their department would be cut. James said that due to their poor relationship with Eaton, he might be the first to be fired. Mason was not afraid of being fired, especially after everything that happened to him. He has many options. Why force himself to live by someone else's rules? "Mason, it looks like you've changed," James said. Mason didn't understand him. James said he usually just complained. His thinking has really changed. Now he is used to being responsible for his own destiny. Mason sat down at his desk and folded his hands. For Mason, it had been so long since he had been at work that he had almost forgotten everything. He took out his notepad and started making notes. First, he wanted to call the Foytain Company, then the Spite Company. He stopped. It seemed to him that this plan was not correct. Mason thought the first step would be to gather feedback from new customers. He tore the sheet out of the notebook and threw it behind him. The piece of paper ended up right in the trash can. Mason was visited by some incomprehensible feeling. He tore out another sheet of paper and crumpled it. A few tables away, there was another trash can. He decided to try to hit it. Mason took aim and threw a crumpled piece of paper, but during the throw, his hand seemed to choose the trajectory and force of the throw. It was incredible, and Mason couldn't believe his abilities. He remembered that the reward for the game was an ability, a hunter roll. Mason couldn't believe it. It was just a game. How could it give him the opportunity to use abilities in real life? He decided to try again, but this time he chose the farthest trash can, which was at the end of the corridor. He took aim again and launched the crumpled piece of paper. It hit Eaton, who at that time went out into the corridor and fell under the trajectory of the paper. Eaton stopped and told Mason to come into his office. Mason got angry and understood that this was not a good sign, but he himself was to blame for his misdeed. He walked along a long office corridor, and everyone around him understood that this time Mason had screwed up. Everyone understood that there would be a reduction in their department, and how the devils rejoiced at Mason's misconduct. James looked after Mason in surprise and could not understand what was happening to him today. He walked into the office and Eaton told him to sit down. Mason sat down in a chair and was already prepared for the worst. Eaton poured the tea with a smile on his face. Mason thought he was glad that he could now fire him for misconduct. Eaton said he really underestimated Mason. He didn't understand what Eaton meant by this. Based on the conversation, Mason was sure that he would now be fired, so he boldly began to speak first. For the past 2 years, he has done his job properly, and today was the only day when he made a mistake. Even if he is fired today, his salary for last month must be paid in full. But Eaton said Mason was keeping something back. Mason was scared. He even thought that Eaton had found comments about him on the internet, where Mason called him the most vile names. Eaton stood up abruptly and said with a smile that these 2 years were just a test, his training. A new department is being created in the company, and Vice President Liam personally put in a good word for Mason to work there. Mason tried to get out of Eaton's arms and said that he didn't know Liam. But Eaton did not believe him and continued to flatter him, saying that his potential and contribution to the company were simply invaluable. Eaton said that he always considered Mason a good student, and that is why he loaded him with work. Mason said he was getting ready to leave work. Eaton said it was a great opportunity to grow his career. In confidence, he told Mason that salaries in the new department would increase by 20%, which is why Mason should not leave anywhere. Mason left the office with a smile on his face and told his friend James about what had happened, who could not believe such a turn of events. Mason said that he does not yet know where he could work, and agreed with the transfer. The head of the advertising department overheard their conversation and could not contain his indignation. He approached the table where Mason and James were sitting. In anger, he began to shout that he had done more for the company than the two of them combined. Eaton came up behind him and told him to shut up. He opened the doors to the entrance to Liamu's department and politely asked him to come in. Liam was a young, handsome guy with red hair. He heard the shouts of the head of the advertising department and said that there was a lot of hostility in the department. He directly asked the indignant boss if he really doubted his choice of employees. The head of the advertising department began to sweat with fear and immediately began to quietly say that he had never doubted his decisions. Eaton wanted to show his importance to Liam and sharply criticized the head of the advertising department and said that today he was no longer the boss. The head of the department was completely depressed. Eaton informed everyone that Mason would now be transferred to a new department and his workload would be handled by a new head of advertising. Director Eaton approached James with an offer to head the advertising department. James, without hesitation, said that it was an honor for him. The director said that Mason would not have to work today. He could pack his things and prepare to move to a new department. Mason immediately realized that the director was intent on making an impression, and most likely it was because of Liam. Liam told Mason that the new department was throwing a party at the end of the day and he should be there. In addition, Mr. For Everyone added that no one will be fired from the advertising department, so everyone can continue to work calmly. Mason had never even seen Liam. He didn't understand where such care for him came from. Liam, in turn, looked at Mason. He did not understand why Emma asked him to transfer Mason to a new department. A few hours later, James was already holding his first meeting as the head of the advertising department. This month, the key performance indicators of the advertising department were not up to standard, so he wanted to discuss how to improve them with his new subordinates. James looked carefully at his subordinates, who were not listening to him at all and were each minding their own business. James realized he was being ignored. A former manager approached him and said with a grin that it was not so easy to lead his subordinates. Now his friend Mason is not with them, and now no one will support James. The former boss began to bring discord into the team. He said that they had no potential for further growth, so why should they complicate their lives if they could continue to calmly go with the flow? Mason received a call from his mother. She asked him if he was going home for Chinese New Year. He had not come home for 2 years. Mason said that he could not come yet, but boasted that he had been promoted today, and very soon he would be able to pay off their debts. It was a difficult 2 years, and my mother thanked him for the money he sent. Suddenly, a girl in a light pink dress approached Mason and asked his name. Mason introduced himself. The girl said that her name is Emily. She is the head of the marketing department. She saw Mason's name on the list of new employees and would like to meet him personally. Mason was pleasantly surprised by such a nice team leader. She asked him if he planned to come to the party today. The gathering place accidentally turned out to be the villa in which Mason lived with Emma from the world of dreams. Liam liked to throw parties at his home, and the girl kindly offered Mason to take him there. Mason agreed and couldn't believe he was staying at Liam's house in the dream world. They headed to the car, and the girl immediately began to talk about the rules of staying in Liam's house. He was very particular about cleanliness, so Mason should pay close attention to this when they had lunch together. But Mason did not understand what exactly he should pay attention to. One example was that the girl said that he should clean his soles well before entering the house. Mason immediately remembered how he came to this house after another hunt, and without taking off his boots, carried the carcass of a deer straight to the kitchen. "It's better not to use the toilet in Liam's house," the girl continued. He flashed back to when Emma scolded him for not lifting the toilet lid before going to the toilet. And of course it was forbidden to enter Liam's bedroom. Mason remembered what he and Emma did in the bedroom and was delighted. But Emily did not understand his reaction to the rules she said. Suddenly they heard cries for help. It was a robbery. An unknown man snatched a woman's bag and tried to run away. Mason immediately understood what he needed to do. He took the package from the girl's hands and was about to throw it at the robber. She tried to stop him because the package contained important documents, and she could not believe that Mason would be able to hit the robber from such a long distance. The robber jumped over the railing dividing the roadway. Mason realized that this was the right moment and threw a bag of documents at him. The package hit the criminal in the head. The blow of the package stunned the criminal, and he fell onto the asphalt. Passers-by ran up to the criminal and tied him up, and the girl from whom he stole the bag received it back. Mason and Emily collected the documents that had fallen out of the bag. He understood that he had disobeyed Emily by throwing a package with important documents at the criminal, and expected that she would be angry with him. Emily turned to Mason with admiration. She was not interested in the scattered documents. She was amazed at Mason's courage, boldness, and accuracy. This hit on the thief amazed her. She was delighted and wanted Mason to teach her. Emily thought that initially when they met, she was just playing the office manager, but now Mason is a god in her eyes. She admires him. Mason was pleased to hear praise from the girl he liked. Passers-by also thanked Mason for his assistance in catching the criminal. While Mason was collecting Emily's documents, he saw John's business card. He turned to the girl and wanted her to tell why she needed this card. She snatched the card from his hands and quietly said that this is their most important partner, because the owner of this company is from the Global 100 list. Mason couldn't remember where he heard this name from. The girl said that John had a romantic relationship with director Emma, and they even went on a cruise with him recently. He remembered when they were in the game. Emma said that was her boyfriend's name. Mason said that they had to hurry because they could be late for dinner. He was a little upset because Emma didn't want to date John. He knew that well, but he reassured himself that it was just a game. They arrived at the villa. Emily received a message that the banquet is in the villa's backyard. She began to tell Mason how to get to the backyard, but he, without listening to her, headed towards the entrance. She tried to stop Mason because the villa was huge and she was worried that Mason might get lost. Mason took her hand and led her along. A minute later, they were already in the backyard. The girl noticed that Mason was acting too arrogantly, as if he had entered his own home. Mason saw her. Emma stood in a beautiful evening dress that shone from the sun, and Liam stood next to her. Liam asked everyone to take their seats. The entire marketing department was assembled. Emily hugged Mason and said that they would sit together at the table. He did not expect such a hug from Emily, and believed that they should be more restrained when they first met. She hugged Mason and asked him about his personal life. Emma watched them with her head down in disappointment. She did not yet remember everything that happened to her in the dream, but she understood that Mason was dear to her. Liam started to give his opening speech. He said that they have a chain of 10 supermarkets, and this time they want to move to online sales. Mason asked why director Emma works in the marketing department. Emma told him that it was she who was involved in the development and creation of this department. Emily said that Emma is the daughter of the chairman, and her status is even higher than Liam's. Mason asked where Liam was from because he is so young and already holds the post of vice president. Emily said that Liam was Emma's childhood friend and they had been close since childhood. Emily said that Liam was very smart. He was the best student in school and also a pragmatist. Everyone thought that he and Emma were a very good couple. Mason didn't understand why Emma was dating John. It was some kind of dirty relationship. Emily asked Mason to keep his voice down because they didn't need to know about the lives of these people. But she envied them because she herself wanted to try to be surrounded by successful people. In real life, Mason was heavily in debt and couldn't possibly date Emma, so he wished Emily luck and that she would remember to take him with her when she became rich. Liam finished his opening remarks and now it was time for fun. Music started playing. It was classical music that maintained an atmosphere of peace around. Liam asked Emma to dance. She did not refuse him because the last time they danced was in high school. Mason looked at their dance with bitterness in his eyes. The waiter brought a hot dish. It was a steak. It looked expensive and could correspond to their monthly salary. Emily offered to drink because Mason looked detached, as if he had not seen the world around him for a long time. He agreed that he should have relaxed a little. But even when he was drinking with Emily, Mason couldn't stop thinking about Emma, who was dancing with Liam. He remembered how he and Emma drank. These were unforgettable evenings spent with a beautiful girl. Although Emma danced with Liam, Mason could not leave her mind. The atmosphere in the marketing department was very friendly. Everyone communicated well with each other. Mason listened to the conversation of his colleagues, and they discussed the fact that Liam and Emma are a great couple. They sat at the same desk for many years, and now they work together. And if they don't get married, it will be an unforgivable act. Mason thought Liam was someone he could trust, and he hoped Emma could have a good life with him. Lost in thought, he brought his hands too close to the freshly cooked steak and scalded himself. Emily rose from her chair abruptly and said that he should have been more careful with the hot dish. She quickly walked up to Mason, squatted down in front of him, and began pouring water on his hand. There was nothing serious wrong with the arm, and the burn should have healed in a couple of days. Seeing what was happening, one of the department employees said that they had a new couple. Emma looked at them sadly when everyone thought it was hilarious. Suddenly, the named guests arrived at the event. It was David, one of the most influential people and closest to John. He said that he had come to congratulate Emma on taking office. But he was unhappy that John's fiancée was dancing with another man. Mason asked Emily who this guy was. Emily told him who he was and that he was John's representative. Liam explained that there was nothing between him and Emma. They were just dancing, because it's normal to spice things up at a party with dancing. Emma began to flatter David in order to distract his attention from what he had seen. She thanked him for being able to attend their party. David stared at Emma's breasts. Her dress only emphasized her curvy figure. Emma invited David to come to her company office tomorrow if he wanted to discuss work issues. David said that since he came to the celebration, he would also like to take part in it. He invited Emma to dance, since they had such an opportunity as part of the holiday. Liam wanted to stand up for Emma and said that they were just old acquaintances, which is why they danced together. Therefore, Emma should not dance with David, whom she does not know well. David was much higher in status than Liam, so he asked him not to think too much about it, because it was just a dance. After which he corrected himself and said with disdain that Liam should not think much at all. Liam could not answer and stood silently. Emma took Liam by the shoulder and moved him aside to calm the situation. She said that Mr. David was their partner and they should be more lenient. David approved of her behavior and asked her to dance. Emma had no choice but to agree. Emily said that it was a dishonest act. It was disgusting to watch them dance. David told Emma that Boss John had arranged everything and he had come to arrange a meeting with her. Emma thanked David for his help. She didn't want this at all, but she had no choice. She had to meet John and then marry him, because that's what her father wanted. David said that his help was not worth gratitude and pulled Emma closer to him. But Emma pushed him aside and told him not to violate boundaries when dancing. David apologized, but his apology was not sincere. It was just a game. David understood perfectly well that Emma was marrying John only because he was incredibly rich. Liam was at his limit. He loved Emma, but he also understood that his social status was not enough to date the beautiful Emma. He was filled with anger when he watched Emma dance with David. David began to lower his hand to Emma's buttocks, but she tore his hand away from her and screamed that he was dancing disgustingly. David began to apologize again and insisted on continuing the dance because he had not danced for a long time. Emily was ashamed to watch this, Because with this dance, David humiliated not only Emma, but also Liam. All David could think was that Emma was just a two-faced bitch, and he wouldn't mind making love to her either. But David saw that Emma wasn't giving him a single hint, which made him angry. During the dance, David decided to step on her dress, which he did with a smile on his face. Emma pushed him away from her. One strap of the dress came off. At the same moment, a piece of hot fried steak flew into the air. It fell right into David's eyes. Emma fell to the asphalt and David jumped in pain. David called his guards and told them to find whoever threw the piece of meat at him. One of the guards approached the table where Mason and Emily were sitting, but each of them had a piece of meat on their plate. Fortunately, Emily put half of her piece of meat on Mason's plate. Emily did not expect such an act from Mason, because even Liam did not dare to do anything to David, and Mason acted like a man. Emily liked Mason more and more. 2 guards went around all the tables, but everyone had a piece of meat. David ordered them to search further until they found the culprit, because a piece of meat could not fall on his head from the sky. Suddenly, Emma, who was helped up by Liam, slapped David in the face. The impact caused David to fall onto the asphalt. Emma held the strap of her dress and told David to get out of their party. Mason looked at her and didn't believe that Emma could flare up like that. He was glad that he didn't catch it in the game. David stood up and was furious. He had been disgraced in front of everyone. He couldn't just leave it like that. Liam intervened and told him to behave or he would call the police. David couldn't calm down. His guard whispered something in his ear. After that, David came to his senses and said that they would see each other tomorrow. Liam did not think that David would make concessions. Emma asked him not to pay attention to this because she needed to change clothes. And so the party ended. But Emily still had plans, so she and Mason were sitting at the bar. Emily said that she didn't like it when Mason called her the head of the department. She asked to call her by name. Emily couldn't believe that she had met a guy who was more attractive than Liam, who was not yet married. Mason was the one she needed. She was already planning to make love with him today. Mason said he didn't really want to drink today. He only had $400, and his payday was still a week away. Emily thought that she had come across a stubborn guy and she needed to fight for him. The girl said she didn't want to drink alone, so she proposed an arrangement where she would have 3 drinks and he would have 1. Mason agreed. He thought he could get her drunk quickly and spend less money on snacks. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Mason tried to wake Emily up. He wanted to find out where she lived so he could take her home. As soon as Emily woke up, she immediately started dancing, and Mason realized that she shouldn't drink anymore. She stood on the table and felt a little dizzy. Unable to stand on the table, Emily fell straight onto Mason. Her breasts were right on Mason's face. Mason wanted to get up quickly, but this position suited Emily. She began to gently play with her tongue near his ear. And with your right hand, stretch his shirt. She lay completely on top of him and touched his body in a way that caused him an extraordinary surge of excitement. The bartender approached them and awkwardly said that he didn't want to interrupt them, but the establishment was now closing. The bartender handed over the check. Mason was horrified, because their evening cost exactly $400. Mason didn't know where Emily lived, so he brought her to his home. Emily came to her senses a little and asked Mason where he was taking her, to which Mason replied that he didn't know where she lived, so he brought her to his home. Emily said that Mason is a naughty person. He only knows her 1 day and is already taking her to his home. Mason asked her to tell her where she lived, and then he would take her home in a taxi. But Emily didn't want to eat home and didn't mind staying at Mason's. Mason didn't pay attention, but an unknown man was watching them in his apartment. Mason carefully laid the exhausted and graceful Emily on his bed. She softly asked for a hug, her eyes shining with longing and anticipation. But Mason, resisting the exciting desire, refused, asking her to just lie down and calm down. Mason wanted to avoid a possible scandal, especially given his recent transfer to a new department. Emily reported that she felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if she was on the verge of passing out. She slowly began to rise from the bed. Her movements were weak, barely perceptible. She stood up in a vulgar, seductive way, as if playing her own game of temptation. She then boldly stood in front of Mason, gently kneeling down. Taking him by the shoulders, she gracefully pushed him onto the bed, causing a wave of energy and passion. Her breasts gently, like a sigh, clung to Mason's face, captivating him with their skillful seduction. Emily decided to begin the final battle as her mind gradually cleared. She sat dominatingly on him, enjoying seeing how long he could maintain the facade of an obedient boy. Mason, standing on the verge of excitement, restrained his passions with the last remnants of strength. Emily untied her seductive dress, leaving her bare, ample breasts covered by only one bra. Mason grabbed her hand and quietly warned that if they continued in this direction, they would face serious obstacles. Emily let out a playful laugh and stated that Mason himself was beginning to feel the passionate fire burning around them. She slowly began to unfasten the belt on his pants, smoothly running her fingers along the strong fabric. Whispering into Mason's ear in a quiet voice, she encouraged him to relax and let her take control. Mason could not understand how a young and healthy guy could withstand such a whirlwind of passion and excitement. But at a certain moment, Emily stopped and became quiet, as if surrendering to the power of sleep. He slowly turned to face her, a smile playing on his lips as he realized that she had fallen asleep, lying comfortably and calmly on him. Mason covered her with a blanket while she fell sweetly in his bed. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and today Mason had to sleep on the sofa. He was almost asleep when he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. Having risen a little from the bed, Mason saw an unfamiliar man in his apartment. The man stood next to Emily's bed and pulled off her shorts. He looked forward to further pleasure. Mason went into Emily's room to stop him. Mason loudly asked who he was and how he got here. The man was calm and asked Mason not to shout. He said that the girl was drunk and he wanted to have fun with her. Mason couldn't believe his ears. How could a stranger get into his home, behave so calmly, and still take advantage of his girlfriend? Mason couldn't stand it, ran up to the man and tried to strangle him. But the stranger was clearly stronger and more experienced than Mason, so he easily threw Mason over himself, cooling his ardor. While Mason was lying on the floor, the stranger said that he was quite strong, but he didn't want any trouble. The stranger sat down on Emily's bed again and began to take off her panties. He told Mason that he would owe him for allowing him to have fun with Emily. The stranger suggested that Mason wait until he had money, after which he would pay him for the girl, because he had not touched a woman for 20 years. The stranger had already completely removed Emily's panties and threw them on Mason's face. Mason told him that he was a completely sick bastard. He took a nearby chair and began to attack the stranger with it. But the stranger was strong, and with one blow of his hand, he broke the chair into small pieces. The stranger was indestructible and still felt calm, anticipating how he would have fun with Emily. Mason didn't know what to do, but since he couldn't stop the stranger himself, he decided to call the police. He said breaking and entering for the purpose of rape is punishable by law. Mason had almost started to dial the number, but the stranger was more afraid of this than of the chair, so he hastily stopped Mason. The stranger said that he had not been in the country for almost 20 years, and he did not know what the principles were now, because previously such possession of women was normal. Mason didn't believe the man, and he didn't impress Mason with his excuses. The stranger said that this was his home 20 years ago, and he returned to take what was hidden here. He headed to the corner of the room and began to feel the floor. At some point, one of the planks began to wobble, and he picked it up. There really was a hiding place there. The stranger was surprised that no one found the box he left 20 years ago. The box was full of jewelry. The stranger said that 20 years ago, this apartment was full of prostitutes and gold, and no one even dared to bend down to take the gold lying on the floor, because if a girl wanted gold, she could only remove it from her finger with her mouth. Mason listened to him carefully, but at the same time said that he did not care about his past life. But the stranger again asked him not to call the police, because he stopped in time and did practically nothing. The stranger said that he has his own rules of life, and he is not at all a hooligan bastard. Mason said that he should call the police and tell them what happened. The stranger said that Mason might be a man of honor, but even if he reported to the police for gold, Emily would say that it was Mason who pestered her and not the stranger. The man took out a small box from his hiding place and handed it to Mason, asking him to forget what happened between them. Mason didn't need his handouts, but the stranger said that the ring that was in the box was made of iron and was worth nothing in itself. But in fact, this ring was very unusual. From the day the stranger took possession of him, he dreamed of only one woman. She was wearing a red coat, holding a gold cane and blue eyes. But the stranger could not remember where he saw her and what she told him. But he clearly remembered that this woman beat him. Mason understood that the stranger was talking about the program administrator. The stranger headed towards the exit and advised Mason not to throw away the ring because it could be useful to him. The stranger had already left and slammed the door behind him. Mason looked at the box and thought that this ring was definitely connected with the dream system. When he opened the box, the ring with a red stone in the middle glowed brightly. His left eye activated the program, but this program was somehow different from the usual dream system. In front of him stood a hologram of a girl in a white suit. She greeted Mason and said that she was the developer of the dream system. Due to strong pressure, she could only leave such a message. She wanted to warn Mason that he was trapped. The dream system erases the boundaries of social class, law, and morality in reality. After playing the game, it is difficult for users to find that their perception of the real world changes. A break with reality in the dream system leads to degradation, greed, violence, and criminal tendencies. Other developers like to play with human destiny, and she can't convince them to return the game system to be reworked. With this warning, she hopes to warn Mason to be attentive to his changes and not fall into lust. At each level, the developer left tools that would help Mason get rid of the system. He had to find it in the game. After that, the message was interrupted. Mason was at a loss. The developer looked the same as the administrator. Mason thought that he was quite normal and would not break the law. Mason thought that this man met a girl 20 years ago, and he discovered the game as soon as he moved here, which means this particular ring is the console for launching the game. He put the ring back in the box, and at that moment the alarm rang. It was exactly 7 in the morning. Emily suddenly woke up. She sat down on the bed, but was surprised when she discovered that she was not wearing panties. Half an hour later, they were already going to work together, Emily hugging Mason with admiration. Mason, as always, went up to the coffee shop, and the barista finally understood why he didn't want to meet his relative, since Mason came with a girl. The barista said that for them today, everything is at the expense of the establishment. They walked into the office building in an embrace. The employees discussed their joint appearance among themselves. The former head of the advertising group had been in love with Emily for a long time, and the fact that Emily came to the office today with Mason greatly angered him. Emily suggested that Mason go to the cinema tonight. She knew a good cinema that only couples could go to, and she was glad that now she could visit it. Mason had no money at all, but he didn't know how to hint to Emily about this, so he saw only one way out: to borrow some money from his best friend. Emma walked towards them. She was dressed in an elegant beige dress that perfectly emphasized her luxurious body shape. They said hello, but Mason could not look Emma in the eyes, remembering what happened between them. Emma looked at them intently and said that their relationship was developing quite quickly. Emma also remembered her dream very well. It seemed to her that Mason was rather slow, but he started dating Emily so quickly that he even impressed Emma. Emily said with a smile that just last night she thought he was a very modest person, but he was able to lull her vigilance. Mason was shocked by what Emily said and stopped her so that she would not say anything unnecessary. Emily's words already caught Emma's attention, which made her very tense. She couldn't say anything because she didn't know that Mason remembered her dream too, but her feelings for him were still strong. Holding back her emotions, Emma said that she was happy for them, but they were at work, and their relationship should not affect their work schedule. Emily asked why Principal Emma was so interested in their relationship. She both wanted to limit it and encouraged it. Mason said they should work first and then deal with personal relationships. Emily let go of his hand and was offended that his girlfriend didn't want to hear that from her boyfriend. He shouldn't have supported Principal Emma. Emily said that now Mason is not alone, and he should think of them as a family, unless, of course, he just wanted to fool around. Mason agreed with her words, confirming that they were now close to each other and he should be more nice to Emily. These words cheered Emily up. She was in a good mood again. She hugged Mason and said that she would be waiting for him after work on the first floor. As soon as they separated their embrace, Emily took his hand and put it on her buttocks, because next time she wanted Mason to take the initiative himself. Liam was in the same office as Emma. She was depressed from what she saw this morning. Liam asked what was wrong with her mood. She coldly replied that she had a lot of work due to the opening of a new department. Liam came closer to her and said that he had known her for many years, and she would not be able to deceive him. He realized that Emma was excited about something. He walked up to the table and hit it with both hands. Liam asked directly if she was upset with Mason. She was still cold and said without showing any emotion that she didn't understand what he was talking about. At that moment, Mason entered the office. He reported to Liam that he had finished his report. Just in time, Liam said, and invited him into the office. Emma tensed even more. Liam studied the report. It was clean, neat, and understandable at a glance. Emma and Mason did not look at each other and were as tense as possible. Both felt each other's feelings. Liam asked Mason why he was sad because he praised his report. Mason said he was just staring at a potted houseplant. At first he looked at it, having absolutely no idea what kind of plant was in front of him. But the next second, his heart began to beat much faster, as if it had picked up the excitement hiding inside Mason. And suddenly, a bright picture emerged in his memory. It was a tomato seedling. Emma stood up alarmed and put the keyboard aside, peering at Mason with interest. Her eyes sparkled with hope as she asked him if he had seen a similar plant anywhere else before. Mason replied that this plant is connected with many of his memories, as if permeated with a thin thread of time. Vivid images began to appear in his head, where Emma, in their native garden, was planting and watering seedlings. Resolutely drives rats away from them. The memory of the last tomato they had left during the days of hunger and exhaustion came to mind, and Mason's heart sank from the memories. Emma's heart filled with hope, as if this was not just a dream, and she eagerly awaited an answer from Mason about where he saw this mysterious plant. Mason's heart beat even stronger in his chest, and sadness clouded his eyes like a thick fog. He began to remember his boss's words that everyone is destined to have their place in this world. The words of the game administrator, who said that everything that happened to him was just an illusion. Mason remembered the words of the game developer, who warned him not to confuse reality with the game. He remembered Emily, who looked into his eyes with hope and said that they were now a real family. Mason was faced with a difficult choice. Doubts and fear filled his soul. He could now throw himself into the arms of Emma, who was waiting for this with hope in her eyes, despite Liam's social status and other employees who would simply not understand his behavior. During all the time spent in this virtual reality, Mason fell in love with Emma with all his being. Although he did not remember everything that happened to them, but his soul and body could not be deceived or deprived of memory. Everything around froze in anticipation of Mason's answer, as if holding your breath. The flames of fear and confusion melted his heart, covering his face with drops of sweat. Mason painfully tried to formulate what was seething in his soul. Mason lowered his head and squeezed out that he often saw this plant in his childhood, when he lived in his hometown. Mr. Liam looked at Mason in disbelief, seeing his agitation, and stated that, judging by his emotions, this plant, connected to Mason's past, was hiding something much deeper and more significant. Mason tried to relieve the tension and hastily justify himself, arguing that it was impossible to hide any secrets behind ordinary tomatoes. Looking at Emma, Liam noticed that she was also tense. Although she carefully hides her emotions, he asked her why she even grows tomatoes in the office. Emma was confused and didn't know how to respond, and different options flashed through her head as she tried to find the words. But Emma was adept at dealing with difficult situations, and she smiled, declaring that she had simply mixed up the seeds and had not paid attention to the plant until it had grown so large. Mr. Liam laughed, and Mason felt relieved, realizing that he had done the right thing, because no one suspected that he was not the only one who remembered this dream. The report calmed Mr. Liam, and Mason, although he felt satisfaction from his work, his mental tossing still weighed on him most of all. After such emotional stress, he went to the restroom to wash his face with cold water, at least for a while, to free himself from thoughts about his long sleep. Liam also left Emma's office, and real emotions were now clearly visible on her face. Tears streamed down Emma's cheeks, and she wondered how difficult it was to hide her emotions. But she knew that if she hadn't held back, no one would have understood or accepted this situation. Mason turned off the tap and thought, realizing that the game developer was right, and he had fallen into a trap from which it would be difficult for him to escape. You could do anything in the game, and he wondered what would happen to him if he got used to killing, hunting, or even Emma's presence, how it would affect his real life. Buttoning the top button of his shirt, Mason thought about his situation, because he was just a junior employee of the company, and she was the daughter of the director himself. The likelihood of them meeting in the future seemed extremely small. Emma looked at the sprouting tomatoes and realized that the dreams they shared seemed so real, as if they had lived their whole lives together. But they were just dreams, and she should forget about them. Both of them understood that everything that happened to them was just a fantasy, a dream that was better not to remember. But no one knew that this dream was shared by both of them. The twilight hour has arrived, and the shadow of the office building has swallowed up employees heading home to different parts of the city. A feeling took root in Mason's heart that now, with Emily next to him, he had found something special, and shyly turned to his friend James and asked to borrow some money. Like magic, Emily was waiting for him near the office exit, and her presence filled Mason with warmth and joy. As the elevator slowly descended, Mason toyed with the idea of spending the first part of the evening eating dinner and then going to the cinema, immersing himself in a world of fantastic adventures. When Mason stepped outside, his eyes went to Emily, but their gaze was interrupted by the sight of a scene that immediately narrowed his heart. Emily was talking with a former advertising executive whose desire to win her attention could be traced over the years. She clearly tried to avoid him, trying to end the conversation, but he insisted on continuing. Mason approached them with a feeling of anxiety, captured by curiosity, and asked what was happening here. Immediately he turned to Emily, worried about whether this young man was hitting on her. Her head bowed and she admitted that he just wanted to talk. The former boss intervened with words filled with mockery, warning Emily not to get involved with a liar and a hypocrite like Mason. With these words, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a hint that now that Emily knew the whole truth, she must make the right decision. The negative impression from these words pierced Emily's heart, and she was depressed on the verge of breaking. But Mason urged her not to pay attention, claiming that this man was always trying to harm him. Mason gently took her hand and suggested they start the evening with dinner before going to the movies, hoping to overcome the tension and restore their connection. However, she quickly dodged, avoiding his touch. Emily's heart was heavy, and with regret she admitted that it was better for them to part. Mason turned away, his gaze rushing into the distance, meeting the sunset which reflected his inner emptiness. Suddenly, Emily said that despite the guy's character, they were not honest with each other. She immediately asked what his family's debt was. Mason turned to her and whispered that they owed $200,000. However, such a huge amount was exorbitant for people, ordinary workers like them, and Emily shuddered in fear, feeling anxious. Mason looked at Emily with sadness and regret, and again asked if she was sure of her desire to leave. She replied that she was just a simple girl from an ordinary family and did not have the opportunity to help him. Mason was upset because he saw that what was important to her was money and debt, not love, a word that had no meaning to her. Emily was overcome with embarrassment and asked Mason to forget about what happened between them, saying that she was simply not good enough for him. Remembering the moments when Mason behaved strangely with another girl named Emma, she thought that perhaps he was only trying to attract the attention of his superiors in order to solve his financial problems. And as quickly as it began, their romance came to an end. Mason felt the words crumble between them, leaving behind only a bitter feeling of disappointment and emptiness. It was already late evening and Mason was on his way home. This is not the first time such a situation has happened to him. When he was in college, his first love left him for the same reason. With bitterness in his soul, Mason slowly climbed the stairs of his house. It seemed to him that the debt that constantly closed his mouth haunted Mason throughout his life. He once wanted to start his own business, but never found a project that would attract his attention. Entering the apartment, Mason was very surprised. Something was cooking on the kitchen stove. At first, he thought he had forgotten to turn it off. But going into the kitchen, he saw the same uninvited guest who claimed that many years ago this was his apartment. The stranger's face was covered in bruises and cuts. He calmly greeted Mason as if his presence in the apartment was natural. His behavior infuriated Mason, after which he screamed and attacked him, shaking him with all his might and asking how he ended up here again. On this day, Mason was accompanied by nervous stress everywhere, and this time he simply lost his temper. He shouted at the stranger that this was no longer his home. This time, the stranger did not offer any resistance. He asked Mason to calm down, because today he had not found a job and he simply had nowhere to go. Mason angrily pushed the stranger out the door of the apartment. He did not listen to him at all, and said that if he appeared in the apartment again, he would call the police. Having closed the doors, Mason calmed down a little because today his day was full of troubles. After that, his gaze went to the pan bubbling on the kitchen stove, and Mason became interested to see what the stranger wanted to cook. When he opened the pan, an incomprehensible brown liquid was bubbling in it. Mason had never seen such a dish before and doubted the edibility of this creation. A few minutes later, the apartment door opened again from the inside. Mason turned to the stranger with an incredibly pleased face. He asked the stranger to come inside for a minute. The upset stranger sitting on the landing was surprised by Mason's behavior. Mason called the stranger to the pot of food. When the stranger approached, Mason simply screamed with admiration and enjoyment of the prepared dish. They both calmed down a little. Mason said that with such skills, he could get a job in any restaurant without any problems. The stranger looked at Mason with a smile, finally introduced himself. His name was Logan, and also said that he had spent most of his life in prison. Logan spent the whole day looking for a job, but due to the fact that he doesn't understand smartphones, resumes, and of course, because of his criminal record, no one wants to hire him. Mason looked at Logan with interest and asked if he was interested in collaborating with him, because he had long planned to open his own restaurant. Logan confidently answered that as long as Mason was not interested in his criminal record, he agreed to work with him. Mason replied that he was not interested in what Logan was doing before their meeting. Starting next week, he would start purchasing everything he needed. Logan again asked the departing Mason if he was sure that he did not want to know what his criminal record was, because many were afraid of him like fire. But Mason was not the kind of traitor who violates the terms of the agreement. He is not interested in his past, and Logan, in turn, works for him. The game had long ago taught him that if a person wanted meat, he would have to tame a wolf. And if a tamed wolf wants meat, he will not dare to attack the hand that feeds him. If so, then we will be partners, Logan said. Mason immediately asked Logan where the jewelry he had hidden was, because they could immediately invest it in the startup capital. Logan scratched his beard and said that he had recently met a beautiful girl with whom he wanted to have fun, and it turned out to be expensive, so he gave her everything he had. Mason couldn't believe his ears. He couldn't imagine that so many jewels could be lost so quickly. He hoped so much for these jewels. The money he had accumulated was clearly not enough to open his own restaurant. Mason's phone rang. It was Emily. Mason was angry with her and did not understand why she was reminding herself again, because he had only switched to other thoughts. Her voice trembled. She apologized to Mason for saying too much today. Mason did not want to listen to her pathetic excuses and asked to quickly end the conversation because he was no longer interested in communicating with her. Emily said that she wanted to help him. She had found a way to make money quickly. Mason was not ready to hear these words. Meanwhile, at the company office, Mr. Liam was in Emma's office. He said that he was very pleased with the new employee, Mason, because he gave him work for a whole week, and he did everything in one day and very well. Liam now calmly said that he was wrong about the fact that there were feelings between Emma and Mason, because Mason was a truly talented employee. Emma asked him not to suspect her, and not to think that he knows everything about her, or she should remind how many secretaries she has already fired. At the same time, the secretary carefully entered the office and warned Mr. Liam that the car was already waiting for him below. Remember the ray and the sun. Emma, as usual, did not like Liam's new secretary, nor did she like their constant sexual relationship. Liam turned to Emma and said that they had agreed not to interfere in each other's personal lives, so she shouldn't worry about his secretaries. At this time, Mason was walking through the city at night to meet Emily. He was very uncomfortable, and he didn't understand how he could trust her so quickly about making quick money. Finally, he found Emily, who was standing on the street with her friends. The fat one was called Becca, and the skinny one was Barbara. Mason immediately noticed their extravagant appearance and asked why they dressed like that. Barbara immediately explained that clothes attract the attention of viewers, and the more viewers there are on the stream, the more profit they will receive. Mason immediately asked if he needed to dress like that and what he needed to do, to which Barbara replied that his clothes were already ready, and his main task would be throwing darts. Emily added that they already have 2,000 subscribers, and income from the stream will be divided equally. Mason needed money. He agreed to do anything for the sake of money, and was already changing into the clothes prepared for him. The girls sitting in the next room were discussing preparations for the stream, and Barbara immediately asked Emily why she called this guy, because their channel was created to show their attractiveness and not to throw darts. Barbara suggested that it would be too boring content, but Emily, confused, tried to justify herself and assumed that viewers would like it. Becca said that first everything had to be agreed upon with them, and then they would invite anyone because they created the channel together. But Becky already had a plan for how they could catch the wave of popularity. She figured that Mason was unlikely to agree to their proposals, so he would either leave or they would make a really good stream. Mason came out of the dressing room. The girls froze in surprise. Mason was dressed in leather pants, a hat, and a belt with a ring in the middle of the chest intended for role-playing sex games, and his face was covered with a mask. Barbara said that this is exactly what they need, but why does he need a mask? Becca assumed it was so that no one would recognize him. Mason said that he did not want this stream to subsequently affect his personal life. Emily barely squeezed out the words that the rules had changed a little, but he would understand everything a little later. Becca said with a smile that now instead of just throwing darts, He will be shocked. Emily was very worried about Mason and said that the force of the blows was minimal. Mason was ready to do anything for the sake of money and said with confidence that he was ready to start. Emily turned on her phone and streamed YouTube. Becca and Barbara immediately appeared in the frame and told subscribers that something new and exciting awaits them today. This time they are making a deadly challenge. Electric dart throwing. As they can see, they have a metal mesh under tension. And of course, there is a target, and if the participant misses, he gets an electric shock. Becca decided to demonstrate what would happen to a piece of meat if it was thrown onto an electric grid. As soon as the meat touched the mesh, it immediately began to crack and melt like in a frying pan. Now is the time to showcase the participant in this test. His name is Pervert, and it is he who will be on the verge of death today. 10 darts will be used. If you like the look of the pervert, subscribe to us. Write about it in the comments and support us with a like, Becca said. The girls were simply delighted by the huge number of spectators and the rapid rise in popularity. But Emily only thought that she needed to reduce the electrical voltage. She still had feelings for Mason and couldn't let him get hurt. Just as Emily wanted to lower the tension, Becca stopped her. She didn't want them to be seen as a trash studio that was cheating viewers. The game has already begun. Emily tried to convince Becca to lower the tension because he could actually get killed. But Becca only cared about the views. The main thing is making money and retaining views, and everything else can wait, Becca said. She started shouting at Mason, because if he thought that money was easy to earn, then he was clearly mistaken. If he does not agree to play honestly, he can immediately leave, because there will be no turning back. Mason took one of the darts and threw it at the board. The dart flew past, barely touching Becky's hair, after which he hit exactly the center of the target. Mason looked confidently at Becca and said that it was high time to start. She couldn't believe that he had hit the target so easily, because she had expected something completely different. Becca began to communicate with the audience and said that after the first hit, you can increase the distance. Emily tried to intervene, because this is the distance used at the International Championship, but Becca did not care, and she shouted threateningly at Emily, saying that it was her broadcast. Mason did not want to listen to these women's screams and stepped back a little. He took the dart again and threw it at the target. Right on target again. It was amazing. Even the girls were delighted with his accuracy, not to mention all the viewers of the broadcast. Mason didn't stop, and with every step back, he threw. The number of viewers and subscribers increased exponentially. Mason understood perfectly well that having his gift after the first dream, he simply could not miss, and was confident in his uniqueness. Becca was counting on the fact that Mason would taste the electric shock more than once today, which might please the audience. But he didn't miss. She continued to comment on the incredible hits of the pervert, and the distance was already twice as long as at the World Championship, with only 6 throws remaining. This is the 5th accurate throw, and he continues to increase the distance. 6th hit in a row. The numbers for all indicators continued to increase. An excellent 7th hit. The pervert was already at the door, and there was nowhere to retreat further. Will he really open the door and move on? But suddenly the darts fell to the floor. Becca didn't understand why he stopped. The pervert addressed the audience. He asked them if they knew that the studio wanted his success to be doomed. He didn't like it, and he didn't want to be a part of it anymore. I don't understand why people like it when someone fails, and I'm probably not cut out for this business, Pervert said. Therefore, the performance is over. After these words, Mason opened the door and left the studio. The stream was stopped. The girls were confused about what happened, but suddenly all the comments disappeared. They didn't understand why this happened, and Becca assumed that it was most likely due to her inhuman attitude. But Barbara and Emily, looking at the results of the stream, opened their mouths, not understanding what was happening. It was just dawn outside. Mason was still sleeping due to a late adventure, but he received an unexpected call on his phone. It was Emily who said just 4 words, "Mason, you went viral." Mason quickly came to a clear consciousness. He did not understand how he became popular. He immediately thought it was because of his clothes. When Mason got dressed and left his room, he was surprised. There was black rice porridge and a variety of snacks on the table. Logan stood in the kitchen and said that this was his favorite breakfast combination. Mason didn't even know what to say. Although he hadn't tasted anything, the appearance of these dishes was not very good. He thanked Logan for his concern, but said that he was in no hurry, because there was still a lot of time before the restaurant opened. But Logan was not happy with this, because he thought that the opening would only take a couple of days. Mason perfectly remembered what he told Logan, But at the same time, he understood that he had no money at all. Logan was counting on opening a restaurant. He needed a regular income because he wanted to start the life of a simple working person. After some time, Mason was already near his office. Emily and her friends were already waiting for him there. Mason didn't want to talk to them and tried to just get around them, but the girls wouldn't let him pass. They begged him to give them a chance. This time he managed to escape, but now they met him at the entrance to the office, and if this continues, they can wait for him near the house. When Mason was already in the office, one of his partners said that Mr. Liam was already waiting for him in his office. Mason asked why Liam was calling him, to which his partner replied that Liam was interested in the guy from the YouTube video. His partner showed him the phone, and Mason saw himself in the preview. Mason couldn't believe his eyes. Had this video really spread so much? Was this guy called a pervert? Mason asked. My partner said that the guy in the video made 7 accurate hits yesterday, so they gave him the nickname 7. Mason went into Mr. Liam's office. Liam walked up to him abruptly, closed the door, and pinned him against the wall. He knew that Mason was on yesterday's broadcast, but asked why he was not in the frame. 7 is a very attractive guy, isn't he? Asked Mr. Liam. Mason didn't know where to go because he was getting closer to him and almost pressed him with his body against the wall. Liam said that Mason has his number and now they can sign him to a contract. Mason said that he thought 7 was disgusting, but Liam didn't pay attention to his words because 7 was now on the verge of becoming an industry idol. He was absolutely incomprehensible, proud, and noble, and many people even started using quotes from him, Mr. Liam said. Liam said that now he can make a lot of money from him and forget about morality. He just needs to find the contact details of the 7. But Mason did not want to do this and said that this was not part of his duties. But this did not interest Mr. Liam. He said that if Mason introduced him to 7, he would become his assistant, which would dramatically increase his salary and place in the company. Mason humbly said that he would complete the task no matter what. And now he understood how people felt about his video character. At this time, Becca and Barbara were sitting on the street in upset feelings because they had offended Mason with their behavior. Suddenly, they saw Emily and Mason walking towards them. Without waiting for them to reach them, Becca rushed towards them. She grabbed Mason and began to speak out because she also didn't like dressing up like that, and she used to film fitness blogs, but no one watched them, and this show is the only way for her to earn money. Yesterday, she didn't want to hurt him, but just wanted to show how difficult it is to make such content. But his words brought her to her senses. She began to beg Mason. She fell to her knees and with tears in her eyes asked for an opportunity to earn money. Mason took her hands and lifted her from her knees. He smiled and said that if they want to make money, they need to start right now. Becca, like the other girls, beamed with happiness and such good news. 1 month passed, and in a dream, Mason received an urgent warning that the game would begin tomorrow. This message rather upset Mason, because dreams no longer attracted him. After all, now his real life has turned into a dream. Mason stood on stage and asked his fans who was left hungry. One fan screamed loudest. Emily brought the cake onto the stage. She was ready to treat everyone. In the blink of an eye, the cake hit the fan right in the face. Mason asked how the cake tasted to him. The fan roared with delight that it was amazing, and the crowd cheered. Emma, sitting in the best seats, told Liam that the show was too vulgar for her, to which Liam replied that this is the point, because they need to make money and the audience likes it. And now, the most interesting part of the show began, when 7 throws a red scarf, and whoever gets the scarf will become his friend for the whole night. Liam began to cheer, as did all the other fans, and to the cheers of the crowd, the scarf hit Emma right in the face. Emma took off her scarf and asked those around her who wanted to take it. And immediately a battle began between them for this precious red scarf and for the night with the 7. Liam came out of this fight with a scarf. The show had ended, and it was deep night outside. Liam and Emma stood in front of the 7. Liam showed the scarf and said that he simply admired the work of 7. 7 thanked Liam for his loyalty and said that Mason said that the company wanted to sign a contract with him. But 7 would not do this, but did not refuse cooperation and could create advertising for a fee. Suddenly, someone interrupted their conversation and came closer. It was David, and he immediately said that if he were 7, he would choose his corporation. But 7 immediately said that he refused, without even listening to David. John laughed, because he would increase the offer made by Liam 5 times. No one had ever refused such a thing. Emma objectively understood that no one could refuse such an offer, although she understood that first they were offering a lot of money, and then setting terrible conditions for cooperation. But Seven said his reluctance did not depend on the amount of money. Then David said that he didn't understand what the problem was. Seven said that he didn't like David as a person. From such public humiliation, David froze in place. Seven said goodbye and began to leave. And it was at that moment that David's threatening shouts began to sound after him. Liam turned to Emma and self-aggrandized that he was right and Seven was simply adorable. Emma really didn't expect this reaction and said that her opinion of Seven had improved quite a bit. Mason came home and threw a bank card on the table. Logan asked if he had managed to save enough money to open a restaurant. Mason said there should be just enough to open. But Logan said that rent had to be paid for 3 months at once. He didn't have enough money. But at the same moment, Mason took out a second card from his pocket and handed it to Logan. He said that when he was 1 year old, his parents put $1,000 on the card and another $1,000 when he was 2 years old. Despite the fact that the parents had huge debts, by the age of 18, there were already $18,000 on the card. Then the father gave the card and said that a bird in a cage will not live a long life, so you need to find your way in life. This money meant a lot to Mason, just like the decision to open a restaurant. "Are you ready for the opening?" Mason asked. Logan waited a minute and said that he could not open the restaurant. His words struck Mason, but why? Because they had been going to this for so long. Logan felt ashamed. He said that he had found another job and Mason had better save his money until better times. Meanwhile, Mason's former boss reported to David that Seven was Mason and showed confirming photographs. David called his security chief and asked if he had anyone ready to do the dirty work. The head of security said that his acquaintance had recently been released and was ready to take on any paid work. David, with hatred in his eyes, looked at the photograph of Mason, who was dressing up as Seven. It's time to settle the score. Some time has passed. An older woman unfamiliar to him knocked on Mason's apartment. He was already on the street, and at first he wanted to approach her and ask who she was looking for. But Mr. Liam hurried him from the car. He quickly ran to the car and got inside. Liam asked Mason who came to him, to which he replied that this woman was probably looking for his neighbor, but he had already moved out. Liam said that Mason should find better housing. With his low salary, he could afford to buy his own place. Mason asked him again, which means he had already passed the test stage. Liam was delighted with the meeting with the Seven that Mason had organized. Liam introduced Mason to his driver and secretary. They greeted Mason with smiles on their faces. Mason greeted them back and asked where they were going next. Liam said they needed to meet another girl. Together they need to win her trust. Her name was Melanie, a young, gorgeous girl with an ideal body shape, a sharp mind, and arrogant habits. Emma was already there. Emily called Mason to explain why they had come and where. But Emma stopped her and asked why she brought an ordinary employee of the company here. Liam put his hand on Mason's shoulder and said that this is now his assistant. He immediately introduced Mason not only to Emma, but also to Melanie, to the director of the Fandong Corporation. Mason extended his hand and greeted Mistress Melanie stately. He stood there for about a minute, but Melanie, although she looked at him, did not react in any way. But as soon as her cat meowed, she immediately began to pet him and gently soothe him. "So," Melanie said, "I had just found a free minute when they again stressed me out with talk about work." She turned around and began to walk away from Mason, saying that it was time to relax in the jacuzzi. Mason looked at Liam in confusion and asked if he really screwed up so quickly, but Liam reassured him, "Melanie is a very important girl and she has a bad character." Liam explained that Melanie owns the largest electronics company and she knows full well that they need her, so she deliberately inflates the price. Liam was very worried about this deal, because if he failed to complete it, then he would risk his place. After all, if he loses his place in the company, he may never see Emma, who is so important to him, again. This deal was also important for Emma because she is a director, and if they fail, she could also be removed. He remembered Emily in bed and made a decision, all or nothing. He had to go to the end. Liam approached Emma and said that they should try talking to Melanie again, but she didn't see any benefit in it since they had already talked to her so many times. Emma said that Melanie has an old grudge against her father, which is why she wants to either destroy their company or simply not allow them to develop. Emma dismissed her assistants, and at the same time David approached them. He understood perfectly well that their company had serious problems, and jokingly called the party taking place a farewell party. David seemed to accidentally remember that he needed to notify Emma that tomorrow she needed to arrive at her wedding to Mr. Jones, because both Jones's company and her father's company are interested in a friendly cooperation as soon as possible. Emma did not want this marriage with all her heart and soul. The emotions of grief were clearly visible on her face. Mason realized that this marriage was needed only as a deal. Liam was equally upset and said that this couldn't happen and Emma's father couldn't make that decision without her. But David said it was a done deal. Mason decided to put this riddle in his head. Emma wanted to make a deal with Melanie in order to prove the viability of the company. But if she had not done this within 3 days, she would have had to marry Jones. She didn't want this with all her might, which means her father decided everything for her and took a more convenient path for him. Liam said that he didn't trust David and he needed to make a few calls to find out if it was true, but Emma stopped him and said that he didn't need to do that. She held back her tears and quietly whispered that her father had always been like this. He controlled her life, determined her fate. Liam saw that although Emma was holding back her emotions, the desire to throw them out was getting stronger, so he told Mason that it was time for him to go to his apartment and for Emma to have a good rest. David was simply happy and did not even hide his laughter. Now Emma is forced to marry this old disabled man, Jones. He couldn't even stand on his feet. I wonder how they will spend their wedding night. Mason looked after them and thought only that Emma did not deserve such a fate. He turned slowly, looking menacingly at David, his eyes sparkling with rage. Suddenly, the shrill ringing of the telephone burst into his silence, disturbing the peace of the surroundings. Barbara's voice, coming from the receiver, carried with horror and frustration, as if an anxious soul was trembling within it. There was an all-encompassing, terrible alarm in her voice as their video was subject to hateful attacks put together by paid haters. Barbara was seized with panic, not knowing what to do correctly in this gloomy situation. She proposed to sue these scoundrels, but Mason warned that in an open trial his own identity would be revealed. Barbara, as if drowning in a sea of doubts, decided to consult with Becca and Emily to find a way out of this difficult situation. After which she promised Mason to let Mason know what decision they would make. David, an insidious and evil man, well aware of Mason's secrets, knew that the attack by the haters was only the beginning of a big battle. While saying goodbye to Seven, David made it clear to Mason that his true personality was clearly reflected in his unmasking. Time passed slowly, and Mason, wrapped in a robe, sat by the pool, deep in thought about how to act at this moment. He realized that David had revealed his secret, and now it was time to be extremely careful, like a tiger hiding in the depths of a dense jungle. Waiting for a call from Barbara was barely tormenting him, and he didn't know how Emma was coping with this situation. Unable to remain idle any longer, Mason decided that the moment had come that required decisive action from him. He could not wait any longer and decided to go to Mrs. Melanie to make a deal that would be his salvation. A courageous silhouette emerged from the dark shadows, slowly heading towards Mason, as if the night wind brings with it unpredictability. This silhouette turned out to be Logan, causing Mason to wonder why he was here, what brought him. Looking at Mason, Logan, devoid of emotions, said that he was only doing his job, like an insensitive mechanism, devoid of its own will. Apologizing to Mason, Logan pulled out a knife and warned that this was just a routine, something ordinary in his professional life. With a quick and brutal movement of his hand, Logan cut Mason's throat, and he, like a doll, collapsed into the water of the pool, lost in a world of darkness and merciless bloody color. The air left his body, and Mason slowly drowned in the depths of the water, which, becoming more and more saturated with his life force, turned into a dark carnival of blood. A hand came down to the rescue, trying to pull Mason out of this deadly embrace of the water. The last thing Mason managed to catch in his blurred gaze was Mistress Melanie. The image of her frenzied horror trying to save him froze in his memory. Avatar loading has started. The game administrator greeted Mason and was pleased to inform him that his second dream was already beginning. He began to cough, as if water were filling his throat here too. After which he immediately asked how he could have fallen into a dream if he had died. "Dead people can't get into the game," the administrator commented and asked how he adapted in real life. Mason began to remember that Logan had dealt a non-fatal blow and hoped that he would end up in a hospital where he could be saved. If he manages to survive, then he urgently needs to leave and stop living in this city. But if he does not leave, then not only he, but also his loved ones will suffer. Mason didn't understand why everything was so difficult, because he just wanted to become successful. But now Mason had another problem. He was standing in front of an open portal to a dream called Beast Invasion. Since there was no turning back, he would fight to the end. But the administrator stopped him, because beast invasion is an extremely difficult level, and without auxiliary things, he can die in the blink of an eye. Mason said that it didn't matter anymore. He decided that he would train his fighting skills in this world without stopping. And if someone wants to stop him, then he will have to try hard. Mason entered the door, which emitted a strong, bright glow. Immersion in a virtual dream called Invasion of the Beasts. Players take on the role of miraculously surviving soldiers who must explore the world, fight monsters, and survive. Mason carefully examined his equipment and was very surprised, because already at the initial stage he had a bulletproof vest and a pistol. How difficult this level was. Drops of thick blood began to fall heavily from above, dousing Mason with alarming regularity. Suddenly, a huge gorilla appeared in front of him, whose green fur shone against the backdrop of glowing eyes, and in its mouth the remains of a soldier, the same as Mason, continued to be chewed. Clearly, dissatisfaction permeated the air, and the gorilla, looking at Mason, expressed its furious dissatisfaction. Pieces of the soldier's legs flew out of her mouth, falling right in front of Mason, creating a terrible sight. At this point, Mason realized that his combat gear would help him little in this situation. The gorilla did not give him time to think and rushed into the attack, forcing Mason to run because there was simply no other way out. He took refuge in a dilapidated building in a panic, tempted by fear that made him tremble at every step. The gorilla easily knocked out the wall with one blow, continuing his merciless pursuit. Mason grabbed the gun, but he wondered if the weapon could help him in this hopeless situation. If Mason had been an experienced killer, he might have been able to find a way out of this hopeless trap. The gorilla, approaching on all fours, felt closer and closer, like an insurmountable darkness blocking out the light and hope. And suddenly she rushed at Mason, expressing all her rage and thirst for blood. Mason instantly grabbed a metal pole that was nearby and leaned it against the wall behind him, preparing to fight the approaching monster. The gorilla was inexorably approaching, destroying everything in its path, like a deadly tornado ready to devour all living things. Mason thought she might just break through the walls. The debris would simply crush him without giving him the slightest chance. However, Mason's plan worked surprisingly well. The pillar, leaning tightly against the wall, broke through the next barrier, broken by the gorilla. It pierced her eye precisely, causing an instant reaction of pain and a bloodthirsty roar. The gorilla stopped abruptly and then suddenly ran away, going off to tend to his wounds, leaving Mason sitting in the dead soldier's blood, drenched in blood and dazed by the events. Mason, covered in a layer of blood, remained under the rubble, afraid to even move, because every movement could cause a new danger. After waiting a few moments and making sure that the gorilla was no longer nearby, he began to slowly free himself from the rubble, trying to get out of this deadly trap. This dream turned out to be completely different from the previous one. Here, the key to survival was constant movement and steady improvement, constantly striving for a better version of oneself. He heard footsteps nearby. He immediately grabbed the metal table without even looking in that direction. Mason's tension was incredible, because he had not yet mentally recovered from the attack. So without thinking, he threw the pillar in the direction of the approaching sound. It was the silhouette of a defenseless girl. When the metal spear was already flying, Mason saw that it was flying straight towards Melanie. "Get down!" Mason shouted. She only managed to fall on her back when the spear touched her helmet on her head. Mason ran up to her and asked if she was okay. Melanie asked in surprise how he ended up here, since he was supposed to be in the hospital. Mason didn't understand why he suddenly had to be in the hospital. He stood up from the ground, shaking the dust from his buttocks, and said that he ran into her room covered in blood and fell by her jacuzzi, and she called an ambulance. So that's it. That means he had enough strength to run to Melanie's room. But in real life, I'm now lying in a hospital bed, which is why the dream started, which means Mason didn't die. But even so, he didn't choose Melanie as a player, which is how she ended up here. She said that she just went to bed and woke up already in these ruins and came here after hearing screams. There was clearly something wrong with this game. Mason was glad to see at least someone in the game, so he thanked Melanie for saving him. She was cold towards him and said that now was not the time for beautiful words. He had a well-aimed shot, which could greatly help them. How will this help? Mason asked. She showed him the ruins that had sunk into the sea, and she asked if they seemed familiar to him. Mason took a closer look and understood. It was his company's office building. That's right. Judging by the state of the building, at least 400 years have passed, and they are time travelers. Judging by the color and smell of the sea, the water can have a poisonous effect, and its level is constantly rising. Mason was upset whether this would be his last game. Melanie said that there are two news. One good news is that there are obviously other people here, but the bad news is that there are also huge monsters here that enjoy eating people. She asked if Mason wanted to cooperate. She would lead him, and he would be on guard. Mason was amazed that in such a difficult situation, Melanie was so calm. There was no feeling of anxiety or fear on her face. She said she just wants to survive and doesn't care about anything else at the moment. Several hours passed, and they were already moving through the desert. Melanie asked Mason if he used to be an athlete, to which he replied that accurate throws were just his hobby. He was surprised that Melanie remembered his name, because when he extended his hand to her, she didn't even pay attention to it. Melanie said that at that moment, given her position in society, Mason was simply not important to her, which is why she reacted the way she did. Mason said that with such a life position, you can very quickly lose all your friends. They climbed another rock and saw huge walls standing nearby. Melanie agreed with Mason and said that it is really worth having good friends. He quickly covered Melanie's mouth, and he pressed her to a sheer cliff. A huge centipede covered with green bubbles crawled above them. Mason slowly took hold of the pistol and took the safety off. He handed it to Melanie, saying that he didn't really need the gun right now, but Melanie would be able to use it in case of danger. She thanked Mason and said that she would do everything that depended on her. The danger was over, and they quickly headed towards the huge walls. They were more careful than ever and checked their every step. The whole area was clean. They had clearly cleaned it, but there was not a single person around. Ahead, in the expanse of the territory, a huge metal bunker appeared, like an impregnable fortress, ready to withstand any test. But at the top of it towered a giant eagle's nest, causing questions and surprise among those present. It was so majestic and monumental that it raised doubts whether nests of such huge sizes really exist. From above their heads, a powerful rumble was heard, accompanied by loud flapping of wings, creating a gloomy atmosphere and pushing towards inevitable alarm. But what they saw was not an ordinary eagle. Instead, a huge mutated crow-like creature with sharp teeth soared through the sky like a threatening shadow of death. With incredible speed, the raven headed straight toward the people who dared to disturb his sanctuary, ready to deal a crushing blow. Melanie, in complete panic, instantly ran away, but Mason did not move, maintaining his steadfastness. She worriedly asked why he didn't run, didn't retreat in front of this nightmare creature. He, with complete confidence and devoid of fear, replied that he would remain here, ready to accept the challenge of fate. Melanie, horrified, objected that he could not defeat the huge creature with his metal rods. But Mason thought differently. A memory of Logan holding a knife to his throat flashed through his mind. Then Mason was shaking with fear. I remembered Logan's voice, asserting that a coward cannot change his fate, since his life could end with one move of a knife. Logan said that a coward couldn't be his boss. Mason already realized that when the dream ended, he would remember only the bright moments. Those moments when he did not feel fear of danger. He decided to save every one of these moments, every second when the fear subsided, so as not to forget that he was capable of overcoming the most difficult challenges. The raven was already so close that Mason, confident in his abilities, grabbed 3 metal rods in one hand, ready for a harsh confrontation. This raven creature was huge. Its eyes sparkled in different colors, and a bone crest grew on its head, as if a symbol of its sinister origin. When the raven was very close, Mason began throwing metal bars in his direction, without stopping for a second. The metallic hail of spears completely covered the bird's carcass, piercing it from all sides, like an embodiment of undeniable strength and determination. Feathers and green blood filled the air, creating a strange dance of eerie images. Melanie, in a state of complete bewilderment, could not believe her eyes that this was even possible. Eventually, the raven took a huge peak fall and fell to the ground, no longer posing a threat. Mason, from the depths of his soul, finally exhaled, feeling the tension begin to ease. But then something strange happened. The green blood of the monster, which got onto his body, began to slowly burn his skin and release a thin smoke. Mason, suffering from unbearable pain, fell to his knees and involuntarily let out a piercing scream. Melanie, without hesitation, rushed to him, trying to help and ease his suffering. But the liquid covering Mason's body turned out to be caustic and dangerous. She immediately realized that any touch of this liquid would cause her the same pain and suffering. Mason continued to scream in pain, His voice pierced the air and sounded like the last cry of despair. Suddenly, a green light appeared on the bunker gate, and then it began to slowly open as if obeying an unknown force. From inside, on one wheel, a robot rode out, exclaiming that a wounded person had been found on the base. Emergency assistance activated. The robot was moving at full speed, rushing forward to help Mason before its charge ran out. With confidence in his action, he plunged the syringe into Mason. He injected an unknown blue liquid into him, which instantly spread throughout his body. Mason was still suffering from unbearable pain. His body was shaking with powerful spasms, as if he was fighting something stronger than himself. The robot reported low battery and slowly began to shut down, leaving Mason alone with fading light and uncertainty. Mason fell to the ground unconscious. The robot turned off and only Melanie had to deal with the situation further. A few minutes later, Melanie carried Mason and the robot into the bunker. Mason began to come to his senses, which surprised Melanie because his injuries were almost incompatible with life. Mason stood up with difficulty, and his hair grew in the form of 4 horns. But this worried him to a lesser extent. The main thing was that he remained alive. Melanie said that this robot from the bunker saved him by injecting him with medicine, and after that, all the wounds healed quickly. Perhaps the robot will be able to tell you about this meth in more detail. You just need to charge it. The robot glowed red, power was restored, and a huge contaminated area was discovered. The robot immediately went to the territory. Having approached the carcass of a raven lying on the street, the robot's head opened. He leaned down and began to emit a huge column of fire directly at the raven. Melanie said that the robot meant cleaning the corpse of the beast. Apparently, the technology for making such a robot is very advanced. Perhaps they will need a code word to activate it. There were numbers on the robot. The robot still emitted a huge column of fire, and Melanie said the numbers. He immediately stopped and turned to Melanie with the words, "The domestic robot has received instructions. The containment process is completed. The artificial intelligence system is activated. To summarize, the system has been running for 1,130 days. There have been 363 encounters with hostile creatures. 45 tons of waste have been processed. There are 672 damages and a complete repair is required." Mason and Melanie realized that there had been no people at this base for several years. The robot greeted them and said that he was probably abandoned because he was bad at his job. But he still carried out the cleaning of the base as expected. Now Melanie wasn't so sure that they would be able to find other people. She praised the robot for its work because the base was indeed in good condition. The robot hoped that very soon people would return and the base would again be as lively as before. Melanie asked hopefully if the robot knew where the people had gone. The robot correctly answered that before leaving, people said that if they did not return in a year, then they would go to heaven. The robot, naively, like a child, asked if they could tell him where heaven was because he could not find such a place on his map. This robot has been working here for more than 3 years, which only means that people are no longer alive. Melanie said she needed to check supplies and plan what to do next. Immediately after that, she headed inside the bunker. She surprised Mason more and more. How she could make plans after everything they had experienced in one day, she had amazing calm. The robot began to give a tour of the base. The first room was with weapons. A huge number of various military weapons hung on the walls. The only food left was compressed energy bars, which were as hard as bacon that had been air-dried for hundreds of years. And this is the medical building. There was a flask with a liquid that people called tears of jellyfish, but too much of it could lead to rust in the human body. Mason asked if this was the same solution that the robot injected into him. Growing hair is just a slight side effect. At the same time, a hand with scissors came out of the robot's head. He began to cut Mason's hair and said that this medicine could only repair wounds on the body, but could not heal a person's nervous system. The robot also reported that the base had a core that generates energy and an underground reservoir, and Mason immediately asked where the bathroom was so he could quickly take a shower. Melanie asked the robot why he didn't charge himself, to which he replied that he was an ordinary robot and had no right to use human energy resources without permission. Melanie asked the robot to continue the tour for her while Mason went to take a shower. A few minutes later, Melanie was already standing in front of a huge screen on which incomprehensible drawings and notes were depicted. She could not understand what was written there and why these notes were left here. The robot quickly drove towards Melanie with the map. But suddenly, the fastenings of his wheel broke off. At full speed, the robot fell to the floor. Melanie didn't even start helping him. She just asked if he could continue to function and what was on the screen. The robot reported that the recordings were made at both the dawn and decline of human civilization. But for the sake of simplicity, they were made in primitive symbols so that any intelligent being could recognize them. Melanie was impressed that they even thought about the rise and fall of civilization. She opened the card and was amazed. They were on an island, or rather the last place on Earth that was not flooded by a poisonous sea. The robot said that according to his calculations, this last piece of land will be flooded in just 179 days. But due to the lack of other land, all the monsters have migrated to the island, so they should not leave the bunker. This means that now they are in a situation where they are unarmed, hungry, isolated, and have no choice but to sit and wait for death. Now Melanie's enthusiasm had waned, and she no longer looked so determined and confident. Melanie didn't know what to do now. She asked the robot if there were clothes at the base that people had left behind. The robot said that all the clothes were folded in the living area. Melanie looked at the robot with cruelty in her eyes and asked if he wanted to know why people abandoned him. The robot assumed that he was doing his job poorly. She took the card with her and stepped over the robot. She stopped for a second and said that he was just a useless piece of metal that had no value, but she doesn't want to end up like him. Mason was in the shower and heard the door slam. He didn't understand what was happening, because Melanie didn't come in. It was a robot. He crawled along the floor with a rag, wiping it. He began to beg Mason. He asked not to write it off as scrap. He could still do the cleaning. The robot said that he really missed people, their kindness and love, and did not want to leave this world. He missed so much the time of ordinary human life that took place on the base, when everyone interacted in harmony and justice. He studied the real world with insects, played with the children, and of course, he cleaned the area. He rubbed the floor with his last hand and begged Mason not to get rid of him. Even though he couldn't see how clean he could wipe, he still continued to do it. The robot wanted to continue serving people. Mason picked up the robot and put its eye in place. Mason said that his parts were very outdated, but how to fix it? To which the robot replied that all the parts were in the engineer's room. Unfortunately, there were no engineers in this world, but Mason promised the robot that he would fix it himself. The door to the bathroom opened. Dressed in a light dressing gown over her naked body, Melanie came inside. She said that they would end soon anyway, so there was no need to be ceremonious, and then she handed Mason his new clothes. He sat on the floor completely naked, became shy, and asked her to put his clothes on the table. She said that now they are in a terrible situation, but she does not agree to certain death. She was interested in the question. Everything was in this shelter, but why did people leave it? Mason reminded her that people had left to look for some secret place. This world will soon end. Doesn't it matter where you go? Unless this is a place where you can hide from the end of the world. She untied her robe and said that the bunker was suitable for this. Why did people still leave it? She freely threw off her robe and stood in front of Mason completely naked, but calmly continued to say that she needed a little time to decipher the inscriptions that people left. As the water continues to rise, the island is filled with monsters, and their safety becomes a big question. She began to lower herself into the warm bath and said that she was counting on cooperation with Mason because he was good at dealing with them, as practice had shown. Mason tried not to look at her. He practically did not hear what she said. He was more worried about the question of how she undressed naked so easily, because he might not be able to restrain himself and attack her in a passionate impulse. She calmly continued to say that Mason should take care of their safety. His gaze turned to the robe lying near the bathroom. There was clearly a gun underneath him. Just like with Emma, this girl also experienced it. And why do all girls want to experience men? They might like it. Mason calmly got dressed and was about to go out. Melanie said that she was surprised by his calmness, because from him, like from any man, she expected something completely different, and thought that she would have to take extreme measures. But he did not lose his composure. She said it was a lesson that in a situation where they are on the brink of life and death, feelings should not affect their composure. He thought about the gun, because that was what Melanie had in mind when she spoke of extreme measures. He remembered Mr. Liam's words when he said that Melanie was a very strong and cunning woman, and it was important not to fall into her trap. Mason couldn't understand whether she was really not so much afraid of being raped as of losing the only person on this island. It was a little scary. Mason took the robot and said it was time to get down to business. She lay in the bathroom and thought that Mason's style of behavior was quite simple, which was strange in the conditions of the end of the world. but the fact that he retained moral principles was very positive. Mason was already in the engineering compartment and began to repair the robot. He asked the robot why he didn't say a word when they were all in the bathroom together, to which the robot replied that he was worried about saying something unnecessary. Mason didn't know at all what to expect from Melanie, but as long as she doesn't interfere with his training, he doesn't care what she does. The robot was scared because fighting monsters is too dangerous. Mason said that in another world, danger also awaited him everywhere. But now he firmly decided that he would train until he finished off his enemies both here and here. People need a lot of courage to step out of their comfort zone to hit the barriers of fate. Mason gave everything he had, and as a result, others destroyed what he tried for. In the depths of his soul, Mason understood perfectly well that if this time he ran away from difficulties, he could be considered truly dead. The robot asked if this other world was really a paradise into which those people who lived with him before Mason arrived ended up. Mason smiled a little and said that everyone has their own understanding of heaven. For him, it was a friendly, strong family that he hoped to create. If he trains, he can ensure the safety of all his loved ones. The robot listened to him transfixed, like a small child learning the basic principles of life. When Mason finished speaking, the robot without hesitation asked if he could help Mason with anything. "Of course you can help," Mason said, "because if he fights monsters, he will definitely get wounds, and the robot's treatment will be very useful to him." The second day has arrived. Melanie was eating an energy bar and said that she liked the completely new image of the robot. The combat robot is ready to wipe all the dirt off the face of the earth. The base contained a huge stockpile of ballistic bolts. Mason didn't understand why there were so many of them here. The robot told him that at some point, gunpowder became scarce among people, so they began to use automatic ballistae to protect themselves from huge monsters. However, over time, the ballistae began to fail. People needed good engineers, but at that time, there were very few of them left. Mason and the robot were already on their way to the exit, but Melanie stopped them, asking where they were going. Mason replied that now his main task is hunting, but Melanie said that the records of the previous people who lived on the base said that there are millions of monsters, and killing them is a pointless exercise. Melanie said that first they need to secure the base, and only when she finds a safe place, only then will they need Mason's skills in order to get there. But Mason was not going to wait until the monsters attacked them first. Now it was time to hunt. Melanie realized that Mason was quite serious and began to beg him to stay. She understood perfectly well that he had a lot of weapons and was able to effectively fight monsters. But now they have no room for error. The monsters that have gathered on the island are very dangerous and are prowling in search of prey, which Mason can become at any moment. Mason did not listen to her. He quietly asked what she wanted to teach him. This is his world, and he is ready to fight and pay any price for victory. She looked questioningly at Mason, and you could see fear and anxiety in her eyes. Mason said that he is ready to cooperate with Melanie, but he doesn't like it when someone interferes in his affairs. And if she doesn't like something, then no one is keeping her here, and she can leave at any time. At first, Melanie didn't even understand how to react to Mason's words, but a plan quickly matured in the young girl's head on how to smooth out the conflict with a man. She changed her tone and softly said that she was worried about him and asked him to be careful. Emily stood and looked after them, and Mason and the robot, confident in their abilities, headed towards the exit and the base in order to finally wipe the dirt off the face of the earth. Melanie was furious. She didn't like Mason's irresponsible and illogical behavior because the end of the world was very soon, and going to exterminate an endless number of monsters was simply stupid. She stood motionless and looked after Mason when suddenly a snake crawled between her legs. Melanie was very scared. She was completely unprepared for this. Even though she was in the middle of the desert, trees began to rustle around her, and she found herself in an unknown, terrifying place. Someone touched her shoulder. Horror began to run through her entire body. She began to spin around in place and wave, and a languid, loud, rough voice began to appear in her head and say that death was very close. Melanie held her head with both hands and tried to compose herself while the voice in her head made loud, terrifying laughter. Everything happened as if death was trying to take away her mind and soul. Melanie stood still, breathing evenly and pushing thoughts out of her head. Several minutes passed and the voice began to fade, and the surroundings were restored. Melanie again began to have fits of hysterics, which, as in real life, periodically visited her. But now she needs to pull herself together and improve her relationship with Mason, because if she is left alone, then death will definitely overtake her. Meanwhile, Mason and the robot walked along the lifeless desert land, and the robot asked Mason why he reacted so rudely to Melanie. Mason said he needed to become more violent and determined so that in another life, he could look into the eyes of the man who held a knife to his neck without fear. He remembered that moment. He told Logan that he wanted to save him and protect him from thoughtless actions. But Logan did not listen to him, because at that time Mason was not rich or influential, and most importantly, he was not decisive. It was with these qualities that he could break Logan. Mason understood perfectly well that he had to use this dream to his advantage. But if he could not get wealth or respect here, he could forever get rid of the feeling of fear. The robot silently listened to Mason's reasoning, but his straightforward mind still did not understand deep human thoughts. A pack of wolves, disfigured by huge green blisters, appeared in Mason's field of vision. The robot immediately concluded that these are deformed wolves. They are stronger and faster than ordinary wolves, and it is worth choosing a weaker opponent for training. But Mason did not agree with him, and these wolves are perfect for him. Although the robot thought straight, he understood perfectly well that there were too many wolves for one simple person. Mason took out one of his crossbow throwing bolts, and he said only one thing: "There are no more wolves than before." The wolves ran furiously towards Mason and were ready to tear him to shreds overnight, and memories and the hunting spirit that he had acquired in his first dream awakened in Mason. Mason thought that if he died in this world, he would wake up in another, so he might as well risk everything for the sake of global victory. These wolves not only hit faster and more viciously than usual, but were also twice as strong as the previous ones, and rushed towards Mason with great speed. Mason let them get as close as possible, and spinning in place like a whirlwind began to throw spears. The robot watched the fight on the sidelines. Mason hit one of the wolves from a distance, but the other two were already very close. Mason sharply pinned the head of the first wolf to run up to the ground with a spear. The second one rushed at him, but Mason grabbed his neck. With a sharp movement, he broke the muscular neck of a huge wolf. Drops of green blood began to burn Mason's hands. The robot abruptly approached Mason to provide first aid, and also warned that he should not fight with them with his bare hands. But Mason said through gritted teeth that this was an integral part of training. After the robot introduced the antidote, he drew attention to the tent, saying that it was the same as in the shelter. But how did it end up here? They came closer to the tent, and Mason picked up everything that was left of it, and under it was a box with a spike-shaped coat of arms depicted on it. The box contained a box of grains. The robot said that these were wheat seeds, which were a symbol of their shelter. The robot said that previously people were engaged in the production of products and exchanged them with other shelters for gunpowder, armor, or drawings. But over time, the number of monsters increased, and the shelters fell one after another. They moved further and further through the lifeless desert. We observed various monsters who established their camps in places where people had previously dominated. From the cliff, Mason looked out for the best place for them to go. He was sure that they should explore other camps, which were most likely also guarded by monsters. Mason was well aware that this was a typical survival game, which was directly related to exploration and construction. Mason asked the robot how people could farm in such terrible conditions. The robot said that this was his main occupation, because this is what he created. By processing several stones, he produces soil. By processing animal waste, he produced fertilizer. In the shelter, there was just the body of a huge raven killed by Mason, which could serve as good fertilizer. It was worth trying. The robot said that he had long dreamed of returning to do what he loved. But is there any point in this if they will all drown soon? Mason said that if people return, they may need their crops. The robot hopefully asked how he knew that people would return. But Mason thought about the words of the game administrator, because the number of points directly depended on what they left behind in the game. Mason said that no one knows this for sure, and he simply assumed this outcome of events. He thought that the robot would now have to travel with him for a long time, so he needed to be given a name. For example, Ultron. The robot was happy before people called him different things, but he liked the name Ultron the most, and he will wear it with pride. They both sat on the edge of the cliff, and each was immersed in their deep thoughts. Several hours had already passed, and the sun began to set behind the horizon. A dark night full of horrors was slowly approaching. Huge spider attack. Mason simply covered the spider's body with spears, but it seemed that it was impossible to stop him. He wrapped himself in a viscous, sticky web. The spider had already begun to drag Mason away in order to braid him into a cocoon, But Mason grabbed a stone, which came off the ground and remained in his hands. Jumping from his spot, Mason, with the last of his strength, began to strike the spider's head with a stone. Each blow increasingly turned his head into a flattened pancake. Although Mason's body was completely covered with poisonous liquid, he did not stop delivering powerful blows with the stone. Ultron emotionlessly watched what was happening and calculated Mason's level of training. They moved on. Ultron reported that Mason's combat characteristics had decreased by 20%. Mason asked what characteristics they were talking about. Ultron said that they were based on his physical condition and readiness for battle. When they came out, he had a maximum level of 90 points. But now there are only 70 points left, and therefore the will to fight weakens, and he stops focusing on the battle. Mason did not understand him because he had never lost. Ultron continued and said that due to Mason's fatigue, the fight became more like using brute force to blow off steam. Mason really couldn't concentrate because he was not only learning to fight, but also to be more psychologically stable, because only trials strengthen his character. Ultron asked Mason why he talks so much about another world, why he can't call this place home, because together they can put everything in order, do farming and fight monsters. The idea of the arrangement was really good, because if they arrange everything here, they will be able to breathe new life into this desert world. By midnight, they had already arrived at the bunker. Mason unloaded several jars of various seeds onto the table and immediately asked where the carcass of the dead bird had disappeared. Melanie said that it was impossible to eat this meat, and the smell could attract other monsters, so she got rid of it. Mason tried to take a bite of a protein bar, and although it was logical on Melanie's part, he was not happy about it, because now he would have to kill a new monster in order to get the ground for production. The bar was simply petrified from time to time, but due to a strong feeling of hunger, Mason did not give up trying to enjoy it. Melanie looked at Mason's attempts for a long time and finally said that she should probably soak him in water first and only then try to bite him. She drew attention to the containers that Mason brought with him. They had a base sign on them and were all filled with seeds. A few minutes later, Mason was already communicating with Ultron. They only had one medicine left. But Ultron reassured Mason. He said that the medicine was always stored at all bases in large quantities, and by examining them, they would definitely be able to find it. Melanie came over and brought them a hot bowl of noodles. She said that she made noodles from the seeds that Mason brought. She was worried about him and decided to please him. Mason was horrified because these seeds were intended for planting. He immediately asked with horror in his voice what happened to the rest of the seeds, because she didn't use all of them. Melanie, not knowing about Mason's plans, said that she ground all the other seeds into flour for long-term storage. Mason and Ultron didn't know what to say, but they were horrified because they had been extracting these seeds for so long and hard. Observing Mason's negative reaction, Melanie began to realize that she had done something wrong. She was surprised and began to ask Mason if he really wanted to plant them. But there was no point in this. There was no land or fertilizer for this. Mason said upsetly that he didn't think that Melanie would make such a decision so quickly, and he didn't expect at all that she would grind all the seeds without asking him. He looked at Alton and told Melanie to never make her own decisions about other people's things in the future. He added that she should eat her own noodles, and suggested to Ultron that he should turn away so as not to see it. Melanie looked at him guiltily and thought that first Mason went to kill monsters in search of thrills, and then he was going to take up farming. His actions became more and more inexplicable to her. Melanie also said that Mason became very attached to his robot. She thought that the problem might be with him. The third day has arrived. Mason took 3 injections of medicine and was ready to set out on a new hunt. Melanie approached him and said that they needed to talk. She said that in the old notes there were instructions for modifying the robot. Melanie knew a little about electronics and could do it. Mason looked at her questioningly and asked if it would be possible to do this. Melanie said she didn't know for sure, but it would be nice to modify the robot. She convinced Mason of the need to do this as quickly as possible, because its parts were very outdated, and if it was not modified, it could soon fail completely. Mason didn't trust her and said that so far Ultron had worked flawlessly, so there was no point in doing it. But Melanie said that she should just treat the robot as a thing, like a phone or a computer. She asked in surprise if he didn't consider an ordinary robot his friend. Mason rudely replied that he would show his feelings as he wanted and to whomever he wanted. Once he was friends with a tiger, and this did not bother him, and with such an insensitive attitude towards everything, Melanie looked more like a machine than a person, Mason said firmly. As he left, He said that they should communicate less because it could end badly for her. Melanie didn't tell him anything. She thought that Mason still didn't understand that the end of the world would come very soon, and resource extraction was useless if he didn't want to work together. She began to feel as if someone had grabbed her hand, which frightened her greatly. The voices in her head did not calm down, and it seemed to her that hands were reaching out to her from everywhere. Panic attacks clearly began to intensify. A few minutes later, Mason already came across mutated crows. He looked at them and discussed with Ultron that these crows were devouring their relative, whom he had recently killed in a shelter. Ultron said that these crows are scavengers, and if you don't get close to them, they won't attack. Of course, if you don't walk near their nests. At that moment, Mason thought that he needed to quickly get rid of the nest on the base, because it could soon be occupied new inhabitants. Ultron told Mason that due to disputes in the past, humanity allowed a global catastrophe, which is why they are now in this situation, so he recommended that he stop arguing with Melanie. Mason thought about Ultron's words, and realized that the dream had a backstory. He asked Ultron what people had argued about before. Ultron said that all people differed from each other by race, gender, culture, and other characteristics, each of whom defended their ideals. Over time, they completely forgot about the global problems that were worsening and destroyed the world. Mason thought that he and Melanie also had, in fact, a global conflict, and he was even a little scared. But it's good that everything didn't go as far for them as for all of humanity. There are indeed people in the real world who like to classify people according to their particular worldviews, and they want you to do what they say or they will despise you. So it is safe to say that most conflicts arises because people cannot sit down and agree among themselves. Mason said he's not worried anyway because it's just a game to him and nothing should happen if he treats Melanie badly because she's just an NPS. They had already come very close to the shore of the Green Sea. They observed the situation from the cliff. Ultron asked Mason to hurry up a little because their goal was to inspect the ruins. However, Mason was looking at a truck on which a huge mutated lizard proudly sat, and this truck could well contain rare things. Ultron couldn't believe that Mason was even thinking of attacking this lizard. He told Mason that the lizard is one of the most powerful and dangerous creatures in this world, and to fight it you need at least a tank. Mason said that he didn't even think about fighting him one-on-one. Even if he was in a regular computer game, he would have saved first before approaching this lizard. But now Mason did not have such an opportunity, so he said that he would use the robot. The robot looked at him with horror and misunderstanding in one eye. After a few minutes, the lizard turned its attention to the fire. Ultron drove past the lizard's lair at great speed, spewing fire from his head. The lizard took the bait and chased the robot. Thus, the lizard got off the truck and freed Mason's passage to it. At that moment, Mason thought that he could always solve the problem with the help of cunning. Mason quickly ran to the truck and opened it. There were a lot of different things inside. Are these really rare things that could change their lives for the better? Mason began to examine the things in the truck. There was a box with honey and musical instruments, apparently to create a pleasant atmosphere. There was also a box with weapons and vodka, which could be used to create Molotov cocktails. And there was one more thing that emitted a strong glow. This is a sign. Are these really eggs? You could defrost them and wait for the chicks to hatch. Mason was upset that he couldn't take everything, but he chose the most important things. He collected weapons, vodka, and embryos of animals unknown to him. The container with the embryos was very large, and it was necessary to try to tie it. While the robot distracted the lizard, he had a little more time to move the crystal. As soon as Mason touched the crystal, an irreversible reaction immediately began. The crystal shot out at great speed immediately after touching it. It hit the wall of the truck and exploded, and Mason, along with all his things, flew out into the street from the blast wave. And the truck itself overturned and was thrown several meters. This could not help but attract the attention of the lizard who was chasing Ultron. Mason wrapped the remaining things into a bundle as quickly as possible and began to run away from the huge beast. He climbed into a small gorge located in the rock. The lizard was not supposed to get through there. Almost at the same moment, the crystal in the truck continued its reaction, and it pushed the truck, which crashed into a rock at great speed, which led to a huge explosion. The gorge in which Mason was sitting began to collapse. A landslide began, because the rock consisted almost entirely of earth rather than stones. Mason, like the lizard, began to grab onto steep rocks to avoid falling into the sea. He was able to grab hold of it, and holding the bag with all its contents in his teeth, he hung on the rock. The lizard was able to climb onto the rock and looked intently at Mason. She could not reach him. The lizard was clearly up to something. Her head inflated greatly and began to glow green, after which a huge stream of poison sprayed out of the monster's eyes. She poured poison on Mason hanging on the rock. The blow was powerful, and the poison corroded everything around. Ultron rushed to help Mason with great speed. Mason's bag burst from a huge amount of poison. He held the last box of embryos in his teeth, held onto the rock with one hand, and with the other hand injected himself with the third injection of the antidote. Due to the huge amount of smoke, Mason was no longer visible on the rock. The lizard, thinking that Mason no longer exists, left. The fourth day has arrived. Ultron sat by the fire. Mason began to move, and Ultron was glad that he had finally regained consciousness. Ultron said that his act was impressive. He had never seen a person who was covered in poison and was able to independently inject himself and also stay on a sheer cliff. Mason said that he did not expect that everything would end so badly. He thought that being nibbled by wolves was the worst thing, but he was very mistaken in that, because he had never experienced anything worse than acid. Mason asked Ultron what kind of crystal it was, which first slipped out of his hands and then flew away with the truck and exploded. Ultron replied that it was an energy core, the rarest item in the world. It was not in vain that it was in the capsule, because with friction it explodes with enormous force. The same core powers their entire shelter. Mason said that he didn't think about it, and if Ultron had told him about it a little earlier, the explosion might not have happened, and now Mason is scared to wipe himself in case the paper explodes. Ultron said that the scar that the lizard left him was a mark. Now wherever he goes, he must be prepared for an unexpected attack, because the lizard will now smell him from many kilometers away. Mason didn't think it was a mark. He rather thought it was just part of his skin that was burned. My left arm feels numb, and now I have to use my left arm more. Now Mason is being hunted not only in the real world, but also in the game. He asked Ultron if he managed to save the bag of eggs. Ultron said that he managed to do it. At the moment, they are all in excellent condition and are in a state of incubation. Immediately after his words, he threw back his upper part, turned his body over, and eggs rolled out of his body. Mason asked Ultron if people had raised chickens in the shelter before. Ultron replayed past memories in his head and said that there used to be not only chickens in the shelters, but also many other animals that filled the shelters and lived in harmony with people. Mason looked at one of the eggs and thought that everything here used to be like in his childhood. When he heard a rooster crow, he immediately realized that he was not far from home. Now, when he heard a rooster crow, goosebumps ran all over his body, and the memories of the way home became frightening, bringing back mental torment, and it became increasingly difficult for him to restrain his emotions. Ultron found this strange, because fear and melancholy are antonyms. So why did Mason experience these two emotions at the same time? Isn't his home heaven on earth? Mason said he wanted to go home and talk to his father, but he would like to tell him that he couldn't afford to work at a construction site anymore, because he was already too old, and in order to say so, Mason first had to earn money. But no matter what Mason did, life always kept him from getting out of poverty. He would like to come home and tell his mother that she should never work or think about their debts again, because he could pay them all off. Mason didn't want to return home any other way. They always felt guilty for getting into debt, but when Mason told them that this was not so, the feeling of guilt consumed them even more. But the worst outcome for Mason was death, because then he would definitely not be able to help. He was afraid that his parents would see him in intensive care, half dead. Mason was worried about this from the very beginning. He was ashamed that he had allowed this to happen. He just didn't want to talk about it. Ultron looked at him and didn't know what to answer to support him in such a difficult moment in his life. Ultron asked Mason if he wanted to hug, because before, children in the shelter often came to him and hugged when they were sad, although he did not understand why this was necessary. Mason said he is not a child, and adults need to be more resilient and have the courage to face challenges. Ultron did not listen to him. He understood that even though Mason was an adult, he experienced exactly the same feelings as any other person. So he moved closer and hugged Mason with his remaining metal arm. Mason was worried that if he were seen in reality, he would be disgraced. There are too many people in the world who are forced to suppress their pain, although all people need a hug. After sitting in the arms of the robot, Mason decided that it was time to act. He rose, opened the upper part of Ultron, and poured some sand into it. Mason asked if Ultron could incubate the eggs, to which the robot replied that sand would be fine at first to avoid damage. but it was safest to store the eggs in the shelter's incubator. Mason laid eggs in Ultron and said that as a child he wanted to become a scientist, buy a microscope and study the world from a completely different perspective. He said that in the real world he would never have dared to do this and would regret it if he didn't try it in the game. Ultron was glad of Mason's mood, because he did not expect to see the chicken again before the end of the world. Mason asked where Ultron got the scratches and where the armor he welded on him went to. Ultron said that it was all the scavenger's fault, because he had to protect Mason while he was unconscious. But they managed to break his armor. Mason thanked him, because most likely he fought well since he managed to save him. But Ultron interrupted him and said that if it weren't for the armor, he would have already been defeated, so he should thank Mason. Ultron said that he still couldn't believe what was happening, because a couple of days ago he only dreamed of seeing people again, and now they are rebuilding the base together with hope for the future. Ultron said that people love to lie. Those who said that they would return never returned, and the one who said that they would not save him anymore still saved him. Mason said that he doesn't know what to answer him. It's strange, of course, to say such a thing to a robot, but they have been friends for a long time, and Ultron can consider him a member of his family if he wants. Ultron was amazed because he had never had a family before. Mason abruptly stopped the robot and told him to shut up. He leaned against the rock and held Ultron behind him while peering into the distance. It was a huge gorilla that met Mason at the very beginning of the game. Ultron quietly said that the gorilla, like the lizard, is one of the bosses in this region. She came here because of the strong explosion that sounded yesterday. Mason thought about it. He asked Ultron what the lizard would do if he saw a gorilla on his territory, to which the robot replied that an epic battle would take place. Mason said it was amazing because if the gorilla and the lizard started fighting, they would have the ability to destroy them both. After the battle, they will be able to finish off the animal that has not recovered from the battle. Mason decided that they need to act and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A few hours later, they were already near the base over which crows were circling. Right in front of the entrance lay a huge carcass of a dead raven. Mason slowly and quietly entered the base. As soon as he walked in next to him, an arrow immediately stuck into the wall. It began to squeak and after a few seconds exploded, throwing Mason several meters away. Melanie looked out from around the corner of the building and screamed. She no longer expected to see Mason. Now she was no longer wearing a dress and chose clothes that were a little more comfortable. She brought Mason to his senses and they went into the shelter. Melanie said that Mason had been missing for 2 days. She was worried and thought about the worst. Mason said that if she had aimed better, her fears would have already come true. Mason cleared his throat a little and asked who killed the birds outside and burned the nest. Melanie said that while he was away, a lot had happened. The gun did not work against such huge birds, but the nest attracted them, and she also found instructions for operating the energy core. She had to use auxiliary fragments, which she stuck to the arrows. Even though Melanie has practiced archery before, her anxiety prevents her from aiming well and shooting accurately. Mason was amazed at Melanie's enterprise. Even though they didn't get along before, he praised her and said that he couldn't even imagine how smart she was if she could come up with such a weapon on her own. Mason extended his hand to take one of the fragments created by the girl and asked to help him with the preparations, because he would soon be leaving again. But Melanie grabbed his hand and began to beg him to stay, at least for a few days. She said that she had found a clue, a place called Under the Moon. This is where people fled. But Mason said that it could wait, because the scars on him were marks left by a huge lizard, and if he stayed here, the lizard would find him and destroy the shelter. Therefore, first it was necessary to get rid of the lizard, and only then implement the remaining ideas. Ultron said that he needed to get up to charge and asked to take the eggs from him, after which he opened the top part. Melanie did not expect to see something like that. Mason asked her to look after them, because there should be an incubation compartment at the base, and if they are placed there, the chicks will soon hatch from them. Melanie tied up her hair and said that she loves taking care of animals and Mason doesn't have to worry about it. He did not expect such a reaction from Melanie and asked what happened to her during these 2 days, because she did not look like herself. Melanie said that she was a little tormented by insomnia, but in principle everything was fine. Mason looked at her in disbelief. He understood that she was hiding something from him, but the huge lizard hunting him did not give him peace. It was already dawn outside. Explosive spears are really very cool, but there were only 4 of them. Is that enough? He asked Ultron to look for the lizard, but he replied that nothing had been found. Mason said that he didn't know before that Ultron's body had maps and radar, But Ultron thought that it wouldn't be useful because it had a small detection radius. People used to use it to find lost animals. Suddenly, the shelter began to shake violently. The power went out and Mason again asked if it was a lizard. But Ultron said he found nothing. Emily quickly ran into the room and said that it was her mistake. There was a strong leak of energy, although she did everything correctly. Ultron suddenly remembered the eggs. If the eggs are still in the incubator, they will die without electricity. They rushed to the incubator, but due to the earthquake, the entrance to the incubator was blocked, and together they began to clear the rubble. After a few minutes, they were still able to enter. Melanie ran to them as soon as she could and said that she had established the electricity supply and immediately asked how the eggs were. Mason and Ultron stood silently in front of the incubator. They said that one egg survived, but the rest had no chance. Melanie said that it was her fault and she would no longer touch the core. Although Ultron could not experience feelings, in the depths of his mechanical soul, he, just like Mason, understood that what happened could destroy all their efforts. Mason took the egg out of the incubator and asked Ultron to take care of it. Melanie said it was dangerous to leave the last egg to the robot. She began to ask to leave the egg in the incubator, saying that this would not happen again and she would be able to take care of it. But Mason calmly transferred the egg to Ultron's body and said that if Melanie likes to care for animals, then he will give her the animal only after how it will be born. In the meantime, Ultron will have the egg, because for him it is not just an egg, it is real hope. Melanie couldn't stand it and started yelling at him, because machines are created by people and do not have emotions. How long will he continue to play with children's toys? It is strange to talk to the machine about life, and demanded that the egg be put in place. Mason also did not tolerate it, and said that he hoped that they could find a common language. Ultron asked Mason not to quarrel. Suddenly, Ultron's radar started working. The lizard was no longer far from the shelter. She felt Mason. Ultron reported that the lizard was already here. Mason immediately headed for the exit and ordered Ultron to stay here and guard the egg. Ultron started to stop Mason and said that he is a member of his family. Why is he leaving him? Mason stopped and thought a little, after which he agreed and warned Ultron not to take risks and to be very careful, to which Ultron agreed, and together they rushed to meet danger. Melanie did not understand Mason at all, how a robot could become a member of the family. The panic attack came over her again, and the voice in her head laughed horribly and said that it would never leave her. As soon as Mason and Ultron ran out of the base, they were immediately noticed by a lizard. Without waiting, she immediately chased after them. Mason said that they need to take the lizard as far as possible from the shelter, and the most ideal place to fight would be the mountains, because there are many shelters that the lizard cannot climb into. They ran along the bottom of the gorge while the lizard crawled from above and was already very close. Mason saw the lizard crawling along the top and realized that it was smart enough not to run after them along the narrow gorge. It simply followed them. This time, Mason was more confident, because this time he had a more powerful weapon in store for her. He threw one vial containing a core fragment at the lizard, and there was a strong explosion. But Ultron said that Mason did not throw explosives at the lizard because it was still too far away, but Mason said that everything was going according to plan. If the bomb had gone off near them, the explosion would have killed them, and it obviously wouldn't have killed the lizard. Mason asked how far she was from them, to which Ultron said that the distance had not changed. The explosion only angered the lizard, and it began to run after them up the hillside. Ultron said that they need to break away from her, but they run out into an open field where the terrain does not play into their favor. He asked what they should do. Mason took the next bomb out of his pocket and said that now they need to make some noise. Explosions thundered behind them and slightly prevented the lizard from pursuing them, but they certainly could not stop it. They were approaching the side of a mountain, beyond which a poisonous ocean could already be seen. Ultron saw that they would soon be near the ocean and asked Mason what to do next. Mason told Ultron to turn right as soon as possible and he would try to buy time. They ran without stopping and suddenly, not paying attention to the lizard running after them, they abruptly stopped. A gorilla blocked their way. Mason jokingly said that not only did she block their way, but she was also late for the party. The lizard stopped paying attention to them, stopped, and began to watch the gorilla warily. Mason looked at the hill to the right and said that it must be quite fragile. He looked at the hill, slowly pulled out his spear, and asked Ultron to just trust him. And the mortal battle began. The monsters rushed to meet each other, and Mason's spear blew up the hill. Mason and Ultron managed to run into the crevice before the two giants collided in a duel. Despite the fact that the hole turned out to be quite small, The risk of collapse was enormous. With the first attack, the gorilla threw the lizard tens of meters away. But this only made her more angry than it caused serious harm. The fight between them continued. The gorilla was clearly winning. Mason did not engage in battle and waited to see which of the two giants could do more harm to the other. The gorilla was on top and struck one after another when suddenly a huge stream of poison erupted at it. Although she urged the lizard, the poison that got right into her mouth forced her to move away. The gorilla began to vomit heavily from the poison and the food he had eaten. The lizard stood up and was ready to attack the gorilla from behind. But Mason decided it was time for him to intervene and threw a spear at her, which exploded right in her face upon impact. Without having time to recover from the first blow, Mason lightly threw the second spear with his left hand. Without waiting for it to touch the target, he threw the second one. It flew at a different speed and along a different trajectory. Mason clearly had a plan. In flight, one spear hit the other, and they both flew towards the lizard, after which both spears flew straight into the lizard's mouth. She closed her mouth with the knowledge that Mason's end would come very soon, but she didn't have long to wait. A few seconds later, both spears exploded right in her mouth, tearing the lizard's head into small pieces. Splashes of acid began to fly around, and Ultron congratulated Mason on defeating one of the main monsters. Mason said that if he played basketball for a living, he would already be incredibly rich. But people invest years of their lives in this, and it would not be fair to them. Ultron called Mason over and said that he had good news. The egg began to crack in Ultron's body. A chick is about to hatch in Ultron. At the same time, the weather began to change greatly, and a strong wind rose. Mason asked Ultron what was happening with the weather. Even Ultron was a little scared and said that this is the annual storm called Gengfu. Over the next 2 days, the acid rain and dust storms will intensify. Ultron warned that the storm would begin in 10 minutes and rushed to the shelter with great speed. Mason heard a chirping sound. He asked Ultron if the chick had already hatched. Ultron confirmed his assumption and said that the chick had already broken the shell. He could not even think that he would ever see the chick. Probably they would really be able to restore the shelter. Mason heard a quickening sound. He had definitely heard it somewhere before. That's right, it sounded like a ticking time bomb. But from where, he looked at the lizard, which was swelling with green balls at great speed. The sound came from her. The larger she became, the more she ticked like a bomb. But as soon as Mason managed to understand this, she exploded, releasing a huge amount of poison. Pieces of the lizard scattered throughout the surrounding area, and Mason was flooded with a river of poison. He immediately began to smoke and scream in pain, the poison immediately beginning to eat away at his skin. A flock of huge carrion crows, anticipating a storm, flew right past them. Mason injected himself with 3 doses of medicine. Through pain and screams, he rose from the river of poison, all hissing from the clothes and skin that had burned on him. The bag with explosives was also corroded by acid and fell to the ground. The crows flew in the sky and saw Mason burning. Many rushed to grab this prey. Mason, without thinking for a long time, threw the last explosive directly at the wall where he had made the first shelter. There was a strong explosion, which not only broke the wall, but also scattered pieces of the monster. Mason thought that there was still a chance and he could survive. The main thing was to get to the shelter. All that was left was to be patient a little longer. Mason was barely moving towards the shelter. But the scavengers saw that now Mason would not resist them and began to attack. They started tearing at Mason with their claws one after another. The scavengers had already started the feast, leaving Mason without attention because he had already stopped showing signs of life. He looked at the scavengers and thought that this was the end. The next scavenger from the height of the pallet was about to deal Mason the final blow. But Ultron arrived in time, grabbed him by the hand, and dragged him along. He gave him another injection of medicine and dragged him to the shelter, even though Mason told him to stay out of danger. Ultron quickly dragged him into the cave. Now you need to quickly block the hole. But Mason has lost all hope. His body is numb, and even if he recovers, he will remain disabled. There is no point in continuing. Ultron, meanwhile, quickly blocked the entrance to the cave. As soon as he blocked the entrance, the sounds of a bird chirping began to be made from the building. Mason's body was burned and cut by the claws of the scavengers. He asked Ultron to leave. This game had a good story, and he would like to see Ultron leave and save the chicken. That would be a great ending. But Ultron said that he would not leave him, because Mason was a member of his family. Mason said that now Ultron may not follow his program, This game is over for him. He tried and lost, and if he survives, then with his body he will only be a burden. But Ultron did not listen to him and remained in place. Then Mason began to shout at him, because the birds did not need iron, and he could easily leave, and it was time for him to wake up, because any life ends sooner or later. Suddenly the birds began to break through the barrier created by Ultron with their beaks. He began to cover the hole with himself and said that he would protect Mason at any cost. The birds continued to make a hole, but Ultron said that he would remain faithful and would not leave Mason to die for anything. He remembered how Mason told him about family, that family members were the most dear people to him. Mason, with the last of his strength, begged Ultron not to save him. With another blow, the scavenger's beak pierced through Ultron. When he took out his beak, droplets of blood began to drip from it. The long-awaited chicken, for which such hopes were placed, was dead. Ultron still stood his ground and said that people can deceive each other, but they cannot deceive him. For Ultron, there was no other world, and he said that he would make it better than heaven and would never go back on his words. He remembered the moments when people stopped living on the base and how useless his life was at that time. But now it took on meaning, and at that time the security system began to talk about severe damage to the system and the subsequent threat of an explosion. The scavengers did not stop striking, one of which landed directly on Ultron's head and knocked his only eye out of his body. A fire started in some parts of the building. Mason's hopes for a good end to this game were melting before his eyes. With the last of his strength, he begged Ultron to leave him and save himself. There was almost nothing left of the old Ultron. He continued to stand, truly, despite all the damage. The 6th day has arrived. Ultron dragged Mason's body across the desert. Mason, practically motionless, exhausted from hunger and huge wounds all over his body, looked at the sky and asked Ultron what happened to the weather. He replied that these were the consequences of the storm. It scared away all the monsters, and that's the only reason they were still alive. Ultron's radar was still working, so he tried to drag Mason as close to the shelter as possible before the system failed. Mason said that he could not feel his body at all, whether he would be able to walk at all after this, to which Ultron replied that he should recover over time, and these are the usual consequences after using a lot of drugs. Mason thanked Ultron and promised that as soon as he could move, he would fix Ultron, no matter the cost. The flames began to flare up in Ultron's body, but he did not stop for a second and continued to pull Mason. Ultron was burning right before Mason's eyes, but he couldn't help him. Suddenly, Ultron asked Mason to tell him what the shelter would be like in the future. It was important for him to hear this right now. Mason waited a few seconds. He understood that his story could be the last for Ultron. After thinking a little, Mason began his story. To begin with, he will build a road that will lead directly to the shelter, and if he is lucky, he will even be able to cement the road. There will be trees on both sides of the road that will stretch along its entire length. On the left side, there will be wheat, soybeans, beans, and corn growing. On the right side, there will be crops with rapeseed flowers, and in spring, these places will offer a beautiful view. At the end of the road, one Sephora tree will be planted, and every time you pass by it, you will see a lonely tree in the middle of the field. Whatever difficulties may be on the way, be it bad weather, betrayal of friends, or bloodthirsty monsters, the tree will stand in the same place as always, regardless of time. Ultron said that this good tree would guide people in times of need. Mason said that it would be like a lighthouse in the middle of the sea, because he had long ago lost his way. They were already very close to the shelter. Ultron pulled Mason and said that there was an obstacle ahead. There was something ahead that clearly required cleaning, since the program for cleaning the area immediately started working, but they had not yet reached the base. Ultron let go of Mason and went to clean up, because he can make this world cleaner, even than in heaven. Mason didn't immediately see that Ultron was heading to clean up, but he still decided to turn around and look. When he turned around, he saw a sign that said minefield. Mason screamed with all his might. He told Ultron to stop and not go there. Ultron did not understand what caused Mason to scream so much. He began to slow down to see what caused Mason's reaction. And at the same moment, a mine explosion thundered. Mason was thrown several meters away. The fragments of Ultron's body began to scatter across the ground. They fell from the sky like raindrops. Mason could not show how much grief struck his heart. Looking at the metal parts of Ultron, he asked himself why this world was so cruel to him. As soon as he reached out to one of Ultron's parts, another hand grabbed it. It was Melanie. She snatched Ultron's main computer, virtually all that was left of it, from Mason's hands. Mason was furious. He realized that Melanie had created the minefield, and after his best friend was blown up by one of the mines, he could no longer contain his emotions. He screamed and growled like a real beast. Emotions overwhelmed him, and he thirsted for revenge. His rage was completely directed at her, but the possibilities were limited only to this. Melanie did not say anything to him, and simply ran away. The 8th day has arrived. Mason woke up abruptly in his room. His body was badly mutilated from recent encounters with animals. After drinking water, he remembered what happened to him in Ultron, and his last memory was Melanie running away from him immediately after Ultron was blown up by a mine. As soon as the memory came to his head, he began to shout Melanie's name in rage and again thirsted for revenge. He dressed as he walked along the corridor of the shelter and demanded that Melanie show herself to him and face responsibility for her failures. Mason said that punishment awaits her in any case and she will not be able to hide from him for long. Meanwhile, Melanie was building something in the workshop. Mason found her and was about to hit her when suddenly a power-on sound sounded. It was Ultron, whose system was rebooting. Mason stopped and couldn't believe his eyes. The memory system was being restored. This Ultron was no longer what it was before. A new metal-reinforced body, 2 wheels and 2 arms. As soon as the restoration of the memory system was completed, Ultron loudly spoke Mason's name. Melanie sat down on the floor and exhaled with relief. Mason didn't understand how this was possible. He asked the robot if he was really the same Ultron, because he saw Ultron explode on a mine and fly apart. Melanie explained that the metal ring she took from him was the robot's central computer, which was not damaged. Ultron couldn't be happier with his new body, as he now has 2 arms. He can clean up much better now, and the internal parts have all been upgraded. The cooking system has been successfully installed. A new combat system has also been installed. A modern combat system was loaded into the database, as well as a cook system. Now Ultron is a high-class robot. Mason saw the robot for the first time and looked at Ultron from all sides. He didn't understand how Melanie managed to repair and restore the robot so quickly. It was just some kind of magic. Melanie rudely said that she had repeatedly told Mason that the robot could be modified. Had he really forgotten about this? In the assembly room, there were many parts with which this could be done a long time ago. But Mason never listened to her, but only thought about what he needed. Mason scratched his head and didn't know what to answer. He remembered what Melanie had told him a long time ago, but she warned that Ultron could lose his memory because of this. And who even spoke about 100% of such a probability? Not one scientist is 100% sure. She reminded Mason how much anger he had when he saw her after the explosion. And what if this repair was unsuccessful? What he wanted to do now? Kill her. Mason said that of course he didn't want to kill her, but Melanie didn't want to listen to him. She said that she was tired of it all. Of course, she set up a minefield in order to somehow protect herself, because they had been gone for 2 days. She no longer knew what to think, but even though she set up a minefield, a huge inscription was installed especially for them, warning about this. She always acted logically from a scientific point of view, made joint plans for survival, but Mason never listened to her and acted alone. Every time, every action of his, as if pouring salt into the wound, Melanie also switched to emotions. After screaming at Mason for several minutes, tears began to flow down her cheeks. She just wants to survive. How could she wish for something bad when she proposed a new idea? Mason did not expect such emotionality from Melanie, and at a loss for what to say, he could only utter the word forgive. Melanie turned away from him and started to walk away. He tried to stop her and asked her not to cry. When leaving, she said that now the robot cannot be charged with ordinary energy. For this, it is necessary to use the energy core. But since she promised not to touch it again, let Mason do it himself. Mason thought to himself about this emotional outburst and said that in the future he should change his attitude towards Melanie. Melanie, although she stopped crying, still this situation and 2 days of non-stop work on the robot left a mark on her condition. She thought to herself that Mason, like other men, was just a stubborn ass. If Mason wanted to play family with a robot, then let him play while there is time. But if it drags on, she will kill him like a stubborn donkey. Mason was glad to see his friend, and since their family was back together, they could continue their travels. But Ultron asked what the condition of Mason's body was. He looked at his hands and said that although he could perform ordinary physical actions, his hands would shake very much. so the accuracy of the throw might not be the same as before. Ultron hastened to reassure Mason. Now he can stay in a safe place, and Ultron will fight, because in his system he now has combat techniques from the beginning of ancient times, and the combat potential is 300 points. Mason asked how it could be that he had only 90 points, and Ultron had 300. He definitely calculated everything correctly. Ultron said that he now has a standard battle robot program, and all the knowledge of martial arts from the very beginning of civilization, and he can show a couple of techniques. Hand-to-hand combat, sambo, karate, kickboxing, taekwondo, kung fu, crane fist style, tiger punch style, wushu, cutting throw, and others. In fact, Ultron had all the capabilities of the human body and was of high combat value. Now Mason's superiority was in big question, and with such a robot they could do a lot. A few hours later, Mason began conducting small experiments with Ultron. As in a construction set, Ultron's limbs were easily replaced with others, depending on their need. Ultron noticed that not everyone can turn a home robot into a combat one, because Mason had previously said that they did not have engineers. Mason thought a little because, in fact, he thought that Melanie was just the owner of a large company and inherently didn't know how to do much. But now Mason wanted to test the martial arts inherent in the new Ultron in action. Once Mason is convinced of their actual operation, they can be tried in practice. Mason tried to strike at least one blow, but could not hit Ultron. The program really worked. After several unsuccessful attempts, Mason said that now it was time for them to get down to business. First of all, he was going to deal with the energy core, and then repaint Ultron a different color. Ultron said he wanted to be painted the color of their hideout's flag. He had long been tired of the factory paint on the service robot. This is an excellent offer, which Mason gladly agreed to, so part of the house can always be nearby. A few minutes later, Mason was already close to the energy core. A loud female voice sounded around and said the words, "You're late. The energy core is the most valuable item in this dream. An ordinary player would immediately go to it." Mason asked if she was the developer of this game. The girl who appeared on the screen agreed with him and suggested getting straight to the point. She asked Mason to help her destroy the game once and for all. Mason was a little scared because he didn't know how this would turn out for him, both in the game and in real life. The developer reminded Mason that the main thing for him was not to give in to temptation. He remembered her words, but suggested that distinguishing reality from the virtual world was actually not so difficult. Mason understood perfectly well that he could learn a lot in the game and then use these abilities in real life. The developer invited him to talk about the present. She asked Mason if he thought the world was ready for the release of such technologies. Mason didn't immediately understand what she was talking about. The developer explained that the game will not always operate in test mode. Once the tests pass, it will be released to the masses, and thousands of people in real life will receive a wide range of superpowers after beating the game in real life. Can Mason guarantee that after this they will remain good, law-abiding people? Will order remain stable? Mason said that he didn't know this. He was an ordinary guy who came to work and he didn't care, but he suggested that the game was being tested precisely in order to eliminate all possible risks. The developer immediately continued that the highest ability in the game that a person can gain is controlling the division of human cells, in other words, immortality. How many people could succumb to temptation knowing only that they could become immortal by playing the game? Even if we take the example of accurate throwing, how much the world would change if more people acquired such an ability. People love to start wars, and today there are wars on the planet even without this game, and people are constantly dying. But the game will definitely make these wars worse and more global, and this cannot be allowed. The developer asked what Mason wanted to become, a nameless hero or a criminal. Mason thought for a while and said to forget about being a hero. He just didn't want to get into trouble. What can he do to help? The developer said that everything was simple. He needed to deliver the core to the specified location and detonate it there. She would use this bug and destroy the game. But this place is quite dangerous, so Mason better arm himself to the teeth and find a vehicle. Mason said he would have to wait until the last month because he wanted to take advantage of the skill acquisition opportunities in the game, because he was having some problems in the real world. The developer said she could use some special features to speed up the process, but waiting a few months is out of the question. She'll give it 3 at most. After this time, Mason will have to come here and she will tell him what to do next. When he wakes up, he will remember everything that happened to him during this time. That's all she can allow him to do. Mason understood that he had no choice, because remembering 3 months at once was already a huge breakthrough. It was much better than remembering only some snippets of a dream. After a few minutes, Mason had already started painting Ultron. Now Ultron looked the way he wanted. His coloring was exactly the color of the shelter flag. Mason placed the bomb inside Ultron and asked him to be careful. Although it was small, the danger of an explosion was still significant. The developer also told Mason that his assistant Melanie had previously used the core, but she taught her a lesson, and it was she who turned off the electricity. Ultron asked Mason why he was sad again. Mason, without thinking for a long time, said that he, on the contrary, was enjoying this moment, because one way or another everything would soon be over. It was time to once again test Ultron's fighting skills in action. Only now Mason will try. Ultron agreed, and at that very second he decomposed several meters upward. Ultron was the first to spin, delivering a blow that hit Mason right in the face. He immediately asked if everything was okay with Mason. Mason said that he was fine. It was clearly no more painful than swimming in acid, and Mason was very impressed that Ultron could grow in height. Despite this, Mason stood up and asked Ultron not to slow down. The next 5 minutes turned out to be hell for Mason. Ultron's blows rained down from above, below, and from the sides. Mason clearly overestimated his capabilities in this friendly match. Ultron said that numbers never lie, and now Mason will allow Ultron to protect him, because at the moment he only has 50 points, like the average person. Mason said that if Ultron thinks so well, can he make a calculation based on the person's description? Ultron said that it would not be a completely accurate calculation, but he would try. Mason remembered one story that Logan told him. Once he was confronted by 20 armed men, and he was able to kill them all with his bare hands in order to achieve his goal. Ultron was delighted and said that he had at least 3,000 battle points, if of course not more, because those people were with weapons. Mason didn't believe it. He even thought that Ultron was just joking, because this meant that this man could defeat the regional boss alone. Ultron said that apparently Mason exaggerated the abilities of his hero. Almost all regional monsters would be defeated if 20 people shot at them at the same time, so the person whom Mason described would have every chance of winning. Ultron asked what legend this man was from and if there would be a sequel. He remembered the words of Logan, who said that it was better for Mason to disappear forever because he did not want to cooperate with him. Mason understood that if he wanted to stay in the city and live on in real life, he clearly needed to surpass the 3,000-point value. Otherwise, he would not defeat Logan. With all seriousness in his eyes, Mason asked Ultron if he could reach 3,000 points if he defeated all the regional monsters. Ultron remembered how terrifying even his regional monsters were. He reminded Mason that he was able to survive by bathing in acid, and that wasn't enough for him. But after that, he immediately added that even if their opponent was God himself, he would fight on Mason's side. Mason said that there is no need to be pessimistic. Once you have started a business, you need to see it through to the end, because the game has just begun. Mason often had memories from his childhood. He once played carefree with other children, ate cotton candy, and dreamed of becoming a sailor. When it was time to go to school, his parents simply did not know where they could get money for his pocket expenses. Then they were in despair and did not know how to get out of this hopeless situation. And it was then that Mason realized that he should earn money himself so as not to upset his parents. Since childhood, he had already been distributing advertisements for $50 a month. Because of this, he failed in class. Growing up, he worked at a construction site, realizing that if you chase 2 birds with 1 stone at once, you won't catch more than 1. It was then that his good old friend James suggested going into business. But this was a huge risk. Then Mason was not decisive and could not agree with James. Having given up the opportunity to earn money, they decided to go to the company where they have worked together until now. Problems always followed Mason on his heels. His whole life was associated with difficulties. How easy it was once to be an ordinary little boy, not to think about problems and just dream of becoming a sailor. But it is difficulties that develop character and will in a person. You only need to go forward. There is no turning back. Ultron asked Mason what he was doing. Mason was warming up and said that he was checking the road before their difficult journey because there was no turning back. They explored one location after another, engaging in battles with unexpected opponents. First, there was a fierce battle with a mutant rat. Ultron supported Mason as best he could throughout the journey. This support was not in vain, because the mutant rat was already defeated. Fighting with a huge mantis, Ultron told Mason how to act, and soon the mantis was also defeated. The monkey was also a strong opponent. However, thanks to Ultron's support and his martial arts training, Mason's skills improved noticeably with each new battle. It was imperative to take into account the length of your arms. And it was even important to take into account the length of the fingers. Strikes must be delivered quickly to vital points in order to immediately incapacitate the enemy. Mason honed his skills on monsters. But although these techniques were good, the monsters were a little stronger than people, and the techniques did not always work on them as they should. Sometimes this only added to their cruelty and fury, with which they could tear Mason to shreds. But in cases of despair, Ultron intervened, preventing Mason from dying in battle. Ultron congratulated Mason for increasing his combat stats to 100 points, but he clearly overestimated his chances of survival. Because if they encounter a monster with a large number of points, Mason clearly will not be able to cope with it. And in such cases, it may be worth using cunning. Mason knew that he needed to train more, because now that he had lost the ability to accurately throw, he knew that he would have problems, but he did not expect that there would be so many of them. But the most important thing in training is their beginning. The same applied to plans to improve the shelter. In one day, they were able to collect enough resources. Mason looked at the collected seeds and asked Ultron what he thought of them, since his original specialty was farming. To begin with, to plant a plant, it was necessary to protect it from the wind. Then you need to cultivate the ground, and it is very important to choose a suitable site. The soil around the shelter could still be saved by mixing it with lime to neutralize the acidity, and the monster corpses could be turned into fertilizer for additional nutrients. Since they were an agricultural refuge, the base had a lot of farming tools. Now that Ultron had a long-lasting core energy charge, it was possible to improve the shelter 24 hours a day. Mason asked how he could help, to which Ultron replied that farming was the main direction of his work, and while he was doing this, Mason could continue to improve his physical skills. More efficient machines, frozen animal embryos, and various seedlings are in dangerous ruins, and in order to get these useful materials, you need good combat characteristics. Mason said that he understood his main task and would train day and night to speed up the process of creating a real man from what he had before. Melanie went outside from the shelter, and it was already late evening. Mason was doing push-ups with all his strength, and at the same time making incomprehensible sounds that could be heard almost throughout the entire area, due to the absence of any extraneous noise. Melanie thought to herself, if she no longer has the strength to do push-ups, then she probably shouldn't overdo it, because at first she thought that there was a pig at the base. But although Mason's body was shaking from fatigue, he still showed character and continued to do push-ups. Melanie was annoyed by this, but she had already completed the planning, and she hoped that Mason would cope with his tasks. It was already deep night outside, and it was time for the 9th day of the game. For some time, Melanie watched Mason from the side, but did not interrupt him until he fell to the ground after doing push-ups and fell asleep just like that. After that, Melanie went up to Mason and woke him up with light pushes of her feet. Mason slept soundly on the bare ground in the open air and did not expect anyone to disturb him. Melanie asked him to come with her. She had a little surprise for him. Although Mason was not happy that she woke him up, he still followed her. When they entered the repair shop, Melanie showed him her new creation. It was an exoskeleton. Although it was much easier to make than assembling a robot, Melanie did not have enough materials to create another, more powerful version. The maximum impact force of this metal thing was 150 kilograms, and it could be adjusted, but for their work, they would need a fragment of an energy core for fuel. Mason was delighted with Melanie's new invention, because now you can fight with more advanced monsters. Melanie said that due to the fact that she could not stop Mason from his constant activities of destroying monsters, she could only lend a helping hand, but at the same time, she also needed help. She marked the necessary places on the map, and she needed everything that Mason could find there. But after studying the map, Mason saw that the combat characteristics that are required to visit some places amount to more than 1,000. If they correspond to reality, then Melanie was clearly sending him to death. This map from 10 years ago showed that there used to be many shelters in the area. Melanie said she couldn't find any details in the electronic database. Mason understood that these shelters had long been turned into ruins, and the numbers indicated how strong the monsters could be there. But the cards were worth even 10,000. This was 100 times greater than Mason's strength, and defeating such a monster was possible if only they could find a rocket launcher. After examining the map, Mason said that he would first head to the ruins with a lower number of monster strengths, and Melanie promised to help him in any way she could. Melanie also asked Mason to bring eggs of some animals to the base as soon as possible. Based on his new capabilities with the exoskeleton, Mason decided to create a new image for himself. During morning training, Mason informed Ultron that they would be heading to the ruins today. Ultron did not immediately pay attention to what Mason said, and first of all drew attention to the fact that Mason now had one eye, like him. Melanie said that the difference in vision between the two eyes was too great, and he should have covered the damaged eye. Mason understood that Melanie was clearly smarter than him, and that was the only reason he listened to her advice. While Mason was preparing for a new journey to the destroyed bases, Melanie also did not waste time and tried to contact the shelter under the moon, where the people living on this base had gone. Although she has not yet been able to contact people, she has finally finished converting the text in the database into speech in order to perceive it faster and receive as much useful information as possible. And once everything was ready, she turned on the audition tapes. The voice said that today was the annual observation festival, in honor of the great work of the ancestors, who were more than 400 years old. Light a fire, look at the stars, and raise your hands up, because when the ancestors find a new home in space, they will return to save the people remaining on Earth from suffering. Meanwhile, Mason and Ultron had already approached the Observer Museum, where the local monsters were a pack of deformed hyenas with combat characteristics of 100 points. Mason said that he had never thought of visiting the museum because he was not doing the best in school, so he suggested that Ultron take advantage of the moment of their visit to the museum and tell him something about its history. Mason was already prepared for the fight and said that such conversations lift his spirits. Melanie continued to listen to recordings that said that the end of the world began about 400 years ago with a radioactive meteorite. Its fall led to the extinction of species. The ancestors of humanity put aside all their differences and united to build a high-tech spaceship. However, the spaceship could not accommodate all the inhabitants of the Earth. Many were destined to become victims of this dying world. Those who survived after the fall of a radioactive meteorite began to call themselves observers. They formed an entire nation and passed on the spirit of their fearlessness and faith from generation to generation. They believed that as soon as the ancestors could find a new home in the universe, they would definitely return for them. This was their promise. People waited for their appearance for centuries, but suddenly deformed monsters appeared. But on the side of the people were the highest technologies that their ancestors left them. Such military power could crush everything. According to the data, the observers were wiped out because they were descendants of criminals. Melanie did not immediately understand what the voice meant. Pride in the ancestors of these people instantly turned into a joke from the realization of this fact. Gradually, the hope that the ancestors would return faded away, and how they could now exist with the awareness of this, without faith and a single goal, a person begins to lose the meaning of existence. The lack of consensus gave rise to conflicts between people. Hostility grew among observers, and there were more and more disagreements. The state was divided into regions based on claims, skin color, language, and people began to care only about the interests of their autonomy. However, over time, people stopped noticing how the poisonous ocean was growing. They were not going to correct this problem, but only gloated if some settlement was drowning in its acids. But when the realization of the consequences began to come to them, they could no longer do anything about it to do. This was the last time that people from the shelter gathered to look at the stars. They prayed to their ancestors for salvation, but they never received an answer. The last soldier died trying to find shelter under the moon, and now it was the turn of the head of the shelter. He left a trusty robot in charge of this place and built medicine into its arm in case it could immediately heal a person who arrived at the shelter with an injury. Melanie actively marked all the statements that interested her and tried to find answers to a huge number of questions in them. She wasn't surprised that they had to use maps that were hand-drawn when people had a realistic option of using satellites that still orbited the Earth. There was nothing of value to Melanie in this story. She hoped that Mason would be more valuable. She really hoped that he would carefully study the ruins, but if he was as useless as the people in this story, then she would have to say goodbye to him. Meanwhile, Mason destroyed one hyena after another. With the last blow, he threw the hyena several meters into the darkness and saw that a robot was sitting motionless in front of the door. Ultron, frightened, said that this was a high-class combat robot. He warned Mason that such robots do not have intelligence. According to the program embedded in them, they will kill all violators indiscriminately. Here, Mason really felt the benefits of the exoskeleton, because if he didn't have it, the robot would have had to be destroyed with his bare hands. The robot guard spotted Mason and perceived him as nothing less than an intruder, after which he immediately rushed to attack. Mason remembered Melanie's words that the metal ring was the robot's central processor. Mason immediately saw this ring on the combat robot and thought that if Melanie could restore Ultron, only with the help of this ring, then she could create a new combat robot. Entering the fight, Mason immediately began to tear out his main brain from the chest of the combat robot, while trying to damage it as little as possible. And of course, not without the help of his exoskeleton, which increased his power several times, he was able to tear the metal ring out of the robot's chest. As soon as the metal ring was in his hands, the robot fell to the ground, showing no signs of performance, turning into a pile of metal. Ultron happily reported that due to hard training and the exoskeleton, Mason's combat characteristics increased to 200 points. But Mason was not happy about this. It was too slow. He wanted to find a stronger opponent. They had been walking through the museum for quite some time, and suddenly they came across something. It was a skeleton holding a book in his hands. Ultron immediately said that he remembered this robe, and said that during his life it was the director of the museum. Ultron performed a scan and came to the conclusion that all the bones of the skeleton were intact, and there were no signs of injury, but Mason did not understand why the director sent a combat robot to guard him. The books in the room were neat, tidy, and well preserved. First of all, Mason pulled the book out of the hands of the museum director, which he held even in the very last minutes of his life. Mason looked at the book and was a little surprised. It reflected all the flags of the ancestors of human civilization. Based on what he saw, Ultron concluded that many antiques were stored in this room. The most famous paintings of humanity, illustrating the life of their ancestors. Now everything has become clear. That's why security is needed. Ultron said that, in fact, everything that was stored here was a fake. All the originals were destroyed by a meteorite, but people were actively collecting parts and restoring the past. Mason perfectly remembered many things that happened in reality, and many of the things that people recreated looked a little unreliable. Ultron didn't immediately understand how Mason could know about this. He was a man 400 years ago. He always thought that Mason was an ordinary soldier who had lost his memory. Mason was digging a hole to bury the museum director and said that he was not old enough for Ultron to consider him an ancestor. Ultron asked if Mason had really seen cute little cats, dogs, and hedgehogs. Mason didn't even immediately understand why Ultron had such strange questions. Of course, he had seen them. Hadn't Ultron seen that? He replied that 400 years ago, a meteorite destroyed the majority, and those who survived died of starvation within a few years. After this, a typhoon and frost occurred, so the pets had absolutely no chance of survival. Mason stopped and asked how Ultron knew so much. Looking at him, Mason saw that Ultron was holding a book in his hands entitled A Brief History of the Observers. Mason wondered if he could really find out the history of people after the meteorite fell. He took the book from Ultron and began to read it. That day, the emergency security system warned people that a meteorite would inevitably fall on the planet. There will be huge power outages. Due to the supply of a huge flow of electricity to the spaceship under construction, all that ordinary people could do was find a safe shelter. At that moment, he remembered the events of the first game. It was when he went out into the city center and could not find a single living soul. Mason began to realize that where he was now was a continuation of the first game, and when he was fighting the wolves, all the people were gathering in one place to build a spaceship. He remembered the words of the game administrator, who talked about improving the future of humanity with the help of players. This means that everything he does now can affect the future development of humanity. Mason still had about 80 days left to complete the developer's task, and he could try to turn the history of this dying world around. Mason collected the most necessary books from the museum, in his opinion, and went back to the shelter. Now he was happy to share his prey with Melanie, although he didn't find any animals, but he brought a metal disc from a robot with which Melanie could make herself a mechanical pet. Mason asked if Melanie had figured out the shelter under the moon. Melanie said that she has not yet figured out this issue, but why is Mason asking about it? He replied that Ultron told him everything about the situation with the poisonous ocean. Ultron added that the poisonous ocean is not a real ocean. These are simply digestive juices secreted by mutant creatures. People used to call them acid ants, and this poisonous ocean is their main habitat. They are very prolific and can devour anything with their digestive juices. Human boats and warships could not withstand the effects of acid, and missiles could not reach the depths of the sea. In just a few years, the ocean became beyond human control. Mason said that at some point the ants will have nothing left to digest, and it will be their turn. This is how the end of the world will be. Melanie was surprised to tell Mason that she had been telling him for a long time that the end of the world was about to come, and they needed to join forces and find a safer place. Mason agreed with her. There is only one piece of land left in the world, and its flooding is only a matter of time. They simply must unite to avoid disaster. Melanie had an idea, and if they could implement it, there would be a chance for survival. Melanie showed him the drawings, which for Mason were simple lines on paper. It was the design of a satellite station. If Mason could find all the components, then Melanie, together with Ultron, could build a satellite. Mason didn't really listen to the essence of the plan. He was surprised that Melanie so easily agreed to work with him. Melanie said that they have no other choice. If they do not decide on one thing and do not systematically move towards it, they will not be able to survive in this world. This decision meant a lot to Mason, and he thanked Melanie for her position. Based on the books brought by Mason, after the catastrophe, the world was divided into hundreds of powers, each of which chose its own path of development, and none of them dared to unite in order to jointly defeat the catastrophe. Although they had a defined goal, Melanie thought that there was still a chance to find the place where the former residents of the base had gone. And if she still managed to find this place, then she would definitely go her own way. Mason at this time thought that reality always disappoints him, whether he will be able to reach the end of this difficult game. Without thinking for a long time and without waiting for a new day to come, Mason sets off to the places marked on the map. In the ruins of a sawmill, he encounters a carrion worm with combat characteristics of 230 points. But Mason is not the first to cope with monsters that clearly exceed his strength. Soon, he brings Melanie the first component, and she directs him to a new location. In the ruins of a steel mill, he encounters a metal scorpion with combat characteristics of 320 points. Now Melanie and Ultron have the materials to create the station's shell. The next stop is the ruins of a transit station, where a giant centipede with combat characteristics of 430 points lives. Melanie and Ultron raise the satellite dish. Electrical processing plant. Here, the security robot had a combat performance of 600 points. 2 weeks of hard work passed at this pace. Melanie looked with pride and joy at the satellite station they had made together. After admiring the station for a bit, she thanked everyone for their hard work. Now they can try to find this place that was inaccessible to them. Mason said that he would eagerly await news from her. But now he and Ultron had other important matters. They approached the tree seedlings. They went through a lot to get these seedlings. Finally, they will be able to plant trees, said Ultron. Melanie heard him, but their goals did not coincide. She thought that Mason and Ultron were doing useless things, and with the help of the station, she would finally be able to leave this place. Checking systems, connecting to satellite. Great, a picture appeared, and now it was possible to clearly distinguish areas of land. Suddenly some noise filled the airwaves. The ancestral logo appeared on the screen. A voice greeted and introduced itself as a refuge under the moon. They discovered that Melanie was using the national satellite and asked to indicate the intentions with which she was doing so. Melanie couldn't believe that they had contacted her and was simply silent for several seconds. But without waiting for more words, she simply started screaming that she was stuck in the wheat shelter and asked to send someone to help her. The voice replied that they did not provide rescue services. She would have to move the energy core to the launch pad. It would be needed for the rocket. Melanie didn't know which launch pad the operator was talking about and didn't understand why. The operator replied that it was obvious that the shelter under the moon was not on the ground. The operator asked Melanie to turn the satellite's optical disc in the other direction. Melanie turned the satellite towards the moon. Now she understood that the evacuation place is not on the Earth. That's why it is called under the moon, because it is located on the moon. The operator asked if Melanie wanted to reserve a seat. If so, then to fly to the moon, she would need the energy of thousands of kilograms of the core. 1,000 kilograms per person. The core located in the shelter weighed 1,100 kilograms, which meant that only one of them would be able to leave the planet. Realizing this, Melanie, without hesitation, said that she was reserving a place in her name. The operator said the space was reserved, and access to the launch pad would be reserved in her name. Meanwhile, Mason had already planted one tree, which he sat and admired. Melanie came up to him and sat down next to him. Although the ground around them was completely lifeless, this tree instilled hope and joy in Mason. Melanie said that she had not found shelter under the moon. Mason replied that most likely it was in a very hidden place. He did not even imagine that Melanie could deceive him so openly and brazenly. She said that later she would look more carefully for shelter under the moon. Melanie felt guilty about herself. The deception haunted her. She asked Mason what he wanted. Maybe he needed help. Mason smiled, looked at Melanie and asked what kind of questions she was asking, as if it was the last time they would see each other. Melanie said that the end is near, and it was no coincidence that they ended up here together, and before dying, it would be good to fulfill unfulfilled wishes. Her words touched Mason's soul. These words reminded Mason how, before getting here, he almost died at the hands of his business partner. Then he was mistaken. Mason realized that his partner urgently needed money, but he did not pay attention to it. Now he understands that he needs to pay more attention to partners. Mason tried to cheer up Melanie. He advised her to be optimistic and not think about death or the end of the world. Since Melanie trusts him, he will definitely take care of the bottom. Melanie was pleased to hear this, even though Mason's deception tormented her soul. After some time, she already knew the location of the launch pad. The operator provided her with the exact coordinates. If she managed to get there by the end of the day, she would be saved. However, she still had two problems. Firstly, she needed to finish creating a powerful combat robot. The people who used to live here sent countless scouts there who died along the way, and going there alone was tantamount to sending yourself to death. Secondly, the energy core had to be transported on a special vehicle that could be found in the ruins, and this could also be done using a combat robot. But the main thing was that Mason would not find out about it. But she needed parts. She immediately thought that Mason had brought a lot of fragments of old agricultural machinery in order to repair it and make Ultron's work easier. She could have deceived Mason and, under the pretext that she was going to fix something, simply steal parts for the robot. At first, her plan worked as she intended. But then, when she was once again talking with the operator, Mason ran into the room. Melanie managed to turn off the computer and the connection was interrupted. Mason wanted to call Melanie so that she could see how the agricultural machine she created sows seeds. For him, it was simply something incredible. Melanie, smiling, said that she knew this very well, but lately he had begun to frighten her with his unexpected appearances. She was afraid that at some point Mason would be able to expose her. She was soldering the robot and Mason ran towards her again, taking her by surprise. Mason did not assume anything about her plan and simply sincerely rejoiced at their small victories, sharing with her new food obtained from the next ruins. While handing her the cup, Mason spilled a little water on her processor. Although she quickly eliminated the water on the processor, she no longer knew how to get rid of Mason. Smiling sweetly, Melanie said that he didn't have to be so caring. But Mason did not understand her hints and said that she was now the leader of the team and should be the first to know about new acquisitions. Melanie was drawing a map of the route to the rocket launch silo. Mason came to her again, and she could no longer tolerate his unexpected appearances. She said that she understood everything. In the last 2 days, Mason paid her a lot of attention. She understood that he was a man, and they had been together for so long. Mason did not mean anything like that and was even very surprised when he heard this from Melanie. Her breasts were swollen and clearly visible through the light dress. She tenderly asked why Mason didn't tell her about his desires earlier. She moved her chest forward a little, looked at him playfully, and sitting on a chair, spread her legs, but completely forgot that she had forgotten to put on panties today. She was already excited and was ready to do anything to divert Mason's attention a little, excluding his appearance in her workroom. Mason couldn't take his eyes off her. She was as playful and feminine as ever, and her curves only emphasized her desirability and beauty. He got excited and was ready to begin to fulfill his desire, which had haunted him since his very first acquaintance with Melanie. But suddenly he shook his head in different directions to drive these thoughts away from himself. He said that this was not what he meant at all, and Melanie misunderstood him. He cared about her because he could not find such a master anywhere else and was afraid that Melanie would leave him. He handed her the feminine pads that he had found in the ruins nearby, though almost a month had already passed, and he didn't know if it was time. Melanie was shocked by his behavior. No one had ever reacted like that to such signs of attention. The excitement suddenly disappeared, and she moved her long, luxurious legs together. She stood up and began to quickly approach Mason angrily. Melanie silently snatched the pads from Mason's hands. With a forced smile on her face, she said that this was exactly what was needed, and Mason could bring more if he suddenly found something else like it. What a joy it was for her to be alone in the toilet. She looked at the map and finally found where exactly she could find the vehicle. It was the Oasis shelter. The vehicle was there and she was ready to go after it. She was glad that stupid Mason had still not been able to figure out her escape plan. Very soon, she will finish creating a combat robot. Melanie has put in a lot of effort, and very soon she will get what she needs. Next week, she will finally be able to escape this place. Before Melanie could leave the toilet, a bag was thrown over her head. Mason threw her over his shoulder, slapped her on the buttocks with his palm, and ran. Melanie did not understand what was happening and asked if Mason was going to kill her. While they were running, Melanie offered to talk about it. She didn't want to be killed. She promised to obey Mason in everything. But suddenly Mason stopped, put her on the ground, and took the bag off her head. He looked down at her and invited the lady to look at the results of their joint work. Melanie was scared. She had already begun to think that Mason had revealed her plan, but everything was completely wrong. She was sitting on a blanket, which was covered with small blades of grass that had just sprouted. Thanks to the cedar made by Melanie and the hard work of Mason and Ultron, they were able to plant an entire field. Ultron reported that the brown sugar water was ready. Mason said that only thanks to Melanie's engineering skills, they were able to revive this small piece of land again. Mason took some dirt and asked Melanie what she thought about it. The sand in the area has turned to clay soil, which Melanie said is pretty good. And Mason also wanted to show her the treasure. "What kind of treasure is this?" Melanie asked. Mason asked her to bend over a little and look at the ground, after which, with joyful cries, he picked up the jar, under which a beanstalk began to grow. Melanie wasn't entirely happy with this. She said that he was some kind of maniac just to show off that beanstalk. He tied her up and forcibly dragged her here. Mason said with a smile that it was just a picnic, a little surprise for her. Mason dreamed that very soon there could be mountains and valleys of lush greenery. People in shelters would be able to see their world taking on its former appearance. He dreamed that he could light a fire in their hearts. Comrades, unite to protect your homes. Together they can defeat the acidic ocean. Melanie listened to him carefully and asked if it was possible to ask whether there was enough water in their shelter to irrigate so many crops. For Mason, this was a completely unexpected question, for which he was clearly not prepared. That's right. The water really will run out soon. Melanie thought to herself that her assumptions about Mason's stupidity would only be confirmed with time. Melanie said that she could give him a tour of the places where the water is located. But at the same time, she was thinking about how she could get rid of him so that she would have enough time to finalize the robot. Mason said that she needed to rest, otherwise her words began to scare him. Mason had been watching her for the last few days, and she seemed to be under a lot of stress. He was worried about her moral and psychological health. Melanie did not understand what he was talking about, but Mason clearly assumed that she wanted to commit suicide. Due to this, Mason and Ultron did this for her. In order to prepare for this surprise, they secretly visited several dangerous ruins. At the beginning of their life together, Mason tried to ignore Melanie's feelings, but he did not think that this could bring her to such a state. Mason asked her for forgiveness, and if she wants to speak out about this, he will listen to her with pleasure. Melanie didn't know what to tell her. She didn't feel comfortable. She tried to justify her behavior by saying that they were simply in a difficult situation right now. Suddenly, an animal quickly ran near them. Before they even had time to notice it, the beast ran across their table and splashed all over the cake. Mason and Ultron rushed to catch him. What kind of beast was he? He is very fast, and he had to be caught quickly before he ate all the seeds. Although before the appearance of the beast, it was a touching moment for Melanie. Now with cake on her face, she wanted even more to quickly get away from this shelter. Mason and Ultron ran after the beast for a long time, but suddenly stopped near the tree they planted. How is this possible? Only a few days have passed, and the seedlings are already growing leaves. The grass around the seedlings is also growing well. The little lemur came closer to them and held out several white circles in his paws. Ultron assessed the composition of these circles and summed it up. He told Mason that this was a highly effective fertilizer. Mason put his hand up, and the lemur poured fertilizer onto him. A strong, unpleasant odor emanated from it, which was much stronger than previous fertilizers. The lemur ran a few meters away from them and seemed to be waiting for them to follow him. Mason thought that the lemur wanted to show them where he gets these fertilizers. He definitely couldn't be missed, because with such fertilizers, they could easily grow an entire forest in a few weeks. The 35th day has arrived. Melanie continued to work on her combat robot and was at the same time angry and upset. Mason had been gone for several days. He continued to chase some kind of animal. Although he did not interfere with her, she was still worried about him. It seems that the repairs have come to an end. She pressed the button to start the robot. The robot program started working and all systems were turned on. Now everything depended on this combat robot. They head to a shelter called Oasis to find transport and escape from this place. Again, the voices in Melanie's head. They said that all the troubles were because of her. Her grandmother killed her grandfather. Her mother killed her father. And now it's her turn to kill her lover. Anyone who gets close to her is in danger. She doesn't deserve a normal life. It would be better if she died. Melanie reached out and started screaming, asking Mason for help. She suddenly came to her senses, already sitting in the car. With great speed, she drove towards the oasis. She was already completely tired of these dreams and constant attacks. Driving at great speed, within 30 minutes, they and the combat robot were in place. Melanie confidently walked to the shelter and thought only that she had no one to trust. She could only rely on herself. The front door to the shelter was dilapidated. This place had clearly been abandoned for a long time. There were corpses of various mutated animals everywhere, and where to find a vehicle here? Melanie ordered Ultron to go into security mode. They walked around the shelter tunnels a little more, and here it was, the vehicle that was ideal for transporting Melanie. She began to examine it to understand what condition it was in and whether it worked at all. However, danger was already awaiting her. The robot started beeping alarms. There was a whole flock of scavengers, and they were ready to tear both Melanie and her huge robot to pieces. The first beast rushed at Melanie, but the robot worked immediately. Although he defeated one beast, he immediately warned Melanie that a huge number of animals had been spotted and urgent evacuation was required. Melanie realized that everything could end for her right here, so she ordered the robot to set the fire mode to maximum and retreat. The robot ran after Melanie and sprayed almost the entire space around them with a huge number of bullets. The scavengers dropped like flies one after another. The exit was already very close. Melanie ordered the robot to run faster, but it was already at its maximum capacity. The combat robot covered the scavengers running after them with a hail of bullets. However, there was danger ahead. Before Melanie had time to run out of the door, scavengers also began to run towards her. The robot discovered this in time and began shooting in both directions. Thanks to its high technology, the robot fired brilliantly without hitting Melanie. Danger ammunition was running out. Now improvised knives were used. But they were not effective against well-organized, ready-to-hunt scavengers, and they knocked the robot to the ground almost immediately. The animals ran towards Melanie from both sides. She was not a good warrior. She was not afraid of death. She was only a little upset that she could not carry out the plan to a victorious end. She could not save herself, nor Mason. At such moments, it was time to think about whether she had lived this life correctly and quickly reproduce it in her head. She closed her eyes and was ready to die when suddenly shots were fired. Mason stood near the entrance along with Ultron, who were far from the first time in such a situation. Mason asked Melanie for forgiveness, but it's not very good to keep secrets from your partners, is it? Tears appeared in her eyes. She was glad to see him, and at the same time she understood how guilty she was towards him. In battle, Mason and Ultron had no equal, and they hoped that Melanie was at least impressed by their appearance. Melanie lowered her head and asked Mason for forgiveness and thanked him for saving her. Mason approached her and told her to run away from here, and he would cover her. Melanie started to move towards the exit, but turned around and asked what would happen to her robot and vehicle. Mason told her to leave and leave the battle with the monsters to him. Mason asked Ultron if he was ready. Ultron was absolutely always ready to attack. The sun dimly illuminated the shelter. The truck was now accessible, and Melanie immediately set about repairing it. Melanie was repairing the truck and thinking that even now Mason doesn't know about her plan. But how can she force him to transport the energy source? She understood that she herself would not be able to get to the launch pad until her combat robot was repaired. Her safety was at risk, so she could not refuse Mason. However, he saved her life, and she is going to do such a mean thing to him. Isn't it inhumane? But as soon as she thought about it, she immediately tried to throw these thoughts out of her head, because they had only known each other for a few weeks, and her main goal was still salvation from this dying world. At that moment, Mason approached her and asked how the renovation was going. Melanie rolled out from under the truck and said that with a little repair, this car could handle any road conditions. Mason looked at her silently and didn't know what to say. Melanie stood up a little and asked why he was looking at her like that. She expected the worst, but Mason hit her on the shoulders in a friendly manner and said that he had good news for her. Melanie was a little surprised and asked what this news was. Mason opened his palm, and there lay exactly the fertilizer that they found with the help of the lemur. Mason boasted that they had found a highly effective fertilizer, thanks to which they would no longer have to worry about the growth of vegetation, and now they would no longer have to rush to find shelter under the moon. Melanie could not stand it and screamed the word no. Mason did not expect such a reaction and asked what happened. Melanie immediately realized that she had betrayed her emotions. Now she would have to explain it somehow, and she had no choice but to say that she had already found refuge. And as far as she knew, the people there had much more resources than they did. She grabbed Mason by the shoulders and said that if he wanted to save this place and everyone living, then moving to this shelter would greatly increase their chances. For Mason, this was new information, and he could not immediately decide on the choice of reaction. Melanie said they had nothing to fear. Now they have a truck. They will be able to use it to take away most of the resources and plant samples they currently have. Mason said nothing and continued to think about Melanie's words. Melanie lowered her head offendedly and quietly asked if Mason didn't trust her. His stomach began to growl. Mason scratched his head and said that he was just hungry. As soon as Melanie thought that Mason had a brain, he immediately destroyed these assumptions with his words. Mason suggested that Ultron find something to eat and cook dinner for them. Mason said he would prepare resources, and as soon as Melanie was done with the repairs, they could hit the road. When they had already moved a sufficient distance, Mason said that something was wrong with Melanie. Was she planning something behind his back? The next day, they arrived at the launch site, exactly the place that Melanie had been told about by the people living on the moon. Melanie thought that with the help of this launch pad, she could go to the moon and finally escape from the end of the world. First, she needed to find the control room and establish contact with people living on the moon. Mason was unloading boxes from a truck and reported that he had scouted the area and found no sign of the enemy. Moreover, now they had new types of weapons for defense. Melanie suggested that Mason take care of the supplies for now, while she herself went to inspect the control room. Mason warned Melanie to be careful, but at the same time, he clearly suspected her of deception. Melanie walked through the corridors of the launch pad. A few minutes later, she was already standing at the entrance to the control room. According to the electronic map, the control room was immediately opposite her, but only the door was closed. Melanie reached out her hand to the electronic lock. Then she put her palm on it. Scan successful, survivor identified, gender female, number 10,077. The identification was successful. Melanie was excited about what would happen next. But suddenly the color of the indicator changed and turned red, and a warning sounded. The energy source has not been determined, and the control room cannot be opened. Melanie was angry. Were energy reserves really depleted here too? She was afraid that in the near future it would be difficult to find another source of energy. At least she didn't find anything in the oasis. Unfortunately, she gave one of the shards to Ultron. It would be cruel to leave Mason here alone. She thought that Mason might go crazy if she took away the energy source from Ultron. The voices in her head started talking to her again. They said that Melanie was a selfish and selfish person, like her whole family. She did not deserve to survive in this world. Is it really a sin to want to live on? Melanie asked herself. The attack did not last long, and she was conscious again. Melanie was at a crossroads and did not know what she should do right. She clenched her hand tightly into a fist and told herself that when they first got here, the chances of survival were close to zero. And now she only needed to get a source of energy in order to live on. Suddenly, Ultron approached her from behind. He told her that Mason was inviting her to dinner. She should hurry up because the food won't taste good if it gets cold. She eagerly followed Ultron, on whose back there was a recess in which a fragment of an energy source was stored. Meanwhile, Mason was toasting dinner. When they entered the room, he asked Melanie if she was able to inspect the control room. Without waiting for an answer from Melanie, Ultron handed Mason a plate, and Mason said that Ultron was great. He immediately began to spin and rejoice that Mason praised him. Melanie looked at Ultron with cruelty in her eyes and said that she could not get into the control room. It will take some time. A few minutes later, they were already sitting at the table and eating. Mason said the environmental conditions here are actually better than their previous base. And if in the near future they manage to solve the water problem, then they will certainly be able to fully implement the plan for landscaping the areas. Melanie was lost in her thoughts. She asked Mason if he had ever encountered a situation where, no matter how hard you tried, nothing worked. Mason thought a little and said that this happened to him. Melanie continued and asked a second question if Mason had ever had a time when he had to do whatever it took to overcome the challenges he faced. Mason said this has never happened to him, but he had already met people who were ready to do anything to achieve their own goal. He used to be the most suitable business partner. However, in the end, for some reason, the person with whom he shared dinner decided to get rid of him. Melanie saw that Mason was not happy and immediately asked what he felt for this man. Mason said that at first, as soon as he learned of his betrayal, he was very angry. But over time, the anger passed. Apparently, his previous partner had his own reasons, and he also needed to take care of someone. Mason said that if a person has something to protect, then he can not only betray friendship, but also kill another person. Melanie asked if he had forgiven the one who betrayed him. Mason thought for a moment and put down his chopsticks and food. He said that even now he wonders if he were in his place what he would have done. But even now, Mason could not answer this question. Maybe he will have to become such a person. Who knows? In any case, time will tell. Melanie continued to eat and agreed with Mason. In fact, she now had a choice that she had not yet finally made. Quite a lot of time has passed, and night has already fallen outside. Mason slept in his room, and Ultron recharged next to him. The door of the room opened quietly without making a sound. Ultron immediately reacted to the open door, and did not at all expect to see Melanie there. She motioned for him to remain silent. Ultron understood this perfectly and did not make a single sound. Melanie pulled a shard of energy core from its back, and Ultron's only screen went dark. Melanie understood perfectly well that without this fragment, Ultron would not be able to work. But although with bitterness in her soul, she still got it. Before leaving, she stopped and turned to Mason. She said only 2 words, "Forgive me," and quickly ran away. Melanie did not take into account only one detail. Mason was not sleeping at that time. Melanie hurried to the shelter control room. Together with her combat robot, Melanie was already standing in front of the entrance. She placed a fragment of the energy core into the door's power source. The computer reported that there was enough energy, the control room would be open soon. The door began to open slowly. Melanie was delighted. She had been working toward this the entire time they were in the game, and now she was one step away from salvation. She immediately went to the computer, because she needed to establish a connection with the people living in the shelter under the moon. The launch silo was inspected. The long-awaited moment has arrived. The launch system was activated. It was necessary to confirm the status of a survivor. Melanie breathed a sigh of relief because everything was ready. She put her hand to the screen. However, at the same moment the system generated an error, explaining that Melanie did not have enough rights to enter the system, and the countdown began until the launch system was turned off. Melanie only had 10 seconds to prevent this. She did not expect this at all, and did not know how to act correctly in this situation. She began to frantically press the computer buttons, but the countdown did not stop. The last digits in the starting system were disabled. Melanie silently looked at the computer screen in despair. She didn't know what to do. She betrayed her only partner to get out of this hole. Melanie simply did not understand how this could happen. She picked up a chair. It was at this moment that Melanie's nervous system failed, and she began to destroy everything around her with a chair. She hit the control unit with a chair for a long time until her strength left her. Tears rolled down Melanie's cheeks. She screamed that she just wanted to survive. What was so bad about her desire? Melanie had nothing else to do and simply fell to her knees, drowning in her own tears. Suddenly, Mason's voice was heard near the entrance. Melanie looked at the door in tears, and Mason said that her actions could be considered a real fraud. Mason was armed and in full combat readiness. He said that he fully explored the place while she was sleeping. He said that the so-called interplanetary shelters simply do not exist. The system that is embedded in the life support program of this shelter periodically releases signals that encourage people to act. The goal of this program is for the survivors to arrive with their main source of energy to keep this base running. Melanie did not believe more than one word Mason said. She said that the system simply said that she did not have access rights, but as soon as she could fix this problem, she would definitely leave this dying planet. Mason said that no one in the world has such rights. Melanie asked what he meant. Mason called Ultron over and asked him to show her what they had known for a long time. Ultron was indeed alive. Melanie couldn't believe her eyes, because he passed out right before her eyes. Mason said that the energy core was only his backup power source, not his main one. He had taken care of this problem a long time ago. Ultron drove up to the control unit and began typing quickly on the touch keyboard. As soon as he finished, one of the doors in the room began to open. As soon as it opened, Melanie saw before her the real pristine nature of the land that actually existed many years ago. Mason said that this is the ultimate goal of this shelter, to prevent this place from being destroyed in any way, even if it means resorting to deception, murder, or anything else, just so that this place is not destroyed. This was the last command of the last inhabitant of this shelter, which the system had been successfully carrying out for many years. Mason squatted down next to Melanie and said that implementing their plans would not be a problem. He also discovered a lot of unfinished research that could be useful for them. Melanie still couldn't believe that she had been deceived by a simple computer program that played on her feelings. Mason asked her to accept reality already. All the supporting facts were right in front of her. Melanie did not want to hear or see what Mason was talking about. She began to repeat that she simply missed something, made a mistake, but she would still correct it and would probably be able to get out of here. In desperation, she told Mason that there was something else that he had not studied. There must definitely be a launch mine somewhere here. He placed his exoskeleton hand on Melanie's shoulder in order to calm her down a little. But Melanie threw his hand away and said he was a liar. She said that Mason arranged everything on purpose because he wants her to stay here. Mason could not stand it and also began to scream. Was it really so difficult to open his eyes, look at everything that was happening soberly, and admit that he was wrong? Melanie screamed that she was never wrong. Mason asked her to wake up because she had blinded herself with the belief in her soul's survival. Can't she understand that she is deceiving herself? Melanie did not believe that by wanting to deceive others, she had deceived herself. She remembered her friend from the past. Then they were still young students, and her friend Rihanna invited her to go high into the mountains. Melanie wanted to refuse her, under the pretext that she still had a lot of unfinished business. Rihanna was a little upset because she wanted to invite Alex to go out with them. But if Melanie refuses her, then Alex won't go with her either. Rihanna began to beg Melanie to go with her because she liked Alex. And if she went with them, then Rihanna would have a good chance to get closer to him. Although Melanie didn't want to go, she couldn't refuse Rihanna, who declared with such joy in her eyes and a smile on her face that they were best friends. Melanie was born into a wealthy family and was given privileges from birth that most people around the world could only dream of. But her problem was that she never enjoyed growing up. Her peers did not want to play with her because bad luck had plagued her all her life. And many parents even said that it was dangerous to play with Melanie because she was always haunted by bad luck. This left a strong imprint on Melanie's soul. People said that Melanie's grandmother killed her grandfather and her mother killed her father. Even her own uncle died trying to save Melanie in a car accident. And then her mother committed suicide, leaving her to be raised by her grandmother. People said that all the women in her family brought bad luck. Although Melanie understood that this was not so, she could not refute it and prove to people otherwise. But all this happened until she met Rihanna, who herself expressed a desire to be friends with her. Rihanna became the only girl in her life whom she could call her best friend. But every good story ends. That day, they climbed to the top of the mountain. Melanie was very tired and asked Rihanna to stop and take a break. But she didn't want to stop. She grabbed Melanie's hand and pulled her upstairs. She asked Melanie to be patient a little longer because very soon they would be at the top. Melanie asked Rihanna why Alex didn't come, because she agreed to help her only for this reason. Rihanna said they had agreed to meet him upstairs and he was probably already there. Half an hour later, they were already at the top of the mountain. Rihanna stopped and said with confidence that she perfectly understands that nothing will work out with Alex because he loves Melanie. Alani did not expect such a conversation from Rihanna and did not know what to answer. Rihanna said that almost everyone at school knew about it and she shouldn't play dumb. But Melanie said that she and Alex were just friends because they were in the same class, nothing more. Melanie, putting her hand on her heart, said that Rihanna knows very well that Melanie has no friends besides her, and if she had a relationship with Alex, Rihanna would be the first to know about it. But Rihanna didn't believe her. She turned to her, and her face was filled with cruelty. Melanie didn't believe a word. She insisted that Melanie knew that she liked Alex, but at the same time she wanted to sleep with him. Melanie was scared and didn't know how to react to this. She tried to calm and stop Rihanna because they were best friends. But Rihanna was serious and she pushed her away and said they were never best friends. It was all just a game that should have ended long ago. Back then, as a child, Rihanna approached Melanie because she had lost an argument. And if, with the help of Melanie, Rihanna did not get much of what she wanted, then she would never have been friends with her. But time was running out. Rihanna understood that after school, Melanie would be better than her in everything. She was more beautiful, smarter, and richer, so she no longer needed her. Melanie began to cry because she didn't know what to do then. Rihanna said she would destroy Melanie with her own hands, for her sake and for Alex's sake. Rihanna remembered Melanie's words. She once said that she wanted to die, and now Rihanna can help her with this. Melanie made her final argument. They are best friends after all. But Rihanna, with greed and jealousy in her eyes, grabbed her by the shoulders. Then she pushed me off the top of the mountain. It was the most helpless moment of her life. All the pain that was caused to her as a child was not worth what Raina caused her. That night, Melanie lay on the ground after falling from a high cliff, and it seemed to her that Rihanna pulled her out of the abyss of life. But it turned out that she, on the contrary, threw Melanie to the very bottom. This was well etched in Melanie's memory and left a deep imprint on her psychological state. If hunters passing by had not found her that night, she would have simply been eaten alive by predatory animals. They couldn't believe how, with such injuries from the fall, she was still alive. From then on, Melanie trusted no one but herself. Melanie was flooded with memories, while in reality she sat on the floor and sobbed. Mason still tried to calm her down. He said that life goes on as usual, and they should continue to take care of the base and stop believing in miracles. Melanie stood up and asked Mason to drop his mask of hypocrisy, but Mason did not understand her because he was completely sincere with her. Melanie said that she knew perfectly well what he really wanted. Initially, they thought that there were supposed to be survivors in this place, but after a long search, he could not find anyone. She said that he knew perfectly well that she wanted to leave this damned island, but he also knew that only one person could leave this place. However, the skills she possesses are very useful, which is why he came up with a seemingly plausible excuse for wanting to keep her here. Mason didn't even think about it and asked what she was saying. Now Melanie understood everything, so she headed to the exit and thanked him for the work done. Mason looked after her in bewilderment, and Melanie had already left the control room and said that all people, without exception, are very selfish. She was sure that any gestures of goodwill always have an ulterior motive. She said that now they are working on opposite sides. She will take the energy source and find the launch mine, and Mason can continue to do landscaping. As soon as she wanted to extract the energy source, Mason screamed, trying to stop her. But as soon as she touched the energy source, an alarm sounded. Illegal entry to a power source has been detected and the security system has been activated. Melanie didn't understand what was happening. Robotic cannons appeared from the ceiling, carrying out orders to destroy the intruder. The combat robot covered Melanie. Mason started screaming and asking Melanie to lie down on the ground. He ran towards her and she froze in a daze. The guns opened fire to kill. The fire from the cannon sawed through the combat robot, and only Mason was able to put Melanie on the ground in time, shielding her from the shot. All that was left of the powerful combat robot Melanie was one tin. Mason was lying on top of Melanie, who was shaking with fear. The guns continued to fire randomly, and it was time to escape from there. Mason grabbed Melanie's hand and pulled her along. Ultron was in no hurry to follow them, but Mason could not leave his friend in trouble, so he turned around and told him to hurry up. However, Ultron was in no hurry to escape and activated the counterattack mode. With both hands, he accurately destroyed all the cannons firing at them. At this time, someone was quickly approaching them in the distance of the corridor. Mason had never seen such a combat robot before. This was one of the most powerful robots in the game. The robot started shooting and simply littered the entire corridor with bullets. When the corridor turned into a huge clot of dust, the combat robot stopped firing and headed forward towards the energy source. The robot's combat system did not turn off, since there were still signs of life in the intruder. The combat robot was getting closer, but Mason had a plan. They exchanged glances with Ultron and, due to the huge number of battles spent together, understood each other perfectly. Attacking unexpectedly, Mason struck first. However, this did not stop the robot, and he took out a huge knife from his hand. But Mason did not give him the opportunity to strike, and grabbed the robot by the hand and threw it aside. Immediately, Ultron adjusted his weapon and fired with full power. The robot shattered into small pieces. Melanie sat down next to Mason and asked if everything was okay with him. However, even though the combat robot shattered into small pieces, they continued to make sounds, so Mason realized that this was far from the end, and ordered Melanie to find cover. Small metal flies began to fly out from parts of the robot. They looked like small but very dangerous killers. The second stage of the combat robot has been activated. One of the flies stuck to Ultron and began to emit a quiet blinking signal. And at the end of the countdown, there was an explosion. Mason immediately turned around and asked if Ultron was alive after that. He said it was nothing compared to what was coming towards them behind them. Even one such fly could kill a person, but there were dozens of them. Mason asked Melanie to hide behind him, and he himself began to water them with fiery lava. Mason ordered Melanie to take Ultron and leave. He would be able to detain them for a time when they left the base. They should close it forever. Melanie asked what would happen to him then, but Mason replied that he would definitely catch up with them. Melanie grabbed Ultron and ran, warning Mason that they would be waiting for him outside. The flies exploded one by one. However, shrapnel from the explosions cut his body everywhere, from his legs to his face. The charge of fire was running out, but the front sights were not destroyed. Melanie was already typing the code that could be used to seal the base forever. The controlling voice warned that the gates of the shelter would soon close. The gates were slowly closing, and Melanie stood in front of them and asked Mason to hurry up. Mason shot fire and ran towards the exit. There was no more fire energy, and now his main task was to get out of there. Melanie begged him to hurry up because the gate was almost closed. Mason remembered that he still had one grenade left. Without stopping, he turned around and threw a grenade. The explosion was powerful, and the shock wave threw Mason through the crack of the closing door. Mason lay motionless. He was all burnt and wounded by shrapnel. Melanie saw this and rushed to his aid. Pain extended throughout Mason's body. Could this really be the end of the game? With a cut liver, it was possible to survive for only a few days, but this was clearly not enough to even cover half of the specified period. Melanie tore a piece of fabric from her dress. Then she quickly applied it to Mason's fresh wound to stop the bleeding. Mason understood two things. The first of which was that his game was already over. However, in order to get as many points as possible, he needed to ensure a good life for the people remaining in the game. He remembered an item he had recently found. Although it was an intermediate product, it contained a drawing. This is a machine that turns a biological object into an energy core, because it cannot survive here without energy. Melanie asked him to be quiet. She insisted that he would survive, and then they could use this machine together. Mason said that there is no hope for him here anymore, but for her there is definitely hope. If she builds this machine, she can start by using his corpse to create an energy core without any problems. Maybe she can find refuge under the moon. No, Melanie didn't stop crying. Mason asked her why she was crying, because she didn't look like herself at all. Remember, never give up. Survive at least for me. No, Mason, don't die, not now, I beg you, I love you.